Super System, Breathe to Become Stronger. Chapter 1. Joining the army means further study, and being a soldier can make you a talent. Seeing the banner on the wall behind him and the young people in military uniforms on both sides, Tian felt a little confused. Oh shit! Did I transmigrated? Is this a parallel world where I am a special forces soldier? The scene in front of him was too familiar. Tian was a military enthusiast. His biggest wish in life was to join the army and become an excellent special forces soldier. Unfortunately, he was unable to join the army due to various reasons. His favorite TV series was I Am a Special Forces Soldier. He stayed up all night last night to review the plot, but when he opened his eyes again, he saw the scene in the TV series. So, did I die suddenly? Tian rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe it. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Breathe to Become Stronger System Binding. Congratulations on successfully binding the host system. Get the newbie gift pack. The system detects that the protagonist is breathing, breathing +1. Breathing +1. Breathing +1. Breathing +1? What's the use? Just when Tian was wondering, an interface popped up in front of him. Breathing level, LV1, 16/100. Note: the higher the breathing level, the greater the lung capacity, the healthier the body, the more flexible the mind, and the stronger the explosive power. Muscle, bone density, LV2, 23/200. Note: the greater the muscle and bone density, the stronger the ability to withstand blows. With each upgrade, strength and jumping ability increase exponentially. Gun expert, weapon expert, combat expert, driving expert, language expert, hacker expert, accuracy, sense of crisis, and so on. A lot of levels. Awesome class. I am now organized. System, open the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the combat expertise level 3, proficient in Sanda, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Israeli short stick. A strange feeling came over him. His eyes swept across the crowd. Tian had an absurd illusion in his heart, I want to beat 10 of these scumbags. Just as Tian's heart was swelling, a familiar yet strange voice rang in his ears. Those two soldiers. You. Hey, I'm talking about you two. Who are you looking at? Those two soldiers. I was talking about you two. After shouting for a long time without any response, the angry Lao Pao ran straight to Tian and Zhuang Yan. At this time, Tian noticed that Zhuang Yan was sitting next to him, closing the book in his hand. Zhuang Yan. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect it. I actually saw him alive. The young man looks better with short hair, he looks so feminine with long hair. Lao Pao came up to the two of them and questioned Tian and Zhuang Yan. Did you hear me calling you two just now? Noticing Tian's burning gaze, Zhuang Yan turned his head to glance at Tian, then turned back to face Lao Pao, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. You didn't talk to me. You keep calling me that soldier, I have a name. I thought, with so many soldiers, how could I know your name? Before Zhuang Yan could finish his words, Lao Pao interrupted and asked, what's your name? Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan replied, and then asked Lao Pao, what about you? Call me Lao Pao. Tian stood up in an instant. Muscle and bone density +1. Tian was stunned for a moment. Is there experience value for this? Wrong. Should be called monitor. Ha ha ha. Tian laughed, and then in Zhuang Yan's astonished eyes, Tian actually held Lao Pao's cheek and scratched his eyebrows with his thumb, muttering tisk tisk, no wonder his eyes are so sharp, look at his eyebrows. You, what are you doing? Lao Pao took a step back, his expression was particularly wonderful. His face was full of horror. Could this guy, like men? Lao Pao shuddered. Oh, so disgusting. Lao Pao was startled and quickly hid far away, urging, don't just stand there, the train is about to leave, let's go. When he reached the door, Lao Pao turned his head and glanced at Tian, he's a handsome guy, what's wrong with you? On this side, after Lao Pao left, Tian cast his eyes on Zhuang Yan with a smile, then he took a step, and the latter ran away as if escaping. Monitor, wait for me. On the train, Tian met Chen Zihua, the silly one. Silly was very innocent and a chatterbox. He chatted with Tian all the way and told him everything about his ancestors. At the train crossing, a squad leader and a few veterans said, let me tell you, there is a college student among our new recruits this time. He is from the directing department of the Drama Academy. You know, college students are a rare treasure these days, not to mention that they are from the directing department of the Drama Academy, which is even rarer. Artists. The squad leader said. Lao Pao asked, which one? The squad leader pointed in the direction of Tian and Zhuang Yan and said, that piece. Oh. I understand. The old man glanced at Zhuang Yan, Tian, and the others, and gave Zhuang Yan a meaningful look. No wonder she is so arrogant. It turns out she is still a college student. Ha! What about that? Who is that kid? They. Old man pointed at Tian. Compared to Zhuang Yan, he was more curious about Tian. Which one? The one with fair skin, the most handsome one in the area. They. Old man pointed at where Tian was. Oh, that boy. That boy is Tian, 19 years old. This kid, hey. He really looks like a decent guy. Several squad leaders nearby nodded, with envy clearly written in their eyes. Tian. Lao Pao nodded and made up his mind, whoever loves him, I won't want this guy anyway. Chapter 2. Military Camp. 180 new recruits gathered together and chatted happily. As newcomers, they were curious about everything around them. Tian was no exception. Military camp, armored vehicles, and guns. As a military fan, Tian's love for guns surpassed everything else. Tian was very excited. It was like a dream to be able to serve in the army with his favorite idol. It was too unreal. Comrade new recruits, please be quiet. We will start selecting soldiers now. A platoon leader shouted. However, it had little effect. No one seemed to hear it and there was still noise. The old man frowned and shouted, no talking aloud. The new recruits gradually quieted down. The platoon leader continued, we will start selecting soldiers now. Comrades whose names are called should answer and then go over there to report to the squad leader. Do you understand? I understand. The recruits said perfunctorily. Seeing this, Lao Pao shouted at the top of his hoarse voice, did you understand? This time, the recruits perked up and shouted in unison, I understand. Next is the selection of recruits. The squad leader Lao Pao goes first. Who to choose? Lao Pao and his men have a scale in their hearts. They have already found their targets on the train. Zhuang Yan, Chen Zihua, these are all good seedlings. Chen Zihua comes from a military family. Influenced by her family, she has been training since she was a child and has a strong physique. Not to mention Zhuang Yan, a college student, this is a national treasure. You, step out. What are you laughing at? Am I funny? Out of the queue. And you, step out. Lao Pao selected 7 or 8 people in a row. Tian was in a good mood, with a nice arc on the corner of his mouth, waiting for Lao Pao to choose him in the most charming manner. As expected, Lao Pao came over. Lao Pao passed by Tian, glanced at him, and then walked away. Without stopping at all. You, step out of line. Lao Pao picked the last person. There are 10 people in a squad, including the squad leader. Lao Pao picked 9 people, but Tian was not one of them. Tian was upset. He had watched I Am a Special Forces soldier so many times, and every important character in the play had been deeply imprinted in his life. Tian had already regarded them as his closest people, but this guy didn't choose him. Lao Pao, what do you mean? Tian tilted his head, looking scoundrel. Would you rather pick a few ugly ones than choose yourself? Are you kidding me? What? Lao Pao turned his head. The platoon leader, several squad leaders, Zhuang Yan, Chen Zihua and other new recruits all looked at Tian. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Tian was calm and said bluntly, I want to go to your class. Lao Pao glanced at Tian with disgust and sneered, I see that your skin is white and tender. It's not appropriate for you to come to my class, right? Besides, there are 9 people in a class, and I have already selected enough people. Lao Pao spread his hands and said helplessly. Anyway, Lao Pao has made up his mind that even if Tian said anything, he would not accept him. Touching a man's face. My God! Who knows if this guy is gay? Don't let the class atmosphere go astray. I remember that our country is a democratic country. Since you, the squad leader, can choose soldiers, then we soldiers also have the right to choose your squad leader. Since I came to this world, of course I have to be in the same squad with Zhuang Yan and Lao Pao. I am not familiar with other squads. Tian walked out of the queue and took off his backpack. He went straight to Zhuang Yan, Chen Zihua and others. He glanced left and right. 9 people. No problem. The squad leader said the quota is full. Is there any brother who would like to voluntarily withdraw and give me the spot? Do you have? No response. Zhuang Yan muttered softly, who are you? Just given if you say so. Are you sick? Zhuang Yan, from the 49 city. As we all know, most people in the 49 city are gossipy, not to mention that this kid is a proud and arrogant person. Not let. I'm sorry, everyone. Zhuang Yan just rolled his eyes, and the next second, Tian's huge fist landed on his eye socket. Duan. Zhuang Yan suddenly felt a black spot in his eyes, and staggered backwards with his hands covering his eyes, cursing Tian, I'm your uncle. Tian stepped forward and kicked Zhuang Yan to the ground, and then rushed towards Chen Zihua and others like a wolf, and did not forget to kindly remind brothers, don't just stand there, come together. Swinging fist. Knock one out. Muscle, bone density plus 10. Kick. Fly 1. Jumping power plus 3. Tian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, knocking down a large number of them in a few moves. It was not until this time that Lao Pao reacted, stared and rushed towards Tian, son of a bitch, stop it. What does this place think this guy is? Give me all. Hold him down. The platoon leader was furious. The second squad leader smiled and said, hey, a new recruit, the old gun can easily take him down, it's not that serious. Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. Lao Pao attacked Tian by surprise, hugged him from behind, strangled Tian's neck with one hand, grabbed his arm with the other hand, and tried to knock him over. Unexpectedly, Tian's reaction was extremely sharp, and he hit Lao Pao's lower abdomen with his left elbow. The seemingly light elbow contained amazing power. In an instant, Lao Pao's face turned pale, and his body hunched up, as if he was hit by a high-speed truck, and the whole person flew several meters away. Fog. Several squad leaders were surprised. Then, they rushed forward. Then, they lay on the ground. Tian clapped his hands, complacent, and was quite satisfied with his record. Fighting expertise LV3 is very brutal. This should be stable. In the play, didn't Zhuang Yan beat the old gun and then joined the reconnaissance company? He knocked down 9 new recruits in one breath, 6 or 7 squad leaders. With this record, it must be no problem to join the old gun's squad. Zhuang Yan beat the squad leader, but he can do it too. Beating a squad leader is nothing, if you want to beat all the squad leaders, that's exciting. Tian glanced at the platoon leader. The look clearly said, are there any squad leaders? Who else? The platoon leader trembled. The expressions of the hundreds of new recruits next to him were particularly consistent, which was wonderful. One by one, their mouths were wide open to swallow their fists, and their eyes were wide open, staring at Tian blankly. Damn, this beast is so brutal. On the first day of enlistment, I beat up several squad leaders at once. Find the area of the platoon leader's shadow. Chapter 3. On the first day of enlistment, Tian was not assigned to a class and went straight to the confinement room. Lieutenant Miao, something big has happened. The platoon leader rushed into the company commander's office. What's up? A new recruit beat up the squad leader. Platoon leader said breathlessly. Just hit him, you are a platoon leader after all, how can you be so flustered over such a small matter? Miao. Lian angrily scolded. No, he knocked down all the monitors of the 7 classes. What? Miao Lian stood up suddenly, thinking that he had misheard. You have to know that Lao Pao is an 8-year veteran of reconnaissance, and his boxing skills are very good. The squad leaders of the other squads are also top veterans, otherwise how can they be qualified to lead the squad? What did you say? All the squad leaders of the 7 squads were knocked down. 1 against 7? This beast is quite fierce. The platoon leader nodded. Not only that, there are also 9 new recruits. Hiss. It's quite interesting. Miao Lian's mouth curled up with a sly smile. What is this soldier's name? I want his information. Also, can you please describe the situation in detail? How did a fight break out for no reason? 10 minutes into the confinement room. Tian sat there stupidly. So boring. 20 minutes into the confinement room. So boring. 30 minutes into the confinement room. So boring. Anyway, I was bored, so I just moved around. Exercise. I couldn't miss the training. I did 100 push ups and walked. 1. Muscle and bone density plus 1. 2. Muscle, bone density plus 1. 3. Muscle, bone density plus 1. Seeing the rapid increase in experience points, Tian became more and more excited and did more than 300 push ups in one breath. The guards were dumbfounded. This kid is good. She looks thin and fair-skinned, but I didn't expect her arms to be so strong. 400 push ups. Tian stood up and swung his arms. He was tired of it. The experience points added later were less. And it only increased the muscle and bone density of the upper limbs. Try frog jumps. Balance it. Tian bent his knees, squatted, swung his arms, and jumped. Muscle and bone density plus 3. Jumping ability plus 3. Breathing plus 20. Congratulations! Muscle and bone density have been promoted to LV3. Wow! Tian was surprised. This exercise is good. This exercise is not bad. It has added points in all aspects. It's just that the confinement room is narrow and cramped, which restricts Tian's movements. After lunch, he took a nap at noon, and Tian became restless again in the afternoon. Boxing. Airstrikes are not satisfying. There is no pleasure of hitting the target and punching the flesh. Hit the wall. A movie scene flashed through Tian's mind. The protagonist in the Raid 1 hit the wall with a fist tied with a bandage. Ah! That scene is too impactful. A man should hit the wall. It happened that the muscle and bone density level has been raised to LV3. Tian wanted to try and see what the difference is between his muscles and bones and those of ordinary people. Bang! Muscles, bone density plus 5. Breathing plus 5. Tian swung his fist and hit the wall with about 20% of his strength. The sound was loud, after all, it was such a small space. But I almost didn't feel any pain. Maybe a little bit? Not obvious. Almost imperceptible. It was about the same as a mosquito bite. Come again. Bang. 40% strength. Muscle, bone density plus 8. Breathing plus 9. The sound is louder. A clear finger mark is left on the wall. The pain is a little more obvious this time. But it's only a little obvious, basically no effect. Come again. Bang. Muscles, bone density plus 13. Breathing plus 11. 70% strength. This time it really hurts. Stinging. Tian's punch broke the brick and cut a bloody wound on the back of his hand. There was no problem with the finger bones. The finger bones could fully withstand his strength. The guard couldn't sit still. Bang, bang, bang. The guard slammed the iron door heavily. What are you doing? Tian ignored him and was having a great time fighting. He thought to himself. Muscle and bone density LV1 should be similar to that of ordinary people. After a period of military training, the soldier should be between LV1 and LV2. I am level 3. The density of muscles and bones exceeds that of ordinary people. Try your best. Tian adjusted his breathing and punched again. This time, he tried his best. Bang! Bang! The brick on the outside of the wall flew out and smashed the marble bricks on the floor. Muscle, bone density plus 30. Breathing plus 30. Congratulations, your breathing stage has been promoted to LV3. This punch directly smashed 2 bricks and penetrated the entire wall. If someone was in the corridor outside, they would be able to see Tian's fist extending outside the wall. It hurts. But it's within the tolerance range. It's bearable. Compared with the pleasure of a punch through the wall, what is this pain? Tian was excited again. Front straight punch, back straight punch, left hook, right hook, bang bang bang. Broken bricks flew everywhere. The wall seemed to have experienced a war, perfectly explaining what it meant to be riddled with holes. Company commander's office. Oh no, Miao Lian, something terrible has happened. The guard rushed in a panic. Miao Lian frowned. Why are you so panicked? Who? The guard said breathlessly, that new recruit in solitary confinement, that beast is demolishing the house in the solitary confinement room. Demolish the house? What do you mean by demolishing the house? Explain it clearly. Meow. Lien was full of confusion. He couldn't imagine that scene. How could a new soldier in solitary confinement demolish the house? Just. The guard didn't know what to say, and he stammered for a long time without saying anything. Miao Lian was annoyed. Okay, stop talking, come on, take me to see it. Chapter 4. Walking into the confinement room, he saw the densely packed holes on the wall. The holes left by Tian's fists. Fist holes. The sunlight like broken gold shone through the holes, beams of light, extremely dazzling. Miao Lian was stunned in place, dumbfounded. What's going on here? Miao Lian asked with a serious face. The guard said that guy. Miao Lian said coldly, I didn't ask you. I'm asking you. Miao Lian pointed at Tian and questioned. Tian scratched his head, grinned and said, I'm sorry, I was just in a good mood and my hands were itching. Hands are itching. What does that mean? Are you scratching? Looking at the dozens of holes in the wall and the broken bricks on the ground, Miao Lian finally had a picture in his mind. But, even though he saw the wall being messed up like this with his own eyes, Miao Lian still found it hard to believe. How could it be possible? How did you treat it? Treat another one for me to see. Miao Lian had to witness it with his own eyes. Since Miao Lian wanted to see it, then, show off your skills. As long as Miao Lian paid attention to it, it would be up to Miao Lian to decide which class to go to. Okay, then I will show you how ugly I am. Tian walked to the wall, raised his fist, and bang. Oh my god! Miao Lian's whole body trembled, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Miao Lian walked to the wall himself, looking at the dozens of shocking fist holes on the wall, and a huge wave of rage rose in his heart. Damn it! Is this animal still a human? You, you are full of energy, right? Ah! Get out of here, I want to see how energetic you are, get out of here and run 50 laps on the playground. Meow. Lien pretended to be angry. I thought he was a troublemaker, and he beat up 7 squad leaders right after joining the army. Unexpectedly. This guy is not only a troublemaker, but also a ferocious and brutal beast. A martial arts master. An absolute martial arts master. This is a treasure. Miao Lian was overjoyed, but on the surface he pretended to be serious. After all, Tian first beat up 7 squad leaders and 9 new recruits, and now he has demolished the confinement room. It is unreasonable not to punish him. In addition, Miao Lian also wanted to take this opportunity to test Tian's endurance. A strong fist may not necessarily have good physical strength. On the playground. Seeing Zhuang Yan, Chen Zihua and the others with bruised faces and noses, Lao Pao was furious. A bunch of cowards. Rubbish. You guys are still serving in the army like this. What kind of soldier is it if you don't even dare to fight back when being beaten? Ah! You might as well go back home and plant sweet potatoes. All are ready for the 5-kilometer trip. Turn right. Run, go. Lao Pao took the lead, and led Zhuang Yan, Chen Zihua and 9 other recruits to run on the playground. 5 kilometers. 1 kilometer is 1,000 meters, and 5 kilometers is 5,000 meters. The playground was built according to international standards, and the inner circle is 400 meters. That is 12.5 laps. After all, they are recruits. Except for Zhuang Yan, the others have never received training. It is impossible for them to go running when they are full. In the era when people could barely eat, there was no such thing as morning jogging and night jogging to lose weight. 5 kilometers is very difficult for them. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. In the 3rd lap, except for Zhuang Yan and Lao Pao, the other 8 people all fell behind. They stuck out their tongues and chased the 2 people half dead. 10 laps. 11 laps. 12 laps. It has exceeded 5 kilometers, and Zhuang Yan and Lao Pao are still competing. At this time, Miao Lian came with Tian. He lined up the recruits near the playground. Several squad leaders who were training turned their heads and scratched their heads. It was awkward. When Tian appeared, the recruits immediately turned their eyes to him. SHH. See, over there, that beast is coming. Wasn't he in solitary confinement? Why is he released so soon? This guy is definitely a martial arts student. He can beat more than 10 people by himself. So cool. I wish I were as good as him. Patrolman Chen was there too. Seeing that Lien Miao had arrived, he was also paying attention to the running of Zhuang Yan and Lao Pao. Patrolman Chen said with an amazed expression, "It's a full 6 kilometers. 6 kilometers. For veterans, 6 kilometers is also a big challenge, not to mention that Zhuang Yan is still a rookie. This is enough to make Patrolman Chen look at him with new eyes." Several other platoon leaders also came up one by one, with serious expressions. They didn't know that the reason why Zhuang Yan was so good at running was mainly because this kid ran through the whole city almost every day in pursuit of Xiaoying. Over time, Zhuang Yan developed super physical strength. Tian certainly knew this. At the same time, it also ignited the war in his heart. My breathing gas stage has broken through LV3, and the density of my muscles and bones is also LV3. It should be no problem to surpass him. Tian was eager to try. As if he noticed Tian's burning gaze, Zhuang Yan glanced at him and then suddenly sped up. It seemed that he was competing with an old gun, but in fact Zhuang Yan had the intention to compete with Tian. After all, he was young and frivolous. Being beaten by Tian for no reason, Zhuang Yan was very upset. "I admit that you are good at fighting. But, in long-distance running, you are just a younger brother. Come on, Xiao Zhuang." Seeing Zhuang Yan suddenly speed up, Chen Zihua, who fell to the ground, squeezed out the last bit of strength in her body and shouted. Zhuang Yan swung his arms wildly and soon surpassed Lao Pao. Oh 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 oh! Hundreds of new recruits in the audience were suddenly boiling with excitement. They had always been ridden on the heads of their squad leaders and shit on them. Now, a new recruit surpassed the squad leader in a long-distance run, and finally avenged them. Miao Lian suddenly kicked Tian on the butt. "Aren't you full of energy? Why are you still standing there? 50 laps. Run, go." Chen Pai was stunned. 50 laps. 1 lap is 400 meters. The inner lap is more than 400 meters. Even if it is the inner lap, 50 laps is 20,000 meters, which is 20 kilometers. After Tian went to the playground, Pai Chen couldn't help but say, "What's the grudge, Captain Miao? Captain Miao, this guy. This guy just joined the army and beat up all 7 squad leaders in the platoon. He just demolished the confinement room. What do you think, should he be punished?" Pai Chen was dumbfounded and said after a long time, "So it was this guy." Chapter 5. On the playground. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tian twisted his waist and stuck his butt up high. He moved his wrists and ankles. He kicked his legs. After a set of movements, Miao Lian was furious. It was too coquettish. Just when Miao Lian wanted to curse, Tian finally started running. Not fast. The speed of a normal person. Swinging arms and naturally lifting knees. The movements are not agile, but very light. Breathing +1. Breathing +1. Breathing +1. Muscle and bone density +1. The increase is not much. After running about half a lap, the muscle and bone density only increased a little. It seems that after the level is upgraded to level 3, it is difficult to increase the muscle and bone density with ordinary small movements. Just over 3 minutes. Tian completed the first lap. The speed of an ordinary person. After 1 lap, Tian's body was warm. In very good condition. Now, you can speed up. Take off. Whoosh. When Tian passed by Zhuang Yan and the others, a gust of wind followed. Tian's current speed was very fast, equivalent to an ordinary person's 100-meter sprint. Miao Lian frowned at the first moment and muttered, "What does this beast want to do?" Chen Pai's mouth twitched, and a hint of sarcasm appeared. If I remember correctly, Miao Lian asked him to run 50 laps, not 5. Even if it was 5 laps, Tian couldn't hold on at this speed. Ha! Zhuang Yan sneered. A reckless man is a reckless man. He is a fool without a brain. He only knows how to rush. Long-distance running is not that easy. Just watch. Start running now. This idiot will be lying on the ground panting like a dog in 100 meters at most. As a bootlicker with more than 10 years of experience in long-distance running, Zhuang Yan was very sure. Tian couldn't run more than 100 meters at most. Anyone with a little running knowledge, how can you sprint at the beginning of a 50-lap 20-kilometer long-distance race? Sprint? That was what Zhuang Yan, Miao Lian, Chen Pai and others thought was a sprint. In fact, Tian just increased his speed a little. For him, this speed was far from the level of sprinting. It was not even a fast run. It was just a little faster than a jog. In less than 10 seconds, Tian rushed over 100 meters. Zhuang Yan still had a sneer on his face. 130 meters, 140 meters, 150 meters. Who? A strong wind blew in his face. Tian flashed past him. A circle. Zhuang Yan's smile froze, replaced by full of confusion. Why didn't he? Tian was still running. He didn't appear as Zhuang Yan said, lying on the ground and panting like a dog. Moreover, Tian began to speed up again. If Tian's speed just now was equivalent to their own 400-meter sprint in the eyes of Zhuang Yan and others, then now, Tian's speed is no different from a 100-meter sprint. A 100-meter sprint, trying one's best, just to save every second. That was in the eyes of Zhuang Yan and Chen Pai, Tian's speed was a 100-meter sprint. In fact, Tian just quickened his pace. It was far from the level of a full sprint. The LV3 breathing segment provides super lung capacity. There is no situation of insufficient oxygen at all. The bones and muscle density of LV3 provide sufficient power. If you look closely, in fact, Tian's frequency of changing steps is not particularly fast. The steps are big. One step is half a foot. Before the person lands, the toes tap the ground lightly like a dragonfly touching the water. Whoosh! Isn't that the same as the qinggong in martial arts dramas? Tian enjoyed it. When running, many people feel tired at first. But when you really start running, the thrill of running like the wind and lightning will give you the illusion of spreading your wings and flying in the air. In one word, awesome. It's the third lap. Tian's speed doesn't show any sign of stopping. This kid has good physical strength. Pai Chen was very envious. If he had such abundant physical strength, he wouldn't have. Lao Pao kept staring at Tian with his peripheral vision, thinking it seems that I have to strengthen my training in the future. Losing to Zhuang Yan would be fine, but now there is a more perverted monster. As the squad leader, Tian brought him a lot of pressure. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. The next sentence is even worse. The front wave died on the beach. Lao Pao is still young, but he doesn't want to be left far behind by Tian and others when his life has just begun. Okay, ha 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 ha. Good. Miao Lianal was so happy that he pointed at Tian and several platoon leaders and said, this animal is a promising talent. A promising talent. The fourth lap. The fifth lap. The sixth lap. Tian's control over his limbs and speed became more and more proficient. However, the points added were a little too little. Especially the density of muscles and bones, which hardly increased. After running a lap, he gained a little experience. However, the experience value of the breathing stage increased rapidly, and it was about to break through LV4. Tian pondered for a while. Will extreme running increase it a little more? Try it. It's true that the body belongs to Tian, but he just came here, and Tian's emotions have not yet been fully integrated. More, he regards his body as a character in the game. Especially in the early stage of breathing, fighting expertise and muscle and bone density breakthroughs are rapid. Speed and strength increase. It's just right to use running to allow Tian to integrate as quickly as possible and adapt to the current extraordinary strength and speed. At the same time, improve and break through. Looking at the eyes gathered outside the playground, Tian's mouth curled up a beautiful arc. It's confidence. Next, face the wind. Sprint with all your strength. Chapter 6. How many laps? The seventh lap. Chen Zihua kept counting. One lap is 400 meters, 7,000 is 2,800, hiss. This guy has been sprinting since the second lap, and he has shown no signs of exhaustion. This is really awesome. The others were talking about it. Every face was filled with amazement. I'm afraid he's from the track and field team. It's possible, and at least it's a national-level track and field team. Finally, Chen Zihua made a decision, stay away from this guy when running in the future, it's easy to suffer 10,000 points of critical damage. Others agreed. This guy is not a human, he is simply a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. Who the hell can compete with him? The next second, Chen Zihua almost jumped up. On the playground track paved with gravel and sand, a rolling yellow sand suddenly rose up, as if a mad buffalo was running wildly, with a mighty momentum. In the thick dust, a nimble figure whizzed past Chen Zihua. The speed was so fast that it was like a big black rat jumping over. 1 second, 2 seconds. Bang! The strong wind blew in his face, carrying the gravel and hitting Zhuang Yan in the face. The force was like a big slap in the face. It was burning. Damn it! Pa! A big black rat ran over, and another gust of wind hit Zhuang Yan's face. Where is the person? Miao Lian has developed an old habit of blinking habitually since he got the fake eyeball installed. After all, fake is fake, and it is a foreign body. It is very uncomfortable to fill the human body with foreign bodies, so he will blink every few seconds. In just a blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, Tian's figure was no longer in his sight. Of course, Tian was still running wildly on the playground. It's just that the yellow sand rolled, covering the entire track of the playground. Not to mention Miao Lian, Chen Pai was also in a trance. Chen Pai widened his eyes and stared straight. When a black shadow flashed in front of him, Chen Pai was so excited that he almost jumped up. Miao Lian, look, look! Over there! The 18th lap! A full 7,200 meters! Tisk, tisk, tisk! Platoon Chen was amazed. The army was definitely a place of dragons and tigers. Every year, there would be a few extraordinary people. But running so recklessly was unprecedented. Half an hour ago, Platoon Chen was still amazed that Zhuang Yan, a new recruit, actually ran 6,000 meters in one breath, and even surpassed the old gun in the end. At this time, Zhuang Yan had been forgotten by Platoon Chen. And Tian, forget it, the two are not at the same level at all. There is no comparison at all. No wonder, Chen Pai muttered. Miao Lian stared at Tian intently, and he didn't dare to do his old habit anymore. He subconsciously asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Pai grinned and said, "No wonder Miao Lian called him a beast. This guy is really an animal, it's so fitting." Chen Pai even had a thought in his mind, if he is so good at running, why doesn't he participate in the world competition? What's the point of being a soldier? This idea can only be thought about, if you say it out loud, Miao Lian will definitely kick himself. Pa! At the beginning of the 20th lap, the people guarding the playground spitted one after another. Then, they retreated. The dust was too heavy. Their eyes and mouths were full of sand. Hundreds of people, including Miao Lian and Chen Pai, all retreated more than 10 meters. I don't know when the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. The training ground where hundreds of soldiers gathered was dead silent. A fart hitting the heel could be clearly heard. The crowd was like a sculpture. They were witnessing Tian, this freak, creating an unsurpassed myth in front of them. Cough cough. I don't know, maybe my watch is broken. Did you guys bring watches? Pai Chen looked up and asked the other squad leaders. He had just done a test and found that Tian only took 25 seconds to run a lap. 25. What does that mean? 16 meters in 1 second. Lao Pao got goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. It's more than just an animal, it's a human-shaped cannon. Too fierce. The old man's expression was particularly wonderful, and his exaggerated facial features clearly showed, amazing. Such an awesome soldier, but he didn't choose him. The old man regretted it deeply. He should have blinded himself. But, even if he chose him, it would be awkward. Because he couldn't control him at all. He was not qualified to teach him. Alas! Looking at Tian's sharp and swift figure on the playground, the old man felt mixed emotions and didn't know how to choose. Losing in one corner is probably his current mentality. 40 laps. Huff, huff, huff. Tian breathed in and out deeply. Running more than 30 laps at full sprint speed was very exhausting even for him. His heart was beating hard. Boom. Boom, boom. Tian felt like his body was a drum and his heart was a mallet, beating the drum desperately. His legs had lost all feeling. His legs weren't tired. When you run to a certain extent, basically as long as you can catch your breath, you can keep running. His hands and feet swung mechanically, his body was red. He was a little tired. But, it was very refreshing. Not only did he gain a lot of points, but they were also very comprehensive. Breathing plus 15. Jumping power plus 3. Breathing plus 15. Jumping power plus 2. Breathing plus 15. Muscle, Bone density +1. Breathing +15. But, Tian's speed slowed down little by little after all. It was obvious that he was very tired. His nose was not enough. He opened his mouth to breathe deeply. Pai Chen was very worried. Miao Lian, that's enough, don't run this kid to death. Miao Lian also had the same idea, and shouted at the top of his voice, Xiao Tian, stop running, adjust your breathing, and walk slowly. You guys, hurry up and watch over there. Miao Lian was worried that Tian might collapse at any time. If that happened, he would have to be supported by someone and walk a few laps slowly. In serious cases, he might even die. At this time, a voice rang in Tian's ears. Congratulations! Breathing Qi Stage Advancement LV4. Chapter 7. There are still 10 laps left. Let the storm come even harder. Tian was ready to speed up and sprint again. At this time, Chen Pai and his men ran towards Tian. Animal. No, kid, Miao Lian said it's okay, no need to run. Are you okay? Don't stop suddenly. Do you want us to help you walk a few laps? While speaking, Chen Pai handed Tian a bottle of mineral water, and did not forget to tell him drink a few sips, don't drink too much. After dozens of laps, Tian was indeed in a state of dehydration. He took the mineral water, took a sip, swallowed it, and then took another sip and swallowed it. After that, he poured the mineral water on his head. Tian shouted, awesome! Then, speed up, speed up, speed up. Sprint with all your strength. 40 laps have been run out of 50 laps. The last 10 laps are left. If you don't finish them, wouldn't it be giving up halfway? Breathing Stage LV4. It's just a small realm improvement, but it brings Tian a completely different feeling. With one breath, the oxygen between heaven and earth is immediately taken into the alveoli, and transported to the limbs through blood circulation, making the body full of vitality. One circle, one circle, one circle. Breathing +2. Breathing +2. Bounce +1. Muscles, bones are dense, speed +1. Zhuang Yan, Chen Zihua, Chen Pai and Miao Lian were numb. There were only 3 laps left. Tian, the humanoid cannon, finally stopped. Everyone thought he would stop running and it was time to take a breath. Even machines would get hot and malfunction. Sprinting for 47 laps is unprecedented. But Tian was not resting. He just thought the points added by running were too few. The upgrade was not fast enough. So he squatted down and did 3 frog jumps. The old cannon's jaw dropped to the ground with a click. Zhuang Yan covered his face and cried. Miao Lian's back teeth were exposed, and he came to Lao Pao to show off. Xiao Pao, how are you feeling? Don't be fooled by your thick eyebrows and big eyes, they are blind. Your eyesight is not as good as mine, who is half blind. If you don't want this soldier, I will arrange for him to join the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Lian Miao stared at Tian deeply and said, this soldier, let alone my Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, if Gao Tu Lao Jiao was here, if I didn't agree, he would drive a tank to our company to rob people. Do you believe it? You don't know what's good. Humph. The old man was aggrieved like a baby weighing more than 100 pounds. Not only did he get beaten for nothing, but now Miao Lian was humiliating him for him. Speaking of the old dog, Miao Lian paused and hurriedly greeted the platoon leaders and squad leaders on his left and right. That's right. Don't say anything. This kid is my soldier, Miao. Don't let others snatch him away before he gets too warm. As for what Tian chooses, it's all up to him. Either follow Lao Pao or go directly to the reconnaissance company. Anyway, Miao Company is ready to hold him in his hands, and he must not let others snatch him away for a while. The 3 rounds of frog jumps are over. The crowd did not cheer. Everyone looked at Tian as if he were a monster. Just run. And 3 rounds of frog jumps. Tian's operation was so sexy. Tian took off his military uniform and wiped his face. He was exposed to his tendon meat. He looked thin when he was wearing clothes. After taking off his clothes, his muscles were evenly distributed, without the exaggerated biceps like a fitness coach. Everything was just right. It can be called the golden ratio. With one breath, the chest and abdomen rose and fell, and the muscle lines outlined his sexy figure. He was simply a walking hormone. Brother Pao, how is it? Can I join your class now? Tian. ran towards Lao Pao and the others with a smile on his face. Lao Pao looked at Tian with deep eyes, and after a moment of silence, he looked up and said, I welcome you to join my class, because from now on, you are the target of my pursuit. One day, I will surpass you. But Lao Pao looked at Miao Lian, my quota is full. There are 10 people in a class. Lao Pao has already selected 9 people, plus himself, a total of 10 people. Everyone has reported to his class. It is unfair to kick someone out at this time. No matter who is kicked out, it is very unfair to that person. How can he stay in the company for the next few years? Miao Lian has been staring at Tian, with that ambiguous little look, and those who don't know would think he is choosing a son-in-law. The more he looks, the more rare it is. This is easy. At worst, you can add another place to your class. It's just a matter of adding an extra bed and a pair of chopsticks. The problem is, you beat up everyone in the class. Will it be inconvenient to get along with them in the future? Miao Lian was afraid that Tian would be isolated by Zhuang Yan and the others. This kid is too reckless. But I like him. Ha ha ha. Why don't you join my reconnaissance company? Lao Pao said. Chen Pai and the others were stunned. They looked shocked. You know, the reconnaissance company is made up of the best soldiers selected from the army. In the play, Lao Pao said that only the best soldiers are qualified to join the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. And Tian. On the first day of joining the army, Miao Lian personally invited him to join the reconnaissance company, unprecedented. Hey! What's the big deal? Just treat it as a real battle between me and my brothers. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Tian said nonchalantly. Maybe he will join the reconnaissance company in the future, and then study with the wolf tooth of Go Jiu Lao Gao. Now, Tian still wants to be in the same class with Zhuang Yan, Chen Zihua and others. After all, he has watched the TV series over and over again, and only these grandsons are familiar with him. Chapter 8. Tian got into Lao Pao's class as he wished. Tian walked towards Chen Zihua with a fist. Zhuang Yan and the others. I'm sorry, brothers. The reason I beat you up is because I want to be in the same class with you guys. Please forgive me, please forgive me. For the next period of time, the mysterious and confident Tian got along very well with Chen Zihua and the others, but he could not say a few words to the arrogant Zhuang Yan from Siju City. This guy is too narrow-minded. Yes, he is from Siju City, under the feet of the emperor, and has an innate sense of superiority. In addition, this kid is a college student. Naturally, he regards himself as a rare national treasure. The result? Not only was he beaten up by Tian for no reason, but he was also left far behind by Tian in long-distance running, which he is best at. Zhuang Yan tasted the taste of frustration for the first time in his life. He was holding back a breath of anger in his heart, so naturally he didn't look good. Tian didn't have the bad habit of pampering people. I wanted to persuade him not to keep long hair in the future, it was too feminine. Now, pull a few. The days when I couldn't show off passed by in a flash. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lao Pao took Tian and the others to the shooting range for live fire training. 3 whole months. Finally, I can touch a gun. Outside the shooting range, Lao Pao first took Tian, Chen Zihua and the others to the waiting area. Sitting on the small bench in the waiting area, listening to the crackling sound of gunfire in the shooting range and smelling the pungent smell of gunpowder, Tian was so excited that he pooped everywhere. People who have never been in the army can hardly understand Tian's mood at this time. How to say it? Snapped. Pa, pa, pa. Listening to the sound of gunfire, Tian had the illusion of being in the scene of an action movie from an island country. It would be his turn soon, the first time in his life. Anxious. Excited. Don't shoot immediately. I have to fight for an hour. Chen Zihua and the others were not much better. They couldn't sit still. The chair was burning their butts. Zhuang Yan was relatively calm, and his eyes occasionally swept over Tian, with a haughty attitude between his eyebrows. Others had never touched a gun, but Zhuang Yan had. And he had fed a lot of bullets. Little did they know that he was from the school shooting team. Only students under the emperor's feet could enjoy this treatment. At first glance, Tian was a country bumpkin who had never touched a gun. Snort. You country bumpkin, wait a minute and I, Zhuang Yan, will get 100 rings and shock everyone in the room. What's so great about long-distance running? The real skill of a soldier is to be able to shoot a gun. Country bumpkin. Even if I give you another 3 years, you still won't be able to hit 100 rings. Zhuang Yan was full of confidence. Half an hour later, it was finally the turn of the first shift. The first stage was an oral examination. If you can't even grasp the basic theory, then let alone load live ammunition. Then Lao Pao took them to the shooting range. The first link. Loading the bullets. Loading the bullets into the magazine. Touching the heavy bullets, the metal touch from the fingertips, the nose seemed to be able to smell the strong smell of gunpowder in the bullets. For a moment, nervousness, excitement, worry, countless emotions surged in his heart. Miao Lian is here. He came for Tian. After several months of training, Tian showed super physical fitness. With his ability, there is absolutely no problem for him to become an excellent special forces soldier. Now it depends on whether Tian can pass the live-fire shooting. To be honest, Miao Lian is more nervous than Tian at this moment. He has already urinated several times before the live-fire shooting started. I don't know if it's because he drank too much tea in the morning. The next link after loading the bullets is to aim the guns. When Tian and the others were lying on the ground aiming their guns at the target, Lao Pao walked back and forth behind them, repeatedly reminding them what is the most important thing in live-fire shooting. It's the mentality. You need to keep a calm mind and be calm. Why are your arms shaking? Alzheimer's disease. Adjust your breathing, and if you keep shaking, get out of here. One of the new recruits was so excited that his arms kept shaking. The old man kicked him, and the new recruit's trouser pocket was soaked on the spot. Who? Tian took a deep breath. In the waiting area, he was very excited and couldn't control himself. When he really went on stage and touched the gun, Tian quickly calmed down. He had a natural advantage as his breathing stage had broken through LV4. He could even hold his breath for up to 10 minutes. The longest breath holding time in the world is 22 minutes. Tian narrowed his left eye and stared at the target 100 meters away with full concentration. Field of view +1. Field of view +1. Field of view +1. A distance of 100 meters. Ordinary people can only see the target, and basically can't see the center of the target, but only know the approximate position. However, Tian's vision is different from that of ordinary people, so he can clearly see every number and every pattern on the target. Prepare. Shooting. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Accuracy +10. Accuracy +10. Accuracy +10. Congratulations. Accuracy has reached level 2. Target reporter target number 1, 78 rings. Target number 2, 69 rings. Target number 3, off target. Target number 4, 5 rings. Target number 5, 71 rings. Target number 5 was Chen Zihua. When Chen Zihua heard the score of 71 rings, her back teeth were exposed with joy. She was very satisfied to get such a result in her first live-fire shooting. Target number 6, 99 rings. Target number 6 was Zhuang Yan. When the target announcer said 99 rings, the crowd was immediately excited. 99. Hiss. Xiao Zhuang, sure. You're a sharpshooter, brother. Everyone turned their eyes to Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan proudly stuck out his tongue at Chen Zihua and the others, and finally turned his head and rolled his eyes at Tian. Look at his arrogant and proud look. Chapter 9. Target number 7. Target 7, the target reporter hesitated for a long time, and finally ran to the old man and whispered a few words without saying a word. Everyone was puzzled. I don't know what happened. Did something go wrong? Even if the shot missed, there is still a miss to report. Facing the questioning eyes of the crowd, Tian remained calm and unmoved. That's right, there's only one muzzle on the target, and it hits the 10 rings. The current situation is that we don't know whether he fired 1 shot or 10 shots, and all the bullets hit the bull's-eye and penetrated from the same trajectory. They. Target reporter whispered in his ear. 10 bullets, all hit the bull's-eye, and penetrated from the same bullet hole? Impossible. How could a rookie who has never touched a gun be so amazing? As far as Lao Pao knows, even Go Tiu Lao Gao may not be able to hit 1 bullet hole out of 10 shots. Either he only fired 1 shot, or the other 9 bullets all missed the target. It's too mysterious. Lao Pao would rather believe that Tian missed the target than believe that he hit one bullet hole out of 10 bullets. Give me the gun. Lao Pao walked up to Tian and took the rifle from Tian's hand. He pulled the bolt and removed the magazine. There was not a single bullet left. He fired 10 rounds. So it was the second case. After the first shot hit the bullseye, the other 9 bullets all missed the target. It could also be that he missed the target intentionally. After all, this kid is such a flamboyant person. In the distance, Miao Lianzi said to Chen Pai with satisfaction, Zhuang Yan is not bad either. He actually shot 99 rings. This batch of new recruits is very good. I am very satisfied. But compared with Tian, Zhuang Yan is not even close. Regardless of physical fitness or personality, Zhuang Yan is not as likable as Tian. Tian is positive, optimistic, sunny, and handsome, while Zhuang Yan is too self-centered. Miao Lian is still very accurate in judging people. In just a few words, he hit the nail on the head. Chen Pai nodded. People from big cities have this problem, with a strong sense of superiority, self-centered, selfish, and no sense of collective honor. But the advantage is that they are knowledgeable, so it's half good and half bad. What's going on with Tian? Miao Lian suddenly became nervous. 10 rings, or 100 rings. The target reporter couldn't tell. If it was 10 rings, then Tian was too scheming. If it was 100 rings, then, it was impossible. If it was true, it was too shocking. The old man couldn't believe it. On this side, Zhuang Yan sneered, do you still need to judge this? It must be 10 rings. How can there be one bullet hole in 10 bullets? What are you thinking? Let me see. The ring he hit on the bull's eye was probably a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The other 9 bullets all missed the target, that's his true level. Zhuang Yan said sarcastically. Lao Pao also couldn't stand Zhuang Yan's narrow-mindedness. It was disgusting to see a soldier quibbling all day long. Did I ask you to speak? Shut up. The old man snorted and rolled his eyes. This is simple. Give me 10 more bullets and I'll shoot again. He only cleaned his gun once every 3 months. Tian wished he could shoot 10,000 bullets. But that was the only way. Load the bullets. This time, Tian didn't lie down, but stood up with the gun and aimed. In less than a breath, Tian pulled the trigger. Bang! Less than half a second after the gunshot, Tian moved the muzzle and pulled the trigger again. Bang! 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 Tian fired 10 bullets in one breath, with almost no pause in between. Just, very casually. As if it was a joke. After the gunshots, the target reporter ran to look at the target. Then he shouted loudly, 10 rings. Haha! Zhuang Yan laughed like a pig. I was right, wasn't I? I don't know what they were thinking, they actually let him fire 10 more bullets, isn't this a waste of bullets? Bullets are free, right? Zhuang Yan was very jealous. He was so good. He had shot 99 rings, but he only shot 10 bullets. Tian was a waste. Trash. He actually shot 20 bullets. He felt unbalanced. Before Zhuang Yan's smile faded, the target reporter on the other side ran to the next target. 10 rings. Then the next. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. The target reporter was more and more frightened. He had reported targets tens of thousands of times, but he had never seen such a fierce new recruit. He walked to the last target. Seeing the bullet hole in the middle of the bullseye, the target reporter was furious. It was terrifying to think about it. If nothing unexpected happened, the beast's first shot would probably result in one bullet hole in 10 bullets. A total of 100 rings. The target reporter himself couldn't believe what he said. Lao Pao took a deep look at Tian, and was shocked beyond words. This beast once again overturned Lao Pao's perception of him. 10 targets. 10 rings. He stood there without moving a step, and fired 10 shots in less than 10 seconds, but hit the bull's eye of 10 targets at different distances and angles opposite. Thinking of Tian's first shot with 10 bullets and 1 bullet hole, Lao Pao couldn't calm down for a long time. The smile on Zhuang Yan's face gradually solidified. That expression was as if he had swallowed half a pound of hot shit by mistake, and it was very unpleasant. There is one thing this kid said in the play that is right. The sharpshooter is fed with bullets. Tian will tell them that he has played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for thousands of hours. Of course, this is all before the time travel. As a military enthusiast, Tian is an expert from CS to Crossfire and later PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Although I have never touched a gun, I have a lot of practical experience in games. I have fired more than 100 million bullets, not to mention 10,000. Flick sniping. Instant sniping. Blind sniping. Do you know how to hit a box? Ha ha ha. Tian came to Xiao Zhuang and twisted his waist and hips. His dance was enchanting. While shaking his flowery hands, he sang how lonely it is to be invincible. Look at this beast's mean look. Lao Pao couldn't bear to look at it. Too cocky. Chapter 10. Through the telescope, he saw the target reporter walking around the targets one by one. Then Tian waved his hands in front of Zhuang Yan. Miao Lian was confused. Why did he jump up? So what was his score? Miao Lian was curious. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claws, but he couldn't ask directly. A regiment has 3 battalions, and a battalion has 3 companies. In other words, the regiment where the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is located has 9 companies. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is just one of them. Strictly speaking, Tian, Chen Zihua, Zhuang Yan and others are not soldiers. They are still a group of recruits without a company. Miao Lian is too concerned, which has a bad influence. Ahem. Miao Lian suddenly cleared his throat and shouted seriously, Chen Qia Tao. Here. Chen Pai had a bad feeling. He knew exactly what kind of person Miao Lian was. As expected. Miao Lian said shamelessly, you pretend to pass by and ask about the situation. I want to know how many rings that guy has. Chen Pai was embarrassed. This. What this and that, go quickly. Yes. At night. Miao Lian called Tian out. In order to win over the soldiers here, Miao Lian was willing to risk his reputation. It's better to strike first. Anyway, the training period for new recruits is almost over. I just arrived a dozen days earlier, so it's not a violation. Boy, I heard you scored 100 rings. 10 bullets, 1 hole. Sure. Are you interested in joining my Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company? Tian was not the shy person like Zhuang Yan, so he readily agreed. Anyway, the training period for new recruits was almost over. Sooner or later, they would have to join the reconnaissance company, so why would they refuse? However, can I make a condition, Captain Miao? Tian was very straightforward. Captain Miao was delighted. You say, as long as it's not too much, I will try my best to satisfy you. Tian's expertise and accuracy in gunmanship are actually not very high. His gunmanship is top-notch among that group of recruits, but in the reconnaissance company and in the Wolf Fang, it is not good enough. Tian understands his strengths and weaknesses. So. Tian grinned and flattered lightly. As everyone knows, the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is the most powerful company in our regiment. During the Jing Gangshan period, our Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company was a particularly famous spearhead company. The veterans have told us that only the best soldiers are qualified to join the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. After joining the army, my biggest dream is to join the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Miao Lian's back teeth were exposed, and he was in ecstasy. Most people don't like flattery. But it's comfortable to be flattered by a top-level tiger and wolf soldier like Tian. Okay, stop talking to me about useless things. Just tell me, what are your conditions? Tian showed his foxtail and stretched out a finger. 1,000 bullets, as long as Miao Lian approves 1,000 bullets so that I can have a good time, from now on I, Tian, will be your Miao Lian soldier. 1,000 bullets can completely improve the accuracy to LV3, and the gunmanship expertise can also be improved by 1 level. It can also expand the field of vision. There are many benefits. What? 1,000 rounds? You might as well sell me out, I won't find you 1,000 rounds of bullets. Tian discovered that Miao Lian and Gao Tu Lao Jiao were probably of the same zodiac sign. They were both born in the year of the dog. They can turn against each other as fast as turning the pages of a book. After finding Tian's itch, Miao Lian was sure. In the army, not all soldiers can touch a gun. If they are assigned to the kitchen squad, they basically have no chance to use a gun. Ordinary soldiers can only shoot 20 to 30 rounds of bullets a year. The reconnaissance company is different. The reconnaissance company is equivalent to a high school, and it is to send elite soldiers to the Special Operations Team. It is the predecessor of the Special Operations Team. Live fire shooting training is common. A soldier can shoot about 500 rounds of bullets a year. Tian likes to shoot. He can't run away. He must come to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Therefore, Miao Lian's heart, which was in ups and downs, was settled. 300 rounds. As long as you come over, I will immediately approve 300 rounds of bullets for you, which will be enough to keep you shivering for the whole morning. Miao Lian made his own conditions. Tian was relentless. 800 rounds, this number is auspicious. 300 is too stingy. Tian muttered. Platoon Chen was dumbfounded. There is such a thing. I didn't have such a generous treatment when I joined the army. This beast is really greedy. 300 rounds are not enough. You know, the veterans of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company only have 500 rounds of ammunition a year. He hasn't even come in yet, and Captain Miao has specially approved 300 rounds for him. Since Pangu created the world, I have never heard of such a thing. Why do I? Okay, I won't argue with you. 500 rounds, that's the maximum. Miao Lian endured the pain. Miao Lian, we are all leaders, can you be more straightforward? I feel like you are just as timid as Zhuang. Tian did not retreat, and he might be just one bullet away from advancing. Roll. I feel upset looking at you. 800 is 800, go back and have a rest. Tomorrow I will report to Night Tiger. Platoon Leader Chen, this animal is yours, and the 800 bullets will be taken from your soldiers. Chapter 11. Tian returned to the dormitory. At this time, several grandchildren in the dormitory were discussing what to do after the training period. There is still half a month before we are assigned to the company. Guys, tell me, which company do you want to go to? Chen Zihua said without hesitation, of course, I want to go to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Is there any need to think about it? If you are a man, join the Reconnaissance Company. The Reconnaissance Company is a combat company. It is a spearhead company. The other companies are cooks, kitchen squads, and so on. It's so hard to become a soldier, but you go to the army to grow vegetables, raise pigs, and cook. How boring. Zhuang Yan, what about you? Are you going to the Reconnaissance Company? Chen Zihua asked. Zhuang Yan shook his head and said he didn't know. How can I put it? Zhuang Yan's purpose of coming to the army is not very pure. He is not here to be a soldier, he is here to pick up girls. Why go to the Reconnaissance Company? Is there something wrong with him? To be honest, I still can't figure out why I joined the army. Zhuang Yan seemed to be in deep thought. After a moment, Zhuang Yan changed the subject and said, it's not up to me whether I go to the Reconnaissance Company or not. However, Miao Lian is very interested in me. As you know, I am the only college student in the whole group, and I am excellent in all aspects. I'm physically stronger than you guys, I shot 99 rings in my first shooting attempt. There is no reason not to choose me. Zhuang Yan said confidently. At the end, he added, actually, I don't care. It doesn't matter where I go. Just at this time, Tian walked in. Zhuang Yan rolled his eyes and squinted at Tian. Then he climbed onto the bed with boredom. Let's all go to sleep. We'll know in a few days. What's there to talk about? There's no point in talking more. Chen Zihua scratched her head, feeling awkward. Everyone in the class knew that Zhuang Yan and Tian didn't get along. She had tried to persuade him several times. No matter how much she tried, Zhuang Yan just ignored her. There was nothing she could do. Brother Tian, the training period will be over in 10 days or half a month. Which company are you going to join? Hi. With Brother Tian's ability, it's up to him to decide which company to go to. Let's go to the Reconnaissance Company, Brother Tian. Then we will be together again, so we can take care of each other. As soon as Tian walked into the dormitory, several people in the class immediately gathered around him. Except Zhuang Yan. The rest of them, including Chen Zihua, got along well with Tian. Not only were they brothers, but they were also Tian's little fans. It is human nature to admire the strong, especially in a place like the army. It is not an exaggeration to say that the strong are supreme. However, only the strongest soldiers can enter the Reconnaissance Company and the Wolf Fang. Reconnaissance Company. Gang Miao Lian talked to me and asked me to come over. I agreed and will move in tomorrow. Brothers, work harder and try to get to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. In the future, brothers will train together, eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep together. After Tian finished speaking, the crowd was speechless for a while. Chen Zihua and the others knew that Tian would definitely go to the reconnaissance company, and they also knew that Miao Lian would definitely choose Tian. But they didn't expect it to happen so soon. Before the training period was over, Miao Lian poached Tian away. For a moment, everyone's eyes showed envy and admiration. Brother Tian is so domineering. He is worthy of being the role model of our class. Wait, when I get to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, I will definitely beat you. Ha ha ha. Chen Zihua and the others were envious. It was not jealousy, but more of a sense of pride. After all, Tian was in the same class with them, and they would be proud to tell others about it. Brother Tian, when will you move there tomorrow? At that time, the brothers will help you move your things together. By the way, take a look at the Night Tiger dormitory and choose the beds in advance. We will move there together in a few days. Tian said tomorrow at noon. I will have to trouble all the old brothers at that time. I will help you next time you move in. While speaking, Tian glanced at Zhuang Yan. In the play, Miao Lian is indeed optimistic about Zhuang Yan. He even said in front of Chen Pai, this kid is a good candidate for a special forces soldier. A good candidate, that's all. A piece of unformed raw material is not at the same level as Tian, a glittering unpolished jade. There is no comparison. As we all know, Miao Lian's request is very direct. He wants to be a special forces soldier, but because of his eye injury, he cannot dive and cannot pass the physical examination. Therefore, Miao Lian placed his long-cherished wish on his soldiers. I hope they can carry their dreams and resolutely become an excellent Lanja special forces soldier. Undoubtedly, the appearance of Tian brought great benefits to Miao Lian. Great hope. If nothing unexpected happens, Tian will definitely be able to become an outstanding Lanja special forces soldier in the future. Tian and Zhuang Yan don't have a good relationship. Just ask around and you'll know. Plus, Zhuang Yan is arrogant, selfish, and once centered on himself, thinking that the entire earth should revolve around him. He has to show off his personality in the army. What a joke. Miao Lian doesn't have a good impression of him. Miao Lian just talked to Tian and mentioned Zhuang Yan. In order to poach Tian, Miao Lian clearly told Tian that as long as he joined Ye Lao Hu, he could rest assured that Ye Lao Hu would never want Zhuang Yan. Miao Lian didn't have the courage to say it directly, but the implication of his words pointed directly to Zhuang Yan, who was disgusting. Tian didn't care. Chapter 12. The next day, Tian moved to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. In the afternoon, the bullets were distributed. It was only then that Chen Zihua and the others realized that not only had Lian Miao personally poached Tian half a month in advance, he had also specially approved 800 rounds of bullets for him to waste. 800 rounds of bullets. An average soldier only has 20 rounds of bullets a year. So, Tian wasted 40 years of bullets in just one morning. After hearing this, Zhuang Yan lost his energy to run. He was listless and couldn't muster up any energy the whole day. He thought to himself that the next time Lian Miao came to find him, he would have to ask him for 1,000 rounds of bullets, otherwise he would not go to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Bang! Accuracy +1. Vision +1. Gunmanship +1. Concentration +1. Bang! Tian lay on the ground, aiming his gun with a very focused look. Type 56. The troops like 56.5 of the troops. Heart. The target has exceeded the scope of people. Basically, the target is very vague, let alone the number on the target. The LV3 field of view is like a triple scope mounted on a gun barrel. The handsome and masculine Tian lies on the ground with a sharp gaze. Breathing. Concentrating. Pulling the trigger. Bang. Hit the bullseye. Accuracy +1. Vision +1. Gunmanship expertise +1. Concentration +1. Bang. Hit the bullseye. Bang. Perforation. Bang. Perforation. Bang bang bang. Perforation, perforation, perforation. 250 bullets. Tian could basically shoot 10 bullets through a bullet hole at will. Soon, 300 meters made Tian lose his desire to challenge. 500 meters. At this distance, unless Tian's vision breaks through LV4, or his gunmanship expertise breaks through LV4, if he wants to hit the bullseye continuously, it all depends on the gun's sense. Man and gun are one. Tian is far from this realm. Maybe in the future, his vision will break through LV5, LV8, and he will be invincible with his 8-fold scope. Tian did not deliberately aim at the bullseye. It would be good if he didn't miss the target. He fired a shot tentatively. Bang! The target was of course the target. But, it missed the target. I don't know where the bullet went. It was a little floating. Although the trajectory of the bullet cannot be seen with the naked eye, it can be felt. Maybe the gun is too old? Come again. Bang! It still floats. Now it depends on the gun feeling. It is also the best time to practice the gun feeling. One day half a month later. Miao Lian called Zhuang Yan out alone. Still out of love for talent, he wanted to give him a chance. Anyway, Tian was open-minded and didn't mind. Miao Lian specially asked Lao Pao about Zhuang Yan's training. In terms of training, apart from Tian, the monster, Zhuang Yan's performance in all aspects is very good. Among hundreds of new recruits, he is also the best. It's just that this personality is hesitant and pretentious, which is really annoying. This, you. As soon as Miao Lian opened his mouth, Zhuang Yan raised a finger and interrupted Miao Lian's speech. 1,000 rounds. Miao Lian was stunned for a moment. Why did this scene look so familiar? 1,000 rounds? What do you mean by 1,000 rounds? Zhuang Yan had waited for more than half a month, and finally Miao Lian came. He couldn't help but speak out. Bullets. You came to me because you want me to go to the Night Tiger Company, right? I can go. But you have to approve 1,000 rounds of bullets for me. As the saying goes. People fight for their dignity, and trees live by their skin. Since Miao Lian specially approved 800 bullets for Tian, then he should specially approve 1,000 bullets for himself. Why is it 200 more than Tian? If you want to say why, it's because Zhuang Yan is a college student. Zhuang Yan's actions made Miao Lian speechless for a while. Where does his confidence come from? And 1,000 bullets. Haha. The last time 800 bullets were specially approved for Tian, it was considered a serious violation of regulations. After all, the bullets issued by the higher UPS are limited. If you, Tian, fired 800 rounds, the total amount will be reduced by 800 rounds. It's really that Miao Lian likes this kid too much, so he made special arrangements. Thinking about how exciting it would be if the Night Tiger Company trained a soldier that would make Gaotu Laojiao and the others look at him with admiration. Zhuang Yan. Looking at Zhuang Yan, Miao Lian's eyes were deep, and he didn't know where to start. Zhuang Yan raised his eyebrows and said firmly, I tell you that 1,000 rounds is the minimum. This number cannot be negotiated, otherwise there is no room for discussion. Miao. Lian nodded, and the little interest he had left was gone. Fine. Then do as you say. Go wherever you want. It's not a bad thing that you don't come to Night Tiger. After saying that, Miao Lian turned and left. Zhuang Yan was left alone, watching Miao Lian's back as he walked away. He was dumbfounded. This script was a little different from what he had imagined. Miao Lian had no intention of winning him over. What are you doing? I am a college student. Shouldn't they grant a special approval of 1,000 rounds of ammunition? You approved 800 for Tian, that brainless reckless man. Is it too much for me to ask for 1,000? Paralysis. Chapter 13. The next morning, they were divided into companies. Hundreds of new recruits stood in a square formation. Yu Mao-san held a document and called out their names one by one. Lu Tong. Arrive. 1st Battalion, 2nd Company. Yes. Cai Xiao Ming. Arrive. 1st Battalion, 3rd Company. Yes. Zhou Renzong. Arrive. 1st Battalion, 1st Company. Yes. Chen Ziwa. Arrive. Reconnaissance Company. Chen Ziwa was stunned, then overjoyed, straightened her back, and shouted with all her might yes. Unexpectedly, she really joined the Reconnaissance Company. Chen Ziwa's brows were filled with joy. Zhuang Yan, who was standing in the front row, turned around and glanced at Chen Ziwa. He was disdainful in his heart. Reconnaissance Company, hey. It's nothing big. Even a peasant like Chen Zihua got in. No wonder Company Miao specially approved 800 rounds of bullets for Tian. At the same time, Zhuang Yan was also very conflicted. He pondered in his heart. My name will be called out later, and I will be asked to join the reconnaissance company. Should I join or not? Zhuang Yan was unwilling not to join the reconnaissance company. After all, the reconnaissance company is the strongest company in the team, and it is the spearhead company. Only in the reconnaissance company can you get the best training. Other companies grow vegetables, raise pigs, cook. But forget it. He is a college student and he didn't come to the army to raise pigs and grow vegetables. He might as well go back to the old city. Besides, Zhuang Yan had the intention of competing with Tian. If he couldn't even join the reconnaissance company, wouldn't he be laughed at? However, Company Miao didn't say that he would specially approve 1,000 rounds of bullets for himself. If he just joined the reconnaissance company, wouldn't that be degrading himself? Why did Tian approve it? He is the only college student soldier in the whole regiment. Just when Zhuang Yan was thinking about it, Yuma-san closed the document, glanced at everyone present, and said, "Your company commander will come to take you away soon, comrades. From today on you will become a real soldier, I congratulate you. Salute." Yumao-san, okay, everyone go get ready. Zhuang Yan was puzzled and said, "Report." Yumao-san, speak. Why didn't they call out my name? Zhuang Yan was confused. Hundreds of people were assigned to companies, even people like Chen Zihua were assigned to the reconnaissance company, but he was the only one who was not assigned to a company. What was going on? Yuma-san said, "It's not written there, and I don't know." Then he said, "Disband." Yuma-san left, leaving Zhuang Yan dumbfounded. He had always been full of self-confidence, and he never expected such a situation to happen. So, Lao Miao didn't want him? Zhuang Yan once thought that several companies would be vying for him as a college student. Who knew? Great, Zihua, I didn't realize that. You are so good that you even made it to the reconnaissance company. That's awesome. The reconnaissance company is the spearhead company. Our squad leader said on the first day of enlistment that only the best soldiers can stay in the Night Tiger reconnaissance company. Zihua, you are the pride of our class. Of course not. Among 300 to 500 new recruits, only our class had 3 people enter the reconnaissance company. Which class can compare with us? There are only 3 of them, TNGE and XIWA. It was not until this time that they realized that Zhuang Yan had not been able to join the reconnaissance company. What happened? The only college student in the whole regiment? An intellectual. The reconnaissance company didn't want him? Since Tian was specially recruited into the reconnaissance company by Lao Miao half a month ago, in the past half month, every time after training and resting in the dormitory, everyone always brought up this topic. They all wanted to join the reconnaissance company. However, most people did not hold out much hope. How much weight do you have? How much weight do you have? Including Chen Zihua. Before today, he was not completely sure that he could join the reconnaissance company. Anyway, he actively performed, took Tian as his goal, and tried his best to chase him. I believe that the company leaders will see it. Sure enough, he really joined the reconnaissance company. Speaking of it, I still have to thank Tian. Because Chen Zihua was looking up to him, working hard to surpass himself, and strive to catch up with Tian's pace, so as to achieve today's achievements. This was something Chen Zihua herself had not thought of before today. A big surprise. His efforts for many days were not in vain. Needless to say, Tian went to the reconnaissance company to waste bullets half a month ago. Except for Tian, the most promising person in the class was Zhuang Yan. At the same time, Zhuang Yan also showed strong self-confidence. He had said in front of everyone in the dormitory no less than 30 times that Miao Company was very interested in him and that there was no problem for him to join the reconnaissance company. Whether to join or not was up to him. Everyone believed it. They all thought that after the training period, Zhuang Yan would join the reconnaissance company like Tian. No one expected this to happen. No company wanted him. Don't say Zhuang Yan was confused. Everyone was full of doubts and couldn't figure it out. They couldn't figure it out. I don't want to think about it. It's none of my business. Besides, Zhuang Yan is too conceited and not very popular in the class. Only Chen Zihua has a decent relationship with him. Chen Zihua, on the other hand, has a simple and honest personality and is enthusiastic. She has a very good relationship with everyone in the class. At this time, Chen Zihua entered the company he had always dreamed of, and everyone was happy for him. A group of people surrounded Chen Zihua, making a lot of noise. Zhuang Yan sat alone on the bed, embarrassed and ashamed. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. 10,000 horses galloped in his heart. Chapter 14. The more noisy and joyful Chen Zihua and the others were, the more miserable and disgraced Zhuang Yan seemed. Damn it! Zhuang Yan was getting more and more angry, and couldn't help but spit out foul language, complaining. This is a rubbish place, I'm quitting now. I am a college student, and I am treated like a star wherever I go. Why should I suffer in this place? Zhuang Yan threw his clothes to the ground. Xiao Zhuang, are you okay? Seeing this, Chen Zihua pushed everyone aside and went forward to comfort Xiao Zhuang. The others were busy with their own affairs. They had to go to the company soon. Except for Chen Zihua, no one had the leisure to care about Zhuang Yan's life or death. Zhuang Yan sneered, it's probably that bastard Tian who is behind this. As a result, no company wants me now. Okay, that's it. Rather than letting others drive me away, I'd rather go on my own. Losing me, Zhuang Yan, is their greatest loss. Those shitty leaders can't even tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. Are they qualified to be leaders? Speaking of Tian, Chen Zihua didn't know how to comfort Zhuang Yan for a moment. Etc. Why should I leave? If you want to leave, Tian should go back to where he is. Don't want me, hey. I want to stay. I'm going to the youth league branch to complain. These days, college students still carry a lot of weight. Lao Miao was called to the youth league branch and was scolded. Zhuang Yan got his wish and joined the reconnaissance company. Of course, it was impossible to get a special approval of 1,000 rounds of bullets. Zhuang Yan was taken to the company. Tian was doing physical training in the company. 5 kilometers of cross-country. Single and double poles. Push UPS. Finalizing moves, hitting sandbags, simulated combat, etc. Even with the support of the system, daily physical training is definitely indispensable. As the old saying goes, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Although there is no regression at present, if you keep being lazy, Tian estimates that his level may drop. Brother Tian, I noticed that your sidekick is different from ours. Could you please teach me? Normally, when a new recruit joins a company, they usually ask the veterans for advice. But for Tian, the situation is completely the opposite. The day before, Tian joined the reconnaissance company. Those veterans were not convinced. Why do you want to occupy our bullets? I heard that you just joined the army and you beat 7 squad leaders and 9 new recruits by yourself? Is it too much? Okay. We brothers would like to see it for ourselves. So, the veterans provoked Tian in various ways, with the purpose of beating him up and venting their anger. Tian met their demands and took advantage of everyone's free time at night to pick a dormitory by himself. Tian was eager for someone to find him for actual combat. Although his combat expertise has reached level 3, Tian's actual combat experience is still very scarce, and he needs actual combat to get used to it. Since then, all the veterans in the company have been unconvinced. Surrounded by many veterans, Tian taught everyone tirelessly. You see, it's actually very simple. Mainly divided into 3 parts. Lift your knee, step forward, then turn your hips and kick out. While speaking, Tian demonstrated step by step to everyone. His kick was as fast as lightning, which made people secretly smack their lips. After Tian came to the reconnaissance company, he trained for a few days and found that the veterans had a problem. Their sidekick was still the classic step-by-step sidekick of Li Xiaolong in the 1980s. Step-by-step sidekick has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the arc is large and the force is strong. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. Precisely because the arc is too large and the action is too obvious, before you can start the action, the opponent has already taken precautions in advance. After all, not everyone is Li Xiaolong, and the speed of kicking is unmatched. Tian's sidekick is the result of the evolution of countless fighters in actual combat, and there are almost no disadvantages. Lift your knee, step forward, and kick out. Lift your knees, you can attack when you advance, or defend when you retreat. Moreover, the knee lift can not only be used for side kicks, but also for high kicks and straight kicks. Tian demonstrated one by one, and the speed of the kicks was so fast that it was dazzling. This way, your opponent doesn't know your intentions and can't judge how you are going to attack next, so they can't defend themselves. Another point is that the lead step can increase the attack distance and track the opponent. There is also an arc, and the strength of the side kick is not weaker than the side kick with a step. As he said, Tian demonstrated it and kicked a strong man carrying a foot target 8 meters away. Everyone can try it. Even Pai Chen was watching with great interest. After Tian finished teaching, Pai Chen first tried to hit the sandbag from the side to see the effect. At first, it was a bit awkward to change the padding step to the sliding step. After a few more kicks, he slowly got used to it. Then he asked someone to hold the foot target and tried it. The strength was not inferior to the padding step. More importantly, the lead step is the sliding step. The sliding step and side kick give people an illusion, as if their legs are tracking missiles, and they can completely crush the opponent at a certain distance. There is another advantage. After raising the knee, the arc of attack is small, the speed is faster, and the explosive power is stronger. Until Zhuang Yan came. Lian Miao shouted, "You three come here." Pai Chen ran to Lian Miao happily, and saw Zhuang Yan, feeling a little unhappy. Everyone has heard that this grandson went to the Youth League branch to report Lian Miao in order to join the reconnaissance company. From a distance, seeing Tian, Zhuang Yan habitually rolled his eyes. "Mr. Yat, just wait for me. Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is my Zhuang Yan's stage. Although I am not as good as you in some aspects at present, one day, I, Zhuang Yan, will trample you under my feet." Chapter 15. Lian Miao had a dark face and pointed at Zhuang Yan. Chen Zihua said, "Let me introduce these two soldiers to you. They are from our company. This is Chen Zihua. What about that one?" "Miao." Lian raised his eyelids and looked at Zhuang Yan, with mixed feelings in his heart. Last night, Miao Lian was still thinking, love talent. Even if Zhuang Yan has some problems with his personality, as long as he joins the reconnaissance company and he slowly guides him, he will always be able to improve. After all, his physical fitness and shooting performance are quite good, and he is a good seedling. I never expected that this kid is so scheming. Who can like a soldier with such a heavy scheming? Miao Lian continued, "I don't need to introduce him, you all know who he is, right?" The platoon leader Chen Qiatao stood up first, pointed at Chen Zihua and said, "This soldier is good, with good physical fitness, and I just happen to lack a prisoner capturer." Miao Lian nodded. Chen Zihua was overjoyed, because Tian was also in the same platoon, and she could be with brother Tian again. "Thank you, platoon leader. Don't be so frivolous. Patrolman." Chen scolded Chen Zihua, then turned to Lian Miao and said, "Captain, I have a heavy training task, so I can only take one new soldier." Lian Miao thought to himself, "You are not heavy at all." Ever since Tian entered the reconnaissance company and beat up all the veterans in the platoon, the veterans in the first platoon have shown great enthusiasm for training. The whole platoon has taken Tian as their goal and strived to pursue him. There is no need for Patrolman Chen to blow it up, they will get up and strengthen their training when the time comes. Secondly, when conducting combat skills training, it is Tian who is leading everyone in training. Patrolman Chen not only did not take responsibility, but he trained with Tian like a new recruit. Lian Miao saw all this. It is clear that he does not want Zhuang Yan. If you don't want him, then don't want him. Lian Miao also did not want Zhuang Yan to join the first platoon to discuss Tian. Tian is a rough diamond, so don't let Zhuang Yan, this woman, be dirty. Lian Miao, second platoon leader. The second platoon leader sneered and glanced at Zhuang Yan, saying, I can't take him either, I really can't. Who the hell wants to bring along a ungrateful bastard who stabs you in the back? He might stab you in the back someday. That leaves the third platoon. The third platoon leader report, "We are now, we. Miao Lian, if you have to fart, just let it out. Don't be so hesitant." "What, are you going to swallow it?" The third platoon leader said in a loud voice, "I don't want this useless soldier. I'm not used to coaxing children. Whoever is willing to coax him can take him. I won't take him anyway." The third platoon leader hit the nail on the head. The original play was like this. Zhuang Yan kept grumbling that he didn't want to join the reconnaissance company. It was only when Miao Lian coaxed him that he joined the reconnaissance company. Later, he looked down on Gao To Lao Gao. A rookie looked down on special forces, and I don't know where he got the confidence from. Later, he joined the special forces. He needed Miao Lian to coax him, Chen Pai to coax him, and Lanja squadron leader He's Haijun to coax him. He kept talking for Miao Lian. The third platoon leader revealed the truth. This is very embarrassing. How to do it? No one wants you. How about this, you follow me and be a clerk? Miao Lian was ready to deal with it coldly. Pai Chen laughed so hard that his nose was covered with snot bubbles, and was driven away by Miao Lian. After everyone left, Zhuang Yan asked Miao Lian, Captain, what does a clerk do? Miao Lian said expressionlessly, serve tea and water, and take care of my daily life. Zhuang Yan's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, I don't have the habit of serving others. You can do it if you want, or get out if you don't want to. Leaving Zhuang Yan behind, Miao Lian came to the training ground, and he felt happy to see Tian. Vigorous and hardworking, this is what young people should have. Let's play one. Tian proposed. Recently, Tian likes actual combat. Very cool. Being people cool, especially with a sense of accomplishment. It is also cool. Just like a technician pinching his feet, the cold feet are pinched, and the painful people are jumping up. But after the pain, it can increase the resistance and crisis. Of course, Tian's actual combat is not 1-on-1. Just forget it. My face was swollen like a bun yesterday, but it looks a little better today. Anyway, I won't participate. One person said, covering his cheek, which still hurts a little. Brother Tian, you are not a good person. Ever since you arrived at the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, our brother number 30 in the platoon has been covered in bruises every day. Can you leave us a way out? A group of people immediately denounced Tian's brutal and cruel behavior. Miao Lian grinned, his face full of wrinkles like an old chrysanthemum that quietly bloomed. Every time at this time, Chen Pai would secretly leave with mixed feelings. Chen Qiatao also wanted to fight Tian with everyone. How exciting! After all, he is a platoon leader. If Tian beats him up and makes him lose his dignity, how can he lead the troops in the future? Tian started to fool around again. Hi! It's nothing but a beating. I can't kill you. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, Sanda is not something you practice, it's something you fight for. One actual combat is worth a month of hard training. Come on guys, I'm itching again. Real. Please torture me. If you are my brother, come and beat me. Tian begged in a servile manner. Chapter 16. Physical Training. 5 km cross-country, 100 m sprint, carrying a person, double squats, duck steps, single and double carrying exercises, push UPS. Tactical skills. Reconnaissance tactics, prisoner capture, applied shooting, soft rope grab, boxing, sanda, wrestling, topography, mine clearance, downhill skiing, car/motorcycle driving, armed swimming. The training intensity of the reconnaissance company is much greater than that of the recruit class. Interrogation, counter-interrogation. Reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance. Psychology, foreign languages, modern communication technology. And so on and so forth. There are so many things to learn, and Tian lives a fulfilling life every day. Let's not talk about anything else, just live ammunition shooting, there is an opportunity to shoot almost every week. As time goes by, Tian's abilities in all aspects have made great progress, especially his marksmanship. At noon that day, someone shouted at the post at the gate of the military camp. The things Tian bought online have arrived. 50 lancets. A stack of books. High School Chemistry Compulsory 1, High School Chemistry Compulsory 2, Principles of Chemical Reactions. Atomic Structure, Organic Chemistry, Experimental Chemistry, Chemistry and Life, Chemistry and Industry. After 2 months of actual combat, Tian broke through the LV4 of combat expertise and mastered the flying knife. Both the flying knife and the gun are controlled by a few fingers. After all, the bullets are limited, and there are only a few dozen bullets once a week, which is pitifully few. Tian thought that the flying knife should also increase the field of vision and accuracy. So he bought 50 scalpels online, which are enough for a long time. At noon. After lunch, Tian returned to the dormitory and threw a stack of books to Chen Ziwa. Ziwa, these books are for you. From today on, don't sleep at noon, and spend at least 2 hours reading every day. If you don't understand something, Just ask me. In the play, Chen Zihua trained so hard and tried his best to meet various challenges. No matter how hard it was, he persisted. In the end, because of his low level of education, he graduated from junior high school and was completely confused when he took the high school chemistry test paper. All his efforts were in vain. Tian couldn't understand his mood at the time. As an outsider, it was heartbreaking to watch. When you are running towards your goal with all your strength and are about to reach the finish line, you end up losing all your efforts because of an insignificant little thing. Since you are here, you will never allow such a thing to happen. Chen Zihua couldn't understand. He already had enough to learn in a day, so why read these books? Chen Zihua flipped through them and couldn't understand them at all. Brother Tian, I don't quite understand what you mean. Chen Zihua held the book and looked at Tian hesitantly. Tian went straight to the point and said, do you want to be a Special Forces soldier? Special Forces? What are Special Forces? It was the first time that Chen Zihua heard the word Special Forces, and she was immediately curious. In the early 1990s, the most popular TV series in mainland China was The White Eyebrow Hero. That is, what kind of knife is the knife, the golden ring knife, what kind of sword is the sword, the moon-shaming sword. There was no such thing as Special Forces at all. The real Special Forces began to be formed in the early 1990s. Therefore, Chen Zihua, who was born in a military family, had never heard of Special Forces. What are Special Forces? How to say it? Tian was silent. For a long time, Tian said there is a Special Forces unit in our military region. Its code name is Lanja. If the brothers of the Night Tiger Scout Company are all elites, then every member of the Wolf Fang is 1 in 10,000. They are the elite among the elite, the ace among aces. Special Forces is the supreme honor of a military region. Involving territory, territorial waters, transnationality, terrorist attacks, bases, decapitation raids during wars, and so on. They are behind the most dangerous events you can think of. One sentence. Special Forces are the most important weapon to protect the country. Tian said solemnly. National defense weapon. Tian's words made Chen Zihua's blood boil. Special Forces are the real soldiers. They are just small-scale fighters. Chen Zihua is a country boy. He is never afraid of hardship, but he is afraid of having no goal. Now, Tian has given him a goal. Chen Zihua clenched his fists, his eyes showing determination. Brother Tian, I have decided, I want to be a Special Forces soldier. Tian nodded and smiled with satisfaction. It's not easy to be a Special Forces soldier, and it will be very dangerous. You may die at any time. I'm not afraid of death. If you are afraid of death, you won't join the army. Chen Zihua said without thinking. Tian patted Chen Zihua's shoulder heavily and said, good, you have ambition. Now that you have decided, you must first read these books. I said, it's not easy to be a Special Forces soldier. Having strength and the ability to endure hardship is far from enough. Deep cultural knowledge will be your strongest weapon at critical moments. Simply put, if you don't have any weapons, you can make a powerful bomb out of your fart. Okay, I'll do whatever Brother Tian says. If there are things I don't understand, I will bother Brother Tian often in the future. Don't think I'm annoying then. Tian waved his hand, it's nothing, just read a book. I'll take a nap. During the afternoon training, Tian was surprised to find that Zhuang Yan was actually shooting live ammunition at the shooting range. Strange, did Miao Lian also grant him special bullets? No way. Wait. Could it be that Lao Gao is coming? Sure enough. The next morning, Lao Gao came. Chapter 17. Routine Inspection. According to the habits of previous years, they usually come down around July. This year, they have been here for a whole month. There must be a reason for everything. Captain Miao sighed and said, I'm afraid they are here with bad intentions. Just like in the drama, Captain Miao decided to let the new recruits go this time. In previous years, he used old soldiers, but it was meaningless even if they had outstanding results. They are all veterans who have been trained for many years. If they still can't get results, he, Miao, might as well go home and raise pigs. Shooting range. Platoon Chen took Tian, Lao Pao, Chen Zihua and others to the shooting range for a gathering. Look to the right. Look to the right. Just as the team was lined up, several cars came slowly and stopped in front of everyone. Minister Zhao and Lao Gao got out of the car. Minister Zhao did not show up many times in the play, so Tian did not have much impression of him. But Lao Gao was really handsome. In terms of looks, he may not be as good looking as Tian, but this guy has a great aura. Wearing a beret and sunglasses. He is estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall. Standing there. It is a landscape that cannot be ignored. Miao Lian stepped forward and bumped fists with Lao Gao, and each said, "Always be prepared. Always be prepared." Everyone knows the literal meaning, but behind the literal meaning, who knows how much sacrifice they have made for this? The two walked side by side. Miao Lian asked casually, "Didn't they come down to inspect in July in previous years? Why, they came down so early this year?" Lao Gao smiled and said, "What's the matter, are you afraid that I will ruin your place?" After walking a few steps, Lao Gao explained, "Follow Minister Zhao to make a living." "Ha!" Captain Miao smiled bitterly, "You come here to eat for free. The food in your special brigade is as good as that of military dogs. I offer you 9.7 yuan, and you can eat as much as a steamed bun." Several people talked and chatted, and in a few words they walked to the front of the company. Pai Chen ran to Minister Zhao, saluted, and shouted loudly, "Comrade Chief, the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company has assembled before the assessment, please give instructions." "Minister Zhao, please stand at ease." Pai Chen, "Yes." "Salute again." Turning around, he shouted to Tian and the others at ease. Minister Zhao turned and looked at Lian Miao, and said, "Then let's get started." "Yes." Captain Miao, begin. Platoon Chen Group 1, step out. 2 soldiers. One is Zhuang Yan, the other is someone Tian doesn't recognize, but his face is familiar, but he doesn't know his name. The moment he walked out of the queue, facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhuang Yan raised his proud head, his eyes full of arrogance. After all, Captain Miao still values himself very much. After all, he is the only college student in the whole regiment, how can he not value him? On the surface, he pretends not to care about himself, but secretly he has specially approved so many bullets for him to shoot. Zhuang Yan thought about it later. Captain Miao must have his own difficulties. The special approval has a bad influence, so he takes such a tactful way. Miao Lian is still good at judging people. The military intelligence department came to inspect. On such an important occasion, Miao Lian asked him to represent the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company to accept the inspection. This shows how much Miao Lian values him. "Didn't you see Tian hiding in the crowd with his eyes wide open?" "Humph. I've said it before, the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is my stage." "Zhuang Yan, all cats and dogs should stay aside." The old gunner led the two to jog to the shooting range. They were ready and waiting for the leader's order. Minister Zhao noticed that Zhuang Yan and the other two were privates and was very surprised. He asked Miao Lian, "Why, are they both privates?" And hit them. "Is there no one left in your company, Lao Miao?" Captain Miao said in a loud voice, "The private is also a soldier of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company." "Minister, if you want to know the real situation of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, the privates can best reflect the truth." Minister Zhao nodded, "Okay, this is new. This is the first time I have seen a private report. I'll wait and see. Let's get started." Minister Zhao said. "Yes." Miao Lian nodded to Chen Pai, "Begin." Chen Pai shouted at the top of his voice, "Get ready." Zhuang Yan took off his gun, his eyes deep, ready to go. He thought to himself, "I'm ready. Start today. From now on, my legendary life, Zhuang Yan, will start from this moment and set sail. Tian is just a passerby in my life. You are not qualified to be my competitor. So what if you have fun in the recruit class? Isn't it a stepping stone for me, Zhuang Yan?" Zhuang Yan has a lot of inner drama. Preparation. Multi-purpose shooting. Start. The two men immediately rushed towards the target with their guns. As they rushed out, they pulled the trigger and shot at a speed of 100 meters. Bang bang bang. 9 rings. 8 rings. 8 rings. Through the telescope, Minister Zhao and his team could clearly see the bullet holes on the target. 50 meters. 2 people lying down and firing. 7 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. The result is remarkable. Minister Zhao questioned Lao Miao, "Are you sure those two are new recruits?" Minister Zhao's questioning undoubtedly affirmed the results of Zhuang Yan and his partner. It was also a high praise. "Yes, a new recruit." "Miao. Lian replied, looking at Zhuang Yan's back. 100 thoughts flashed through his mind. He had to admit that this kid was indeed talented. Not to mention that he was a rare college student, his performance in both physical fitness and live fire shooting was very outstanding. But he had evil intentions. Minister Zhao asked Miao Lian again in a joking tone, I say, you, Miao, wouldn't let the old soldier change his rank to fool me, right? Haha. Old Miao was both amused and annoyed. Minister, you know me well. Do I need to do that? Minister Zhao changed the subject and said, let them run over here. Miao Lian, you too, run over here. Chapter 18. Yes. Zhuang Yan and the other person responded. When running back, Zhuang Yan took a special look at the target. The result was very good. Better than the usual training. Extraordinary performance. Compared with some slightly worse veterans in the reconnaissance company, it can be said that he is not much behind. Zhuang Yan was very satisfied with the results of his efforts. He ran to Minister Zhao and Lao Gao with his head held high. Minister Zhao pointed at Zhuang Yan and asked, how old are you? Zhuang Yan report, 18. Minister Zhao praised him and said, well, the young are formidable. You are the youngest rapid-fire sharpshooter I have ever seen. In front of the entire company, Minister Zhao's words were undoubtedly a high affirmation of Zhuang Yan. Thank you, Chief. Zhuang Yan felt very happy, and his heart was a little swollen. There are so many people in the whole regiment, but only I, Zhuang Yan, can stand here to be reviewed by the leaders. And you, Tian, can only stand in the crowd like everyone else, standing on tiptoe, stretching your neck, and looking at me eagerly to show my skills. This is fate. Compared with me, Zhuang Yan? Humph. Little brother, go to college first. Lian Miao added on the side, this kid was a college student before joining the army, and he was an artist. A few decades later, college students are as numerous as dogs, but in the early 1990s, college students were a rare species, which was undoubtedly a plus for Zhuang Yan. Sure enough, Minister Zhao's eyes lit up, and he paid more attention to Zhuang Yan. I didn't realize you were still a college student. Good, very good. Turning around, Minister Zhao said to Gao to Lao Gao, Captain Gao, what do you think about this soldier going to your Special Forces Brigade? Special Forces. Dozens of people in the reconnaissance company were in turmoil. Especially the veterans, who dreamed of joining the Wolf Fang. They never expected that Minister Zhao would make an exception and accept Zhuang Yan. It was so shocking. Compared with Zhuang Yan, Tian was recruited to the reconnaissance company by Miao Lian in advance, which was not good enough. They were the Wolf Fang Special Forces. What was the reconnaissance company? Uni, understand? This kid is so lucky. Minister Zhao actually took a fancy to him and even made an exception to recruit him. That's amazing. Come to think of it, this is the first time since Lanja was formed, right? Zhuang Yan. Today, he is destined to be recorded in history. Zhuang Yan was stunned, and then his heart blossomed. Who can understand the feeling of being filled with joy and having nowhere to release it? To put it bluntly, he is not good at showing off. If it were Tian, he would have sung with great emotion at this moment. Dad in the house, Bobo, Mom in the house, Bobo. There is no song that can express emotions better than this one. Zhuang Yan was incoherent. Thank you for your kindness, Chief. Before he could finish his joy, Lao Gao poured cold water on him. Lao Gao said expressionlessly, report, the Special Forces have a strict selection process. This is the order you personally issued 3 years ago. You once said that the Lanja Special Forces is a sharp knife force, a force that exists to be ready to go into war at any time. We cannot fill the place with backdoor soldiers or relationship soldiers. I believe the commander will not break the rules he has set. Go. Tou Lao Gao said seriously. Ha ha. Minister Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, boy, you're waiting for me here. Zhuang Yan's face was gloomy, and he muttered, I don't want it. This was of course a lie. However, if anyone was suddenly pulled down at the peak of their life, they would feel depressed. What's more, Zhuang Yan from the 4th city has always been a chatterbox and likes to complain. If it wasn't in front of the leader, he would have wanted to curse at this moment. Minister Zhao's ears are sharp. What did you say just now? Zhuang Yan changed the subject, his words were full of gunpowder, his eyes looked directly at Lao Gao, and he said provocatively, "Report, what I mean is that since the head of the special forces is here, can he show us some of his skills, so that we, the new recruits of the reconnaissance company, can also broaden our horizons." In the past few months since he entered the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, Zhuang Yan had no choice but to follow around as a clerk, serve tea and water, and do the work of a nanny because no platoon leader was willing to hire him. However, in order to prove himself, this kid did not fall behind in daily training. Whatever the company trained, he also trained. Sanda, grappling. He also learned them in more than half a year. The problem is that no one has ever fought with him. He has not experienced actual combat. Real masters are often very low-key. It's just that people like Zhuang Yan who are half-baked are looked down upon by everyone. They always think they are the best in the world. Besides, his performance in various fields was quite outstanding, which further contributed to his conceit and arrogance. What kind of person is Lao Gao? Minister Zhao has spoken, what right does he have to complain? The atmosphere became awkward for a while. The whole company was ashamed for Zhuang Yan. Especially those veterans, they knew how powerful the Lanja special forces were. Only an ignorant idiot like Zhuang Yan would be so arrogant as to look down on everyone in such an important occasion. Relying on his little ability, he is so arrogant every day. Riding a motorcycle with bare butt, where are you showing off to your dad? Miao Lian's eyes sank and he scolded, "You have no respect for your elders." Minister Zhao was also affected by Zhuang Yan's mood. Give him some sunshine, and this kid will be brilliant. Senior Captain, I don't accept you anymore. The old Gao tilted his right mouth corner upwards and said teasingly, I listen to the commander. A conscript who has been in service for less than half a year. A private with a big booger. He actually challenged the rank of a major in the battalion level in front of the commander. I really don't know where he got the confidence from. Then you can communicate with them and compete with them. Gao Laojao took off his sunglasses. Okay, since the leader said so, let's communicate. Gao Laojao rolled up his sleeves. Lao Miao, do you have a bottle? Yes, there is a pile of them. They are for hammers. Lao Gao asked 2 soldiers to help me throw them. Miao Lian sighed helplessly. Lao Gao, you are here to make trouble in my territory. Chapter 19. Lao Gao smiled bitterly. Are you afraid? He didn't want to bully the new recruits, it was all because of Zhuang Yan's whining. You have to know that Lao Gao represents the honor of the Lanja Special Forces. Today, if he doesn't step on Zhuang Yan, Lanja will lose face. In the future, who will try their best to join Lanja? What are you talking about? Miao Lian is an old fox, and he knows that Lao Gao is also helpless. Without saying much, Miao Lian shouted with a gloomy face, come on, 2 people, go prepare beer bottles. Yes. 2 people in the queue ran out. Here, Lao Gao looked up at Zhuang Yan and said, since we are communicating, use your gun. I calibrated this gun myself, take a look for yourself. Zhuang Yan handed the gun to Lao Gao. In the crowd, Tian licked his lips, with a playful smile on his lips. At this point, he finally understood what was going on. The old man Miao Lian was too cunning. However, it can be seen that Zhuang Yan has indeed worked hard these days, and his marksmanship has improved a lot compared to before. However, in front of Lao Gao, Zhuang Yan is considered to be a tiger in front of an expert. A private who has only been in the army for half a year, even if you work harder, can you compare with the squadron leader of the Wolf Fang Special Forces? In live fire shooting, you fire dozens of bullets a year, while they fire several tons. Lao Gao was very arrogant, and didn't even adjust it. He glanced casually and said, no, shooting is not done with the eyes. Damn it! Lao Gao slapped his chest, then walked towards the shooting range with his gun raised. 2 privates brought a bucket of beer bottles. They were 100 meters apart. Lao Gao leaned over and faced the 2 men, shouting, okay. Miao Lian uttered a word, throw. One of the soldiers took out a beer bottle and threw it into the air. Lao Gao was very calm, and he barely aimed, and fired a shot. Bang! Bang! The beer bottle exploded in mid-air, with fragments flying everywhere. This scene shocked the soldiers of the reconnaissance company present. Throw again! 2 soldiers, each throwing a beer bottle. Pa! Pa! 2 gunshots were heard, almost without a break in between. 2 bottles exploded in the air. The shooting skills, which one was better and which one was worse, could be distinguished at a glance. Zhuang Yan was thrown 10 blocks away. The two soldiers threw more frequently. Each of them had 2 bottles, a total of 4 bottles, which were thrown into the air almost without distinguishing the front and the back. The more exciting operation came. Lao Gao actually changed hands at this time. He fired decisively. Bang, bang, bang. 4 shots. 4 bottles burst. Worthy of being called Doghead Lao Jiao. Extended version of awesome. Tian exclaimed in amazement. Chen Zihua tilted her head back, her mouth wide open, expressing the word stunned to the fullest. Is this the special forces that Brother Tian mentioned? Zhuang Yan's expression was serious. If you didn't know, you would think his father had just died. He was broken. He once thought he was invincible, but today he realized that he was just a frog in a well, ignorant and ridiculous. Lao Gao's shooting was clean, neat, simple, and direct. He won the applause of the whole room. When he returned to the company, Lao Gao returned the gun to Zhuang Yan. When he put on his sunglasses again, he didn't forget to show off a little, and also ridiculed Zhuang Yan. You remember? To use a gun, you don't rely on your mouth, you rely on this. Lao Gao hit his chest again. What is this? The heart of a soldier. This is just the basic skill of every special forces member. The words were nothing more than a mockery of Zhuang Yan. Little brother, you have just learned how to pee while standing, why are you pretending to be so rude? When you have grown hair in the future, you can come to me anytime, and I will teach you how to use a gun then. The atmosphere was very awkward. You know, Zhuang Yan was accepting the review of the leadership on behalf of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Zhuang Yan was looked down upon at this moment, which was a disgrace to Night Tiger. If Zhuang Yan had said less, the whole company would not have been embarrassed and ashamed. Lian Miao said indignantly, Minister, you are bringing the high school team to challenge me. Minister Zhao, nonsense, how can I say I am bringing people to challenge you? I am bringing the cadres of the special brigade to visit various reconnaissance teams to find out the bottom line of this year's selection. The annual Wolf Fang selection is about to begin again. Lao Gao also felt that he had gone too far. There was no way, because Zhuang Yan took the lead in provoking the dignity of Wolf Fang. Old Miao, I'm sorry. Miao Lian looked up and said, if I had half of your funding, my soldiers would be better than you. But in this situation, Miao Lian's words seemed a little lacking in confidence. But, is he really lacking in confidence? Old Miao glanced at Tian intentionally or unintentionally, and thought to himself, isn't there still some time before the selection? Wait. My soldiers will surely open your eyes by then. Lao Gao said with a wry smile, that's right, it's just a trifle, sorry for showing off. It was also a way for Lao Miao to step down. Minister Zhao took a deep look at Zhuang Yan, with disappointment hidden in his eyes. It's almost time, we still have to go to other companies. As he said, Minister Zhao came to Zhuang Yan and comforted him, young man, don't be too discouraged. They are all fed with bullets, and the new guns are scrapped in less than a year. Sooner or later, you will be like them. Zhuang Yan listened and thought it made so much sense. It's not that I'm bad, nor is it that Lao Gao is too powerful. In the final analysis, it's because I have too few resources. If I have the same conditions as Lao Gao, and the bullets are wasted casually, what is he? Thinking of this, Zhuang Yan regained his confidence. He raised his proud head, looked directly at Lao Gao, and shouted loudly, report, one day, I will surpass them. Minister Zhao smiled, patted Zhuang Yan on the shoulder meaningfully, then turned and left. Surpass them? Miao Lian was furious. Will I die if I say less big words? Do I have to embarrass the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company together? No matter how far Zhuang Yan will develop in the future, at present, he is just a private who has just joined the reconnaissance company. What can he use to surpass others? The longer the time, the bigger the gap will be. How many resources do they have and how many resources do you have? Can your training intensity be compared with Lanja? In front of outsiders, it's a joke. Looking at Zhuang Yan's childish, ridiculous, and arrogant behavior, Miao Lian lost control of his emotions. He suddenly walked towards the flag soldier, snatched the flag of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company from his hand and threw it to the ground. What flag are you flying? Don't you feel shabby yet? The field was kicked out. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company will no longer have a flag. I can't afford to lose that man. For a moment, the entire company lowered their heads. They were dejected, like defeated roosters, and had completely lost their fighting spirit. They were powerless and hopeless. Except for Zhuang Yan, everyone knew very well the gap between the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company and the Wolf Fang. The difference between heaven and earth could not be made up by hard work. The Wolf Fang was something that the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company could never achieve in this lifetime. Wait! At this moment, Tian strode out of the queue. High school team, don't be in a hurry to leave. I also want to discuss and exchange ideas with you. Chapter 20. As he walked past Zhuang Yan, Tian snatched the gun from his hand and said something. A gentleman's revenge should never be delayed overnight. Hasn't Zhuang Yan just yelled at Lao Gao, I will surpass you in the future? After. When? 10 years. 30 years. You are not afraid of being laughed at for saying these nonsense. Since the day he joined the army, Tian beat Zhuang Yan. Half a year has passed, and Zhuang Yan has always been at odds with Tian. Whenever they meet, Zhuang Yan rolls his eyes at Tian. Tian disdains to haggle with him and always ignores him. Zhuang Yan is determined to fight with Tian and trample Tian under his feet. Little did he know that Tian never regarded Zhuang Yan as his opponent. He was not worthy. Tian's only competitor is himself. Only through continuous efforts and breaking through his own shackles can one reach the peak of life and change some things so that tragedy will not happen again. But now, Tian is very unhappy with Zhuang Yan. It's okay for him to lose face, but he also made the whole company dishonorable. Ka ka ka. Tian pulled the bolt, opened the safety, looked directly at Lao Gao, and said calmly, only incompetent people will use the future as an excuse. When Miao Lian threw the flag, Lao Gao wanted to leave quickly to avoid embarrassment. However, Tian's words aroused his interest. Well said. It's a bit interesting. Lao Gao stopped. Minister Zhao also looked at Tian with interest. Tian walked straight to the shooting range and shouted without looking back, come on, two brothers, help me and throw a bottle. Forget it, you have only been shooting for a few days, don't be so stubborn. Miao Lian persuaded. Miao Lian, who was furious just now, spoke to Tian in a gentle tone. Miao Lian was not reluctant to part with those bullets, he was afraid that Tian would be frustrated and would be finished if he could not recover. You have to know that Gaotu Lao Gao is the captain of Lanja, a special soldier among special soldiers, and the top soldier in the entire military region. Tian had only eaten rice for a few days. Forget it, stop fighting and let them go. It's already embarrassing enough. Do we have to throw our Night Tiger's dignity to the ground and let others trample on it again and again? The people of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company tried to dissuade Tian. Even Pai Chen, Ziwa, and Lao Pao shook their heads at Tian. They told him not to be reckless. Let's stop here. Yes. Pai Chen, Lao Pao, Chen Ziwa, and others admitted that Tian's shooting skills were indeed very good. Very accurate. In the assessment before the recruits were divided into classes, Tian scored 100 rings, and there was one bullet hole for every 10 bullets. This had already spread in the regiment. Everyone knew it. However, Tian was shooting at a fixed point, and the target was fixed. It was different. Throwing a wine bottle not only had a small target, but it was also constantly moving. When the recruits were taking the live-fire shooting test, Zhuang Yan also scored 99 rings. Then what? When they were shooting, the difficulty was much lower than throwing the wine bottle, and he scored many 7 and 6 rings. There were even a few 1 rings. And Lao Gao not only smashed the wine bottle easily and cleanly, but he even changed his hand while others were throwing the wine bottle. Both his left and right hands were so decisive and accurate. Miao Lian knew that Tian wanted to find a place for the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, but some things need time to settle, and they can't be done rashly. You are still young, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I believe in you, 3 years, give you 3 years, you will definitely surpass him. Miao Lian's eyes were firm. Zhuang Yan's mouth twitched, and he was very unhappy. Just 2 minutes ago, he, Zhuang Yan, used all his strength to say to Lao Gao, one day, I will definitely surpass you. What did Miao Lian do? He got angry. He felt that what Zhuang Yan said was a big joke and a big shame. It was a discredit to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. And now, he took the initiative to say such words to Tian. Give you 3 years, you will definitely surpass him. Zhuang Yan's mentality exploded. This differential treatment is simply too obvious. Lao Gao joked, or, I will come back in 3 years. Tian grinned, Ziwa, help me throw the bottles. Chen Zihua took a deep breath, called for a helper, and ran to the side to pick up a bucket of wine bottles. Although Chen Zihua didn't believe that Tian could be on par with Lao Gao, after Tian gave him those chemistry books, Chen Zihua decided that no matter what Tian said, he would do it. All right. Seeing that Tian was determined to compete with Lao Gao, if he couldn't stop him, he wouldn't stop him. It would be good to have a conversation. As long as Tian had a positive attitude and didn't hurt his spirit, losing would be a good thing. At least he knew that there was always someone better. At least there was a goal that could urge him to constantly improve himself. Boy, we can communicate, but I have something to say in advance. Just treat it as a game, don't have too much psychological burden, I won't blame you if you lose. Meow. Lien said hurriedly, fearing that Tian would lose and the frustration would make him lose his mind, and then it would be a loss. Zhuang Yan heard this and suddenly felt. I was born by a stepmother? What's wrong with Miao Lien? I'm a college student. Chapter 21. As Tian walked towards the shooting range, Zhuang Yan couldn't help but sneered, wait. What qualifications do you have to represent the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company? The Military Intelligence Department is conducting a routine inspection, and I, Zhuang Yan, am the one being reviewed by the leadership. Who do you think you are? In front of Minister Zhao, Lao Gao, and others, Zhuang Yan spoke harshly to Tian regardless of the occasion. This shows how unbalanced Zhuang Yan is. Zhuang Yan gritted his teeth and said word by word, even if I am not as skilled as others, it is not your turn. Shut up and get out of here. Miao Lien said coldly. In front of outsiders, in this internal fight, he is not afraid of being laughed at. If it gets out, people will talk about how Miao Lien led his soldiers behind his back. Zhuang Yan has offended everyone in the Night Tiger Company. Everyone stared at him coldly. Even Chen Zihua's eyes showed unkindness. Zhuang Yan repeatedly said bad things about Tian behind his back, but on such an important occasion, he still ignored the overall situation. He is too narrow-minded and unworthy of being a soldier. It's better to stay away from him in the future. Zhuang Yan finally shut up, his face changed several times, and finally walked into the queue indignantly without saying a word. Shooting range. Tian imitated Lao Gao and faced Chen Zihua sideways, deliberately sticking out his butt, posing a sexy and enchanting posture. He snapped his fingers coquettishly. Good. Miao Lien, throw it. Miao Lien didn't expect Tian to win against Lao Gao. He didn't even have such an idea. He knew very well how superb Lao Gao's shooting skills were. It's no exaggeration to say that no one in the entire military region could be his opponent. Not to mention Tian, a private who had just joined the reconnaissance company. I threw it away. Chen Zihua was afraid that Tian would suffer a loss, so she informed him in advance, and then threw the beer bottle in her hand with all her strength. Tian raised his gun. He didn't shoot for almost a second. He was probably aiming. That's right. It was 100 meters away. How could a new recruit hit the target? A depressing atmosphere spread in the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. They have always been the most yearned for and respected company by all the soldiers in the entire regiment. Today, their vanity was trampled twice by Lao Gao. But they were powerless to compete. Their mood once fell to the bottom. Under the action of inertia, the wine bottle first flew upwards. When it flew to a certain level, it began to fall. The speed was very fast. While the wine bottle was climbing upwards, Tian did not shoot. At the moment when the wine bottle turned around and chased him, he finally pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! With a crisp sound, the wine bottle exploded and fragments flew everywhere. Wow! Minister Zhao's eyes lit up, this kid is quite good. The dejected members of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company raised their heads upon hearing the voice. Broke in. Chen Zihua raised a hint of joy at the corners of her eyebrow, and her hands suddenly became stronger. Miao Lien was shocked, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. It is impossible to surpass Lao Gao. His shooting was so clean and neat, and Tian had been aiming for almost a second. But Miao Lien was already very satisfied to be able to hit the target. Tian's accurate shooting skills once again refreshed his understanding of Tian. Just now, Miao Lien said that if Tian was given 3 years, he could reach the level of the high school team. There was inevitably some exaggeration in it. But now, Miao Lien wanted to take back what he said. 3 years is more than enough. If there are enough bullets, maybe Tian can catch up with Lao Gao in 2 years. He was right. This kid always brings surprises to himself. Then, Chen Zihua threw another beer bottle. Bang! Bang! Vision +5. Accuracy +12. Gunmanship expertise +10. Just like the first time, Tian still took some time to aim and waited for the bottle to fall before firing. Is this guy really a private? Minister Zhao took a deep look at Tian. This time he was not praising Tian for no reason, but he really doubted whether Tian's shoulder straps had been changed. How could a private have such accurate shooting skills? He had only fired a few bullets in half a year of compulsory military service. However, Minister Zhao and Lao Miao had the same opinion. Tian was indeed refreshing. But compared with the cold-blooded pervert Lao Gao, there was still a big gap. Lao Gao basically didn't aim, he just raised his hand and fired. Minister Zhao didn't notice that at the moment Tian fired, Lao Gao solemnly took off his sunglasses. The zombie face that was always expressionless actually showed a solemn expression at this moment. 2 bottles. Bang bang. 2 bottles. Bang bang. The speed of shooting is still relatively slow. The interval between them is long. There is a delay. Compared with Lao Gao, the difference in level can be seen at a glance. Not as good as Lao Gao. But, it is enough to make Miao Lian feel full of pride. Absolutely. Private, you have been in my company for only half a year. Maybe I am not as good as your soldiers now, but I have confidence. Wait 2 more years. Wait another 2 years, and I, old Miao, will also bring people to your place. Ha ha ha. Minister Zhao laughed and said, okay, in 2 years I'll be waiting for you to step on my wolf fang. Brother Tian, pay attention, 4 bottles. Chen Zihua reminded. At this time, Tian also changed his hand like Lao Gao, from right hand to left hand. Just after throwing the gun from right hand to left hand, Tian said, oh my god, I have never fired a gun with my left hand. So, Tian threw the gun back to his right hand in a very coquettish manner. This wave of coquettish operations delayed a lot of time. Bang, bang, bang. 4 shots. 4 bottles shattered. Chapter 22. Tian's flustered look really made people sweat for him. Then, Tian turned his back to them and started a laser rain, and everyone realized that this guy did it on purpose. Seeing Tian's mean look, Lao Pao's mouth twitched, and he wanted to kick him to the ground. What a cocky guy! Ha ha ha! Miao Lian laughed. That's what young people should be like, full of energy and unrestrained. This kid is quite interesting. Minister Zhao said. I really don't know what to say about this beast. Killing me. Ha ha ha. Night Tiger Detective Company changed his depressed and angry mood, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Tian was too happy. They had never seen such a enchanting dance. It was just very funny. Little bastard. Miao Lian completed the dream that Lao Pao failed to complete, and kicked Tian on the buttocks. Why are you doing this in front of the leader? Miao Lian had a doting expression on his face. He he he. Tian laughed heartlessly. Lieutenant Miao, let's hold up the flag of our Night Tiger. How can a company do without a flag? Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is not only the entire company, but also represents the face of the entire regiment. It is precisely because of this that Tian stood up desperately to compete with Lao Gao. As a member of the Night Tiger, how could he watch the Night Tiger being humiliated? Lian Miao disagreed. In order to motivate Tian, he said, don't worry, I just talked to Minister Zhao, in 2 years we will also step on his territory. When you beat Lao Gao, we'll put up the flag again. Tisk. Zhuang Yan sneered. Everyone looked at Zhuang Yan with disgust. Lao Gao walked over with a smile. Most people who are familiar with Lao Gao know that this guy has a zombie face. His 5 senses rarely show any expression. Now, this kid gave Tian a friendly smile. Lao Gao said, Lao Miao, he is right, you can carry the flag. Then, the 3 words that came out of Lao Gao's mouth were like a blockbuster bomb that exploded in the crowd. I lost. I lost. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Lao Gao, thinking they had heard wrong. Miao Lian was stunned, and then said, what are you talking about? Losing is losing, winning is winning. Do you think my Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company wants you to give in? Anyone with eyes can see that there is still a certain gap between Tian and Lao Gao. Tian's shooting is very accurate, but his gun sense is far inferior to Lao Gao. As Lao Gao said, shooting depends on the heart, not the eyes. Lao Gao is definitely the best sharpshooter in the military region and a recognized soldier king. His shooting skills have long reached the pinnacle and the level of unity between man and gun. Tian is obviously still far behind. Being able to smash all the wine bottles without missing a single one has already surprised Miao Lian and others. Tian smiled and said, "It's not a loss. My gun sense is not as good as yours. Let's call it a draw. You are obviously not as good as him, and you still say it's a draw? Can you have some shame?" Zhuang Yan's nose was crooked with anger. What does Lao Gao mean? Minister Zhao frowned slightly, not quite understanding Lao Gao's intention. Lao Gao didn't waste any words. He walked to the grass and picked up all the wine bottles that Tian had hit, and then handed them to Lao Miao and Minister Zhao. Lao Pao, Chen Pai and others came up one after another. Let's see what Lao Gao has to say. Look, these are the bottles that this guy hit. Miao Lian and his team checked and found that these bottles were neatly arranged and relatively intact, only the bottom of the bottle was broken and disappeared. Looking at the wine bottles, Miao Lian, Chen Pai and Lao Pao realized something. So. Lao Gao nodded, I smashed the bottle directly, and he shot it from the mouth of the bottle when the mouth and the bottom of the bottle were facing him, and then penetrated the bottom of the bottle. Of course, it is also possible that the bullet smashed the bottom of the bottle and then went out from the mouth of the bottle. No matter which direction the bullet was fired from, it shows how accurate Tian's shooting skills are. So, I lost. According to his shooting style, if I go all out, I might be able to break a few of the 10 bottles if I'm lucky, but I definitely can't make every one of them have this effect. When Tian fired the first shot, Lao Gao saw the difference. At that time, he found it hard to believe, and even wondered if it was a coincidence. In order to see it more clearly, Lao Gao took off his sunglasses. When Tian broke the second and third bottles, Lao Gao knew that it was not a coincidence, but that this kid was showing off his amazing marksmanship. Hiss! Miao Lian, Chen Pai, Lao Pao and Minister Zhao all took a breath of cold air. Looking at Tian's eyes, it was like looking at a monster, and there was a storm in their hearts. Wait! Minister Zhao remembered something and suddenly pointed at Zhuang Yan and asked, "What's your name?" My name is Zhuang Yan." Zhuang. Yan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the leader was more optimistic about him. When Minister Zhao heard his name was Zhuang Yan, he grinned so hard that his back teeth were exposed, as if he had heard something interesting. "Good boy, you must be Tian, the one who beat up 7 squad leaders and 9 new recruits on the first day of joining the army. I almost missed a genius." Minister Zhao pointed at Zhuang Yan and said, "I thought he was Tian." "Lao Miao, you old thing, you are too bad, you actually hid the person so deeply." Minister Zhao subconsciously thought that it was such an important occasion for routine inspection. Lao Miao put forward 2 privates, and he must have selected the best 2 from the privates for review. So he subconsciously thought that Zhuang Yan was Tian. I didn't expect Lao Miao to play such a trick. Chapter 23. Wait. Why does this sound so uncomfortable? Minister Zhao, what do you mean? Zhuang Yan frowned slightly. Just thinking about it. Lao Gao stretched out his hand to Tian. The two shook hands. Lao Gao said, "To be honest, we sent the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company a month in advance this time, and we came for you. How about it, are you interested in joining our Lanja Special Forces?" Lao Gao extended an olive branch. Zhuang Yan half closed his eyes, with a fierce cold light flashing in his eyes. Now he finally understood. It turned out that Minister Zhao made an exception and accepted him into Lanja, not because he was interested in him, but because he thought he was Tian. This was very embarrassing. Zhuang Yan's face was blue and red, and in front of the whole company, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn it! Zhuang Yan clenched his fists, and a cold murderous intent flickered in his narrow eyes. Minister Zhao and his men mistakenly thought Zhuang Yan was Tian, and praised him to the sky, and then threw him down heavily. Praising to death. Zhuang Yan had to swallow this bad breath. Because, he was always conceited and arrogant, and now in front of Tian, he couldn't help but feel inferior. That's right, Zhuang Yan was inferior. A college student from the 49 city, Zhuang Yan tasted the taste of inferiority for the first time in his life. He couldn't beat him in a fight. He was also far behind in long-distance running. His proud marksmanship was not at the same level as Tian. Now, his only advantage is his high education. Zhuang Yan began to doubt himself. Is it true that I am really not as good as him? The two of them joined the army at the same time. Tian had only been in the reconnaissance company for a few days. Although Lao Miao had specially approved 800 rounds of bullets for Tian, didn't Zhuang Yan also get a batch of bullets in the next few days, and he was so enthusiastic. Moreover, before joining the army, Zhuang Yan had also wasted a lot of bullets in school. All his pride was so unbearable in front of Tian. Half an hour ago, Minister Zhao proposed to ask Zhuang Yan if he was interested in coming to Lanzhou. What did Lao Gao say? Almost without any hesitation, he refused. He also brought up the rules that Minister Zhao had set before. What kind of relationship soldiers, backdoor soldiers? Now, Lao Gao directly ignored Minister Zhao and the rules he set, and sincerely invited Tian to join the Lanzhou Special Brigade. In front of everyone, he said that the reason they came to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company nearly a month in advance was because of Tian. What was he? A clown? Zhuang Yan was ashamed and embarrassed. In fact, this was just his wishful thinking. Because at this time, everyone was looking at Tian and Lao Gao, and no one would care about his Zhuang Yan's mood and thoughts. Don't rush to refuse. It's not the first year that Lao Gao has been in the army. He knows that many soldiers are used to staying in one place. If they are suddenly asked to move to another place, most of them will not be used to it and will not be willing to do so. People always like to be attached to the past, to the familiar environment and people. Your shooting skills are good, but your gun sense is not good. Minister Zhao has said before that whether you are a good shooter depends entirely on the bullets. As long as you come to my Lanzhou, I guarantee that you will reach the state of unity between man and gun within 1 year. This time next year, you will be stronger than me. In front of Miao Lian, Lao Gao was so desperate that he just wielded a hoe and started digging at the foundation. Kid, do you want to drive a tank? Come to Lanzhou. Do you want to fly a fighter jet? Come to Lanzhou. Do you want to? I see that you are a very accurate shooter, and we just happen to be in need of a sniper. Would you like to come over? As long as you nod, I promise to personally train you to become an excellent sniper. Lao Gao patted his chest and promised. Our Wolf Fang Brigade not only has sufficient bullets, but you can also use them as you like. Moreover, we have the most advanced weapons. Tian has not said a word yet. Lao Gao keeps talking. We have Mauser 98K sniper rifle, Lee Enfield sniper rifle, M1C sniper rifle, M1903 Springfield sniper rifle. Lao Gao is showing off his wealth in a high-profile manner. The brothers in the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company pricked up their ears and were full of envy. Especially Chen Ziwa, her heartbeat quickened a lot. No wonder Brother Tian said that if he wanted to join the army, he would join the special forces. This is too rich. Not to mention tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets, even those sniper rifles, Chen Ziwa has never seen them. His saliva is about to flow out. After this, Chen Ziwa became more determined to go to Lanzhou. Have you never heard of an 8x scope? We have it in Lanzhou. Gaotu Lao Gao talked endlessly about his own assets, fearing that Tian would not be willing to go to Lanzhou. Zhuang Yan's performance was not bad. But in Lao Gao's eyes, it was just average. Although the shooting skills were well organized, anyone could become a sharpshooter like Zhuang Yan as long as they were willing to waste bullets. Tian was different. Not only accurate. The key was that he was very natural. He had only been in the army for a few days and had only fired a few bullets, but his shooting skills were more accurate than his own. This was talent. This was talent. Regardless of the industry, hard work is important, but talent is undoubtedly more important than hard work. 100 points of effort may not be as good as 10 points of talent. Puff. Tian almost spit out the thick phlegm of more than 10 years. Even if you are ignorant, have you not heard of the eightfold scope? How many years have you played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Besides, I will tell you, do you have a threefold scope? Let's learn about the field of view LV3. In the future, when the field of view breaks through LV8, the 98K does not need to be equipped with a scope, and Tian can also use it to accurately shoot targets 800 meters away. Chapter 24. Come on, don't you want to go and visit other companies? Get out of here now. Miao Lian was feeling unbalanced, and he pushed and shoved, trying to drive Gaotu Laojiao away. As the company commander of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, he was the boss, right? These people in the company were like Miao Lian's children. What was the point of showing off in front of his children? It's great to have tanks. When the country becomes rich, I will apply for 2 tanks to play with. Miao Lian was upset. He tried to hide it, but in the end he still couldn't escape Lao Gao's dog nose. He is worthy of being the sergeant of the intelligence department. To be honest, I'm very moved. Moreover, my goal is to become a special forces soldier. Tian put away his cynicism and said solemnly. But you have to eat 1 bite at a time, right? After all, I am still a rookie, I don't know anything, and I have to learn a lot of things from scratch. There are so many things to learn, I wish I could split my time into 2 parts. I haven't learned this yet. Suddenly I have to go to your special brigade and learn a lot of new knowledge points again. I am afraid that I can't keep up with the pace. For example, if the recruit class is kindergarten, then the reconnaissance company is elementary school, and Lanja is university. Tian just graduated from kindergarten and entered elementary school. The textbooks have not been issued yet. Going to university now. Besides, Tian is a soldier for the first time and has never been exposed to many things. It is true that there is a system. However, the system is not omnipotent, it is just an auxiliary. As the sky moves, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. Even if there is a system, only through continuous efforts can Tian gradually become the person he wants to be. Tian's sincerity and humility touched Lao Gao. Look at Zhuang Yan again, he is so arrogant with his little ability. The two are in sharp contrast. Both are people with attitude. Okay. Lao Gao nodded, his eyes full of appreciation. I am looking forward to your performance in the selection in a few months. Everyone who works hard deserves respect. It is also admirable. There is still half a year left. Tian grinned and said, you have to pay attention when the time comes, don't let me step on your place. Ha ha ha. Welcome to step on it. I'm waiting for you. Leave. Lao Gao waved his hand and got into the car contentedly. Minister Zhao smiled and nodded at Tian. When his eyes fell on Miao Lian, he pointed at Miao Lian and scolded him with a smile. Lao Miao, you are not a good person. You actually hid such an excellent soldier. Watching Lao Gao leave, Minister Zhao left. The people of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company rushed forward and lifted Tian up. Lifting him high. Oh! Brother Tian, you are so awesome, how did you do it? Even the high squadron of the Lanja Special Forces is ashamed of their shooting skills, you are too good. If it weren't for Tian's efforts to turn the tide and Miao Lian's withdrawal of the flag, the people of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company would not be able to face anyone in the future. Except for Miao Lian, Chen Pai and Lao Pao who didn't join in the fun, the only one left was Zhuang Yan. From this moment on, this kid was basically destined to be isolated by the people of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. It was all caused by his complaints. Just like Miao Lian said. He has no respect for his elders. He doesn't know his own weight. After everyone released their emotions, Miao Lian shouted, all right, stop making trouble, Tian, come here. Miao Lian. Tian was puzzled, not knowing what Miao Lian wanted to say to him. Everyone gradually quieted down. Miao Lian asked Tian, boy, do you blame me? Tian smiled bitterly and said, why should I blame you? Blame me for delaying your future. Lanja. The most elite unit in the military region. Countless resources, not comparable to the reconnaissance company. Tian knew what Miao Lian wanted to say, and he also knew that he was doing it for his own good. Some things cannot be achieved overnight, there is always a process. Hey, didn't I tell you? You can't become fat in one go. I'll go to Lanja when I'm fully prepared in the reconnaissance company. Tian has his own plans and intentions. He must go to Lanja. Which man in the world has not fantasized about being a special forces soldier? He was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he dreamed of being a special forces soldier. Now, the opportunity is in front of him, how could Tian not seize it? Even if it is a dream, he will do his best to become a powerful soldier in the country. Miao Lian Lao was very relieved. I hope you understand. I won't let you stay in the reconnaissance company forever. After serving in the army for so many years, my biggest wish in life is to become an excellent special forces soldier. Unfortunately, my eyes were injured and I couldn't pass the physical examination. So I hope that all the soldiers under my command can enter Lanja and become the most elite troops. My life is already like this, I can't let your life have regrets. Lao Miao was full of emotion. Whenever he looked at young guys like Tian, Lao Miao was very envious. It's great to be young. There are infinite possibilities when you are young. As long as you work hard, there is nothing they can't do. Boy! Lao Miao patted Tian on the shoulder and said earnestly, remember what I said, Lao Miao, no matter what you want to do, as long as you have firm beliefs and keep improving yourself, the whole world will make way for you. Tian was touched. Okay, I remember it. Chapter 25. Under the stimulation of Gao Tu Lao Jiao, the people of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company went crazy for a long time. All the people in the company took the initiative to change the daily 5-kilometer cross-country to a 10-kilometer cross-country. In terms of physical training, they almost squeezed their potential to the extreme. After the daily training, they hit the sandbags until midnight. Even though Tian has an extraordinary physique, he can't bear it. Before going to bed every day, he feels like he is not himself, his whole body is sore, and the whole person is about to collapse. With such super intensive training, Chen Zihua can still squeeze out time to read. He can almost memorize the several chemistry books that Tian gave him word for word. It shows how much Chen Zihua wants to become a special forces soldier. When everyone was working hard, Zhuang Yan was depressed, and his spirit was depressed for a while. The whole person was in a daze and completely out of state. Then 3 consecutive blows, as well as the deliberate alienation and loneliness of everyone, made Zhuang Yan regret it. I don't know why I had a seizure at the beginning. Isn't it good to study hard in school? I have to be a soldier. Before joining the army, Zhuang Yan thought that he would be able to see Xiaoying soon. But he never thought that until today, he has not even seen a female soldier. There is still no news from Xiaoying. Even so, Zhuang Yan would still hide in bed and write letters to Xiaoying every night to express his longing for her. Xiaoying, where are you? My life in the army was not satisfactory. I wonder how you are doing now. There is a beast named Tian who is targeting me everywhere, making it difficult for me to move forward in the army and making everyone against me. I don't know what to do. Why doesn't he die? On the other side. Dormitory. Every night when she goes to bed, it is the happiest time for Chen Zihua. AI. Brother Tian, are you asleep? Tell me more about the special forces. Tian lay on the bed with his limbs spread out without saying a word. He was looking at the system panel. Several months of training have not been in vain. The density of muscles and bones is just a little bit away from breaking through LV4. There has also been great progress in other aspects. Especially the accuracy and gunmanship expertise, which can be said to be a leap forward. The annual military exercise is coming soon. In a few months, it will be the selection of the Lanja Special Forces. 2 major events. In order to achieve a good result in the military exercise and for the selection, Tian took Ye Laohu to step on the field of Gao Tu Lao Gao. In the past 2 months, Miao Lian almost emptied his family's assets and took out all the stock of bullets for Tian and others to abuse. The jumping ability just broke through level 3 before going to bed. I really don't have the strength. Otherwise, Tian would like to try and see how high he can reach if he jumps hard now. After the jumping ability breakthrough, Tian clearly felt that his body was much lighter. Flying on grass is definitely impossible. However, flying over eaves and walls shouldn't be a problem. If he uses leverage, Tian feels that he can easily cross a 3 to 5 meter high wall. In addition, Tian's flying knife skills are also improving every day. There are 2 ways of flying knives, straight flying and spinning flying. The straight flying distance is short and the penetration is strong. The spinning flying distance is long and the lethality is great. I remember that a few decades later, Yuri, the world-class top master in the flying knife circle, could only fly a distance of 12 or 13 meters. Tian didn't remember it very clearly, and didn't pay enough attention to it. He only saw it occasionally on the internet. Yuri's highest record for a spinning flight is 17 meters. Tian, after 2 months of training, has already surpassed 20 meters in straight flight and an astonishing 50 meters in spinning flight. He has left Yuri far behind. Of course, at this time, Yuri may not even know where to play in the mud. Brother Tian. Chen Zihua was not willing to give up. This guy was like a little kid, pestering Tian to tell him a bedtime story as soon as he went to bed. He was talking like a special forces soldier. He was completely crazy. What's more annoying is that this guy always went to bed earlier than Tian. As he was talking, he suddenly heard a snoring sound beside his ear. Still alive? Can you let me sleep? Tian protested, turned over, and squinted again. Okay. Chen Zihua smiled bitterly, then fell on the bed, opened her eyes, and couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was full of the majestic figure of Lao Gao. So handsome. One day, I can become a member of Lanja. I am so excited just thinking about it. Oh, that's right, brother Tian. Poof. Tian vomited blood. Thinking of Chen Zihua, this kid, always rushing to help him wash his clothes, shoes, and socks, Tian surrendered again. Okay, what do you want to ask? Speak. Chen Zihua's eyebrows suddenly danced with joy, and her joy was beyond words. I'm just curious. The training intensity of special forces must be higher than ours, right? Tanks and fighter jets. Do you think they will go on the mission? That is, besides training and exercises, what do they usually do? Then, without waiting for Tian to answer, Chen Zihua threw out another answer herself. Will they catch thieves or something? There are also robbers and the like. Hey, tell me, can you do it? Tian stared at Chen Zihua blankly. Did this guy forget to recharge his brain? Special forces catching thieves? The country spends so much military money on them every year just to let them catch thieves. Tian instantly lost interest in talking. Sleep, I'm sleepy. Chapter 26. The next day, Tian was in a daze and seemed to see something floating past him. Sense of crisis +1. What the hell? The next second, Tian's hair stood up and he sat up suddenly. Sense of crisis +3. At this time, Chen Zihua was standing at the head of Tian's bed, grinning. Tian took a long breath and rubbed his temples to relieve the tension, otherwise he would easily have a cerebral hemorrhage. Then, Tian turned his head and glared at Chen Zihua. As soon as he turned his head, a toothbrush with toothpaste on it was directly pushed towards Tian's face. That was Tian's toothbrush. Brother Tian, you woke up. That's great. Come on, let's go brush our teeth together. It's getting late, and there are still 8 minutes of training. Chen Zihua said with a smile on her face. Tian froze. He stared at Chen Zihua's bright face and the toothbrush close at hand. He was furious. Do you understand? Squeezing toothpaste. This usually happens between lovers, when a girl in love squeezes toothpaste for a boy. Chen Zihua's behavior seriously affected Tian's beautiful fantasy. Hey, hey, hey. Facing Tian's indignant eyes, Chen Zihua grinned and laughed dryly. This idiot. Brush your teeth. Brother Tian, you haven't told me yet, what tasks do special forces usually perform on a daily basis? Tian's mouth was full of toothpaste bubbles. Deal with emergencies. What is handling emergencies? Chen Zihua insisted. Sometimes Tian wondered whether he should give Chen Zihua those chemistry books. He was too simple. Silly. No matter what happened today, or if he had conflicts with others, when he woke up the next morning, this guy's face would be full of sunshine again. Silly, silly. Is he really suitable to be a special forces soldier? It's just, dealing with various emergencies. Why are you always fussing over these things? I'm not a special forces soldier. How do I know what tasks they perform on a daily basis? If you have time to worry about this, you might as well take a good rest, maintain sufficient physical strength, and train well. The special forces selection will begin soon, don't let yourself be eliminated, or you will be upset. Changing the subject, Tian asked, what is today's training mission? The company commander's office. Zhuang Yan came to clean up early in the morning. After the morning exercise in the army, he sat alone on the stone steps outside the office in a daze. Company Commander Miao came. Zhuang Yan was very entangled and looked for something to do in the office. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, Company Commander Miao, that. Miao Lian looked up, what's up? Zhuang Yan nodded and said, I heard that there will be a military exercise soon. After the military exercise, there will be a special forces selection competition. I have been working as a clerk here for more than half a year. When will I be assigned to the company? Zhuang Yan thought to himself, I can't serve him here for the rest of my life, right? I have served my parents like this at home. The last time he was frustrated, Zhuang Yan was depressed for a whole month before he recovered. He rekindled his fighting spirit. He still wanted to compete with Tian and fight for his breath. When everyone around him was preparing for military exercises and special forces selection, Zhuang Yan was alone in a daze, simply an alien. He couldn't stand being isolated and couldn't stand other people's strange eyes. At least the Special Forces selection is fair, right? I heard that the perverted Lao Gao is very principled. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company has limited resources, and he can't beat Tian. If he goes to Lanja, he may not be unable to turn over. The most important point is that Zhuang Yan doesn't want to waste his life. Because he was born in the 49 city and is a college student, coupled with family factors, Zhuang Yan's arrogance, selfishness and narrow-mindedness have led to his narrow mind. He can't tolerate others being better than himself. However, Zhuang Yan has one advantage. He loves learning. Otherwise, their physical fitness and marksmanship are not good enough. He can surpass the new recruits of the same period. I have to admit that those who have been to college and are under the rule of the emperor are knowledgeable, spiritual, and have pursuits. In the past month, Zhuang Yan has thought for a long time. For Xiaoying, he decided to stay in the army. He always felt that as long as he was in the army, he would be able to find him one day. The key problem is that he has not been assigned to the company to this day. It is not pleasant to be isolated, as if he is the only one left in the world. He lives a very depressing life. Moreover, many training programs cannot be completed by one person alone. For example, Sanda, such as wrestling. No one teaches, the movements are not standard, and the key points are not known. Even if the movements are learned well, if no one cooperates in simulations and actual combat, even if you train for a lifetime, you may not be able to react in time when you really fight with others. The ability to withstand blows is not good. People who have never had actual combat panic when they get on the ring, and they forget all the movements and combinations. For various reasons, Zhuang Yan had to be thick-skinned and want Miao Lian to arrange for them. I want to go to the company. Lian Miao was reviewing official documents and preparing for military exercises, and he said perfunctorily, "Oh. We'll talk about it later." Zhuang Yan stood there, feeling very aggrieved. After a while, Lian Miao raised his head and asked, "Why, is there anything else?" "No, not at all." "Then I'll go out first." "Maybe it's not the right time now." Zhuang Yan just walked to the door when he was stopped by Miao Lian. "Wait a minute. Go to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company and tell Platoon Chen to go to the warehouse to get bullets. When shooting, ask him to give Tian an extra 100 rounds." "Good." Zhuang Yan's face was gloomy. Chapter 27. Zhuang Yan came to the first row and looked for Chen Qiao. Seeing several people in the first row kicking sandbags downstairs, Zhuang Yan went up and asked, "Brothers, where is Chen Qiao?" Tian Ji said that kicking the sandbag is mainly for training strength. "Look at me, when I punch, I must send my arms forward, and remember not to tense my muscles, that's wrong. When your fist is about to hit the sandbag, clench your fist suddenly, and use the force from your heels to turn your waist and hips to concentrate all the strength of your body on this point. Concentrate on the fist and burst out at once. That's explosive power. Another key point is that when your fist hits the sandbag, release all your strength and then immediately retract your fist. This is very important, otherwise the force will rebound and give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage." An old soldier explained patiently. Then the other people followed the old soldier's explanation and tried it one by one. First fix the moves, and then try to exert force. Sure enough, this punch was not only much more powerful, but also fast and with amazing penetration. "Hey! Don't tell me, it's really different. Oh shit, that feels so good. Xiao Tian is such an awesome guy. After training with him, it's obvious that our fighting skills have improved by leaps and bounds. I feel like I'm making great progress every day." Everyone was chatting among themselves, ignoring Zhuang Yan. They completely treated him as air. As if there was no such person. In fact, when Zhuang Yan came over, they had already noticed him, but no one wanted to pay attention to him. If it weren't for Tian's efforts to turn the tide, their Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company wouldn't even have a flag. All this is thanks to Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan's face was blue and purple, and he was furious. He left after standing for a while. When he ran into Chen Ziwa in the dormitory corridor, Zhuang Yan finally had some joy on his face. "Ziwa," Zhuang Yan called out with a smile. Humans are social animals. Long-term depression made Zhuang Yan very lonely. At this moment, he wanted to find someone to talk to. Even if it was just a simple conversation, at least he could express his emotions. "Hey!" Chen Ziwa responded, then looked back, and felt embarrassed when she saw it was Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan took 2 quick steps to catch up. Ziwa, where is Chen Pai? I have something to do with Chen Pai. Let's go out for a walk together later. I want to talk to you about something. Zhuang Yan wanted to ask Chen Ziwa what training projects she had recently and what she had learned. Chen Ziwa was reluctant to walk side by side with Zhuang Yan, but was embarrassed to refuse directly, and hesitantly said, Chen Pai should be resting in the dormitory. Just say whatever you want to say. I'm going to read a book later. Reading. Tisk, you're a cowherd who hasn't even graduated from junior high school, what kind of books do you understand? Zhuang Yan laughed at her out of habit. Chen Ziwa felt uncomfortable. Anyway, just don't come to see me in the future. With that, Chen Ziwa walked quickly into the dormitory, slammed the door shut, and shut Zhuang Yan out. Everyone was distancing themselves from Zhuang Yan. Chen Ziwa was no exception, because sometimes he did go too far. Besides, there was nothing much to say. Chen Ziwa knew what Zhuang Yan was going to say without even talking. Would they all be saying bad things about Tian in the end? Chen Ziwa didn't want to listen. If she told Tian, she would appear to be a mean person. If she didn't tell Tian, she would feel guilty. She might as well break up with Zhuang Yan and she wouldn't have this trouble. At the door, Zhuang Yan stood there blankly, like a fool. The smile on his face gradually solidified, and the haze quickly spread. The corner of his eye twitched, and a cold light flashed. In the entire company, Zhuang Yan only regarded Chen Ziwa as a friend. Chen Ziwa was honest and simple by nature, and was more accommodating to others. She was also the only one, besides Tian, who had entered the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company with him from the recruit class. Unexpectedly, Chen Ziwa would shut him out so coldly. Haha. After a while, Zhuang Yan sneered in his heart, a lowly mud leg really thinks he is something. Damn. Chen Pai dormitory. Boom boom boom. Come in. Pai Chen was washing his feet and preparing for a lunch break. Seeing Zhuang Yan, he immediately turned his head, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit it, and didn't even look at Zhuang Yan. Is there anything wrong? Zhuang Yan reported his work. Meow. Lian told you to take people to the armory to get the bullets today. Miao Lian specifically asked Chen Pai to approve an extra 100 rounds of bullets for Tian, but Zhuang Yan didn't say anything. Oh, okay, I understand. If you have nothing else, go back first. I need to take a nap. Pai Chen ordered everyone to leave. Zhuang Yan did not leave, but stood there hesitating. Can I come to your company? Even though it would be awkward to be in the same company with Tian, Zhuang Yan could endure it no matter how difficult the situation was in order to go to the Lanja Special Brigade. Pai Chen frowned when he heard this. What? There was a moment of silence, then Pai Chen asked Zhuang Yan, is it Company Miao's arrangement? No, Miao Lian didn't say it, it was me. Before Zhuang Yan could finish his words, Platoon Leader Chen interrupted him and said, go ask the second and third platoon leaders. I have already said that the training mission is heavy and I cannot lead them. That's it, you go back. Chen Pai once again ordered them to leave. Chapter 28. The annual military exercise was approaching. However, the weather was not good. Heavy rains continued for more than 10 days. Soldiers stayed in the dormitory all day and could not train normally. When will it end? A soldier looked at the heavy rain outside the window and said with a worried look. He turned around and glanced left and right. Chen Ziwa was sitting at the head of the bed, holding a chemistry book and reading it enthusiastically. 367. 368. 369. Tian did more than 300 sit UPS in one breath. Even the rain could not stop his enthusiasm for training. Muscle and bone density +1. Almost 400 sit UPS, only a little increase. Influenced by Tian, the soldier was bored anyway, so he shouted to Chen Ziwa, Ziwa, let's play. 300 sit UPS, walk up, whoever loses, will cover all the shoes in the dormitory tonight. Dare you? Chen Ziwa didn't even raise his eyelids, his expression was very focused. No, you practice by yourself, I'll read a book for a while. Chemistry. A particularly fascinating subject. At the beginning, holding these chemistry books, for Chen Ziwa, it was like reading a book without words. It made her head ache and she couldn't understand it. Under Tian's patient instruction, Chen Zihua gradually got into it. And then to the current obsession. The whole person is completely involved, and it is out of control. Especially the sentence Tian said, it is a difficult problem that Chen Zihua once wanted to solve. How can you make a fart into a powerful bomb? Can you meet the assessment standards of special forces by doing this? What the hell is this book? Tomorrow is the annual military exercise. Why don't you hurry up and prepare? It's good to sharpen your weapons before the battle, said the soldier. At this time, another soldier in the dormitory held a different opinion. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, he said, with such heavy rain, it is very likely that the annual military exercise will be cancelled or postponed. Who knows? Hey! It's been more than half a month, and I feel like I'm getting fat. You haven't gotten out of bed all day except for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, how can you not be fat? You don't even wash your socks, I'm impressed. Look at Brother Tian, he hasn't missed a single day in more than 10 days, he does 1,000 sit UPS, 500 push UPS, and 300 pull UPS every day. What really makes them admire Tian is not how accurate he is at shooting or how he beats the whole class in fighting, but his self-challenging day after day. Yesterday he did 800 sit UPS, today he did 1,000. He is making progress every day. Even if you make a little progress every day, it will accumulate over time. One day, looking back, you will realize that you have come so far. Who? Every time he raised his body, Tian would take a breath. Didn't you all submit applications to join the special forces? I heard from Lian Miao that several thousand people from several military regions wrote applications. When you are lazy and resting, others are eager to break up their time to train. Every minute and every second, they are surpassing you. While chatting with them, Tian did not forget to count how many sit UPS he did in his mind. Set a goal for yourself every day. 1,000 is 1,000, never do less, and never do one more. You are not a member of the special forces just because you submit an application. Or just give up and don't hold out any hope. Now that you have decided to do it, try your best. It is better to do nothing from the beginning than to fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. Changing the subject, Tian said, as for whether the annual military exercise will be held as usual tomorrow, or cancelled or postponed, this is not something we should worry about. What we should do is to train hard and be ready at all times. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. The special forces are just the opposite. They go wherever the danger is greatest. Since you want to be a special forces soldier, you should strengthen your training and be ready for battle at all times. If you don't sweat today, you will bleed tomorrow. Tian said in a sonorous voice. Tian generally doesn't like to say such empty words. In the past 10 days, seeing that everyone was lazy, Tian felt quite indignant. In the 1990s, many people were not well fed. There were taxes to be paid for growing crops, and everything was public. There were no pesticides and no harvesters. It was hard work. Tian had seen a piece of data. It took almost 500 farmers to support a reconnaissance company like theirs. Who would be worthy of taking the hard-earned money of farmers and wasting it here? I know your mentality. We are a great country, and now is a peaceful time. There is no possibility of war. We have nuclear weapons. Unless there is World War III, no one will dare to provoke us. So in your opinion, what Captain Miao and Captain Chen said about killing the enemy is just empty talk. Where are the enemies? If you think so, you are totally wrong. Tian is a time traveler. He has read so much news in the information age and knows how miserable the yellow faces are in modern times. If you slack off today, you will fall asleep in a pool of blood tomorrow. As soon as Tian finished speaking, Miao Lian walked in. Well said. If you are lazy today, you will fall asleep in a pool of blood tomorrow. What are you? You are soldiers, the last line of defense for hundreds of millions of people in our country. When the country and the people need us, what can a lazy and slack person like you do for them? Finally, Miao Lian said coldly, get ready. The annual military exercise will be held as usual tomorrow. I want to see how you perform in the military exercise. Chapter 29. The Wolf Fang Special Forces. It was raining heavily. A group of fully armed special forces stood in the rain, letting the rain wash over them. They were as still as sculptures, not even blinking. Lao Gao said expressionlessly, today is the annual time to slaughter the new recruits, and it is also the time to test the results of your training this year. The location is in a mountain range we have never set foot on before. The enemy is very weak, with only 10 reconnaissance companies and 300 people. Lao Gao seemed to be unaware that he only had about 50 men under his command, and only 30 teammates were actually involved in the battle. So the task of this confrontation exercise is relatively simple. I require that you wipe out all these rookies within 1 hour. Can we do it? Everyone shouted in unison yes. The sound penetrated the sound of rain and thunder and resounded throughout the fields. You can despise it, but you can't despise it. Especially the guy named Tian from the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Having not seen him for half a year, Lao Gao was looking forward to Tian's performance. No matter who else, if you find this guy, report to me immediately. I want to play with him in person and let him know that we Lanja are not just for show. Finally, Lao Gao raised his fist. A dog eats shit when it travels to the edge of the sky, a wolf eats meat when it travels 1,000 miles. Wolf Fang. With the total death. Who? The first to enter the exercise site was not the Wolf Fang or the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, but the field hospital. What is an exercise? An exercise is to put all the killing skills trained in daily life into actual combat. Especially in confrontation exercises, as long as they can kill the enemy, they will do anything. Injuries are inevitable. Therefore, before the exercise started, the field hospital had already set up camp in the barren mountains so that the injured soldiers could receive timely treatment. At the door of the tent, a fresh and clean girl, sitting backwards on a chair, holding her chin with her right hand, counting the water droplets under the eaves strung into a beaded line. The exercise has not started yet. The field hospital is still very quiet at this moment. Through the pouring rain, from a distance, the girl looks like a character walking out of an oil painting. The touch of melancholy between the eyebrows affects the joys and sorrows of others. Xiaoying, are you thinking about him again? And you said you don't like him. A girl came over. The girl who was talking was Xiaoying's best friend Xiafei, and the one sitting on the chair was Xiaoying. Xiaoying glared at Xiafei and said with a pout, people have said that you don't like him, you are just a neighbor. We lived on the same floor as each other since we were little, and he was like my brother and took good care of me. I didn't expect that he would join the army, so I asked you to find out about him. While speaking, Xiaoying took off her slippers, touched the raindrops falling from the eaves with her bare feet, and deliberately broke the column wire. The icy and cold raindrops hit her feet softly and smoothly, like a little hand massaging, which was quite uncomfortable. Xiafei rolled her eyes and said playfully, I heard that your neighbor brother will also participate in the exercise this time. Who knows? He has already entered the mountain now. Is this true? Xiaoying stood up and walked barefoot. Xiafei took a look and saw that Xiaoying seemed to be completely unaware of the cold rain. Xiafei signaled Xiaoying to put on her shoes to avoid catching a cold. Then she continued to tell the story. Don't get so excited, it may not be your brother Xiao Zhuang. But his name is Zhuang Yan, and his company is very close to us. As for whether he is your little brother Zhuang, I don't know. My friend said that Zhuang Yan could no longer stay in the company. No one liked him, including my friend. It is said that the person is narrow-minded, likes to complain, and is selfish. In order to show off his power of words, he offended the entire company. Xiao Fei hesitated and said, isn't he the same person as the warm-hearted, loyal, and righteous brother Zhuang Yan you mentioned? However, he is also a college student, and he is also an art student studying directing. Xiao Fei and Xiaoying are good friends. They have known each other for more than 2 years and they can talk about almost anything. Of course, Xiaoying told Xiao Fei about some interesting things that happened during her years of knowing Zhuang Yan. In Xiaoying's mind, Zhuang Yan is a man who values friendship and hard work. How? Is that you, brother Zhuang Yan? Hearing Xiao Fei use those words to describe Zhuang Yan, Xiaoying's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. It was as if a big stone was blocking her chest. She was in a low mood. I don't know. Xiaoying lowered her head and looked at her toes, like a little girl who had done something wrong. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. Xiafei hurriedly comforted her, Xiaoying, don't be like this. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Maybe he is not the Xiao Zhuang you know. Anyway, he will come to participate in the exercise today, we can find a way to meet him and we will know. Xiaoying smiled reluctantly, Xiafei, thank you. It's okay for me, you go ahead and do your work. I want to be alone for a while. Okay. Don't think too much. After Xiaofei left, Xiao Ying walked out of the tent barefoot and walked aimlessly in the heavy rain. Her eyes were unfocused. Countless childhood scenes flashed through her mind. Chapter 30. Boom boom boom. Flames shot up into the sky, and Nihujiao Lake stirred up huge waves half a meter high, rolling and sweeping over. In the lake, 6 assault boats were galloping on the water, and the water was turbulent, and the scene was spectacular. Tian was calm, and the jumping flames hit his face, making the sharp lines more resolute and manly. The perverted Lao Gao actually used artillery to bombard. They are not afraid of bombing us to death. In the pouring rain, a shell landed on the top of the mountain, and with a bang, half of the mountain collapsed. Immediately afterwards, another shell fell into the water, flashing with fire, and splashing water more than 10 meters high. It has been half a year since I joined the army. It was Tian's first time to participate in an exercise. The magazine was filled with blank bullets. The range was less than 10 meters. It was too boring. I didn't expect Lao Gao to prepare such a big gift, artillery bombardment. This is very real. Hey. It's really exciting. For some reason, when the shells exploded in the valley and thousands of birds flew away in fright, Tian's heart also trembled violently, but this animal was not afraid at all. Instead, his blood was boiling. His expression was excited. The waves are coming, Ziwa, hurry up, the boat is going to capsize. Hualala. Huge waves rolled in. Half of the 6 assault boats were swallowed by the huge waves in an instant. Unfortunately, the assault boat that Tian and Chen Ziwa were on also capsized. Tian and his companions, who were carrying more than 60 kilograms, were instantly swallowed by the lake water. Pai Chen, the old gunner shouted when he saw this. Pai Chen looked back and was relatively calm. Never mind, let them swim armed by themselves. We will go ashore first. Don't worry. They won't drown. Armed swimming is a daily training item for the reconnaissance company. Compared to Tian and his team, Pai Chen was more worried about whether Lao Gao and his team were hiding in the dense forest ahead, preparing to ambush them. Everyone, pay attention, spread out, be careful of the woods. It was raining too hard. The sky and the earth were grey, and the rain blurred my vision. I couldn't see clearly beyond 30. The turbulent water suddenly started to splash, and soon, heads emerged from the water. Tian, Chen Ziwa and the others unloaded their bags, hung their guns around their necks, and pushed their bags to swim to the shore. Rumble. A flash of lightning tore through the dome. The weather was extremely bad, with heavy rain for more than 20 days in a row, and it didn't stop for a single day. Sense of crisis +5. Tian frowned. What's going on? Is there someone in the forest, or did the lightning scare me? The speedboat landed. Just as the lightning flashed across the sky, gunshots followed. A wolf fang team lurking in the dense forest bared its sharp fangs. 10 people, with black muzzles pointed at the Night Tiger reconnaissance company that landed, immediately pulled the trigger after they left the speedboat and had not yet found cover. Accurate bursts of fire. 30 elite scouts, most of them were gone in an instant. Several people immediately tried to find cover to fight back. The shore was bare, with only the speedboat, so soon these people would not be alive. The others turned back into the water, taking advantage of the dim sky and heavy rain to avoid the shooting, trying to disperse to the left and right directions and escape. The reconnaissance company can be said to be the most elite soldiers in each regiment, but facing the fierce soldiers of Lanja, it was too unexpected. Too fast. The battle started inadvertently, and everyone was not mentally prepared, and suddenly lost most of them. Chen Ziwa and the others who were still in the water were very embarrassed. They showed their heads and looked at the scattered corpses on the shore. They were confused and didn't know what to do next. Swimming over was suicide, so what was the point of soaking in the water? When people are in desperate situations, they usually look at their backbone. Chen Ziwa turned around and looked for Tian. A bag was left on the water, and Tian was nowhere to be found. Chen Ziwa was a little panicked, and his face changed several times. Finally, he left the bag and swam in the opposite direction. The armed swimming failed, and other ways had to be thought of. In fact, Tian was also in the water, but Chen Ziwa couldn't see it. He threw away the bag, leaving only a gun and dozens of scimitars prepared in advance embedded in his waist. Then he dived into the water and swam in one direction. In the water, Tian did not feel any discomfort. He swam several hundred meters in one breath, went ashore, and dived into the dense forest. Tian's steps were vigorous, like a cheetah in the forest, without making any noise. At this time, it was clear how cunning the people of Lanja were. Under normal circumstances, if it were the people of the reconnaissance company, they would rush forward, rush to the shore, and sweep the water surface. However, except for the gradually sparse and sporadic gunshots, they did not appear from beginning to end. They have been hiding in the forest. The direction of each gunshot was different. Obviously, they have been moving and constantly changing their positions. They should be on the shore. Listening to the gunshots, there should be about 10 people. Tian hid behind a bush, took out the scimitars from his waist one by one and coated them with mud. Exciting. Fun. Interesting. Yet, Tian didn't know whether the others were nervous or not. In Tian's eyes, this was PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Tian not only wanted to win the game, but also wanted to get the heads of 20 or 30 people. Solve them first. Give Chen Pai and the others a chance to catch their breath. Chapter 31. High School Team, this is Lanja Group C, do you get it? Received, please speak. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company landed at the riverside. The Tian you want should be in the lake now. Okay, I'll be there right away. Whoosh. A flash of light flashed past. The soldier who spoke suddenly felt a pain in his waist. He subconsciously looked back and saw a flying knife stuck in his bulletproof vest. Tian and his men were not equipped with bulletproof vests. Large-scale consumption could not be borne, and only the Wolf Fang Special Forces were fully equipped with bulletproof vests. The man was stunned. He did not react for a moment and did not know what was going on. After a while, he realized that he had been killed in action. He put down the gun in his hand angrily, followed the rules of the confrontation exercise, and lay down on the spot pretending to be dead. His eyes turned left and right, trying to see where the person who killed him was hiding. Tian had already left and was lurking on a big tree dozens of meters away, his body hidden in the shadow of the tree canopy, leaving a pair of pupils under the refraction of lightning, reflecting a green light like a hungry wolf. Within a range of 20 meters, there was a gunshot a few seconds ago. The other party was hiding next to him. Where is he? Thousands of hours of playing PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds were not in vain. Tian learned to locate the opponent by sound and knew where the opponent was. It was in the bushes by the river. Not far away. But Tian spent a lot of effort and couldn't find anyone. The opponent was hiding too secretly. They are worthy of being the Wolf Fang Special Forces. Don't worry. There is always a time to move. 3 minutes passed. In Tian's sight, the leaves of the bushes moved irregularly. It was not very obvious. And it was raining heavily. The rain penetrated the gaps between the treetops and leaves, gathered into bean-sized water droplets and fell down, crackling, falling on the leaves of the bushes. It was normal for them to move. If it were anyone else, in such a dark forest, they might not notice any clues. Even if they saw the leaves moving, they would not think too much, because most of the leaves were shaking constantly under the washing of rain. But Tian was very sure that there must be someone there. Wolf Fang, amazing. Tian admired sincerely. Even when they had all the advantages, they were still like lone wolves hiding in the dark, carefully searching for prey. Then they showed their fangs and delivered a fatal blow. Terrible. Swoosh. A scimitar flew out. Tian didn't look at the result. His body was suspended in the air, and he landed lightly on the ground while holding the tree trunk. His toes landed first. In addition, the ground was full of dead leaves and mud, so there was almost no sound. Tian crouched down, specially chose the shadows of those fir trees, and touched the corpse. In the stunned eyes of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces soldier, Tian pulled out the flying knife from his body, and rubbed it on his corpse in a pretentious manner. The nose of the person was crooked. This idiot! Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of footsteps nearby. At the same time, there was a rustling sound in the earphones. Tian hid half of his body behind the tree trunk, pricked up his ears to listen, and the swaying leaves perfectly concealed Tian's figure. Did you find that guy? You're not going to wipe out the entire Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, are you? Lao Miao will curse me later. Then, another deep voice sounded. It was obvious that this person was deliberately lowering his voice. However, Tian still identified his position through the voice. High school team, something happened. We can't contact 5 of our team members. It's probably that guy, as. Soon as he said that, the man immediately raised his gun. It was too late. A scalpel was quietly pressed against his neck, and the cold metal texture was clearly transmitted to his brain through his skin. If it was an actual battle, his throat would have been cut by now. There was no sound in the earphones. After a while, Lao Gao grinned and said, "It's interesting. You can kill several of my people. You are not simple. But it's not surprising. I was worried that you would be destroyed. Good, I finally have some hope. Next, it depends on who is the hunter and who is the prey. I hope you can bring me a bigger surprise." After that, Lao Gao didn't speak. There was no sound in the earphones. Maybe they tuned in. The forest was silent. Only the raindrops dripped down the leaves. And his own breathing and heartbeat were particularly obvious. There were people around. People from Lanja. Tian could feel them, but they didn't make any noise. There was no gunfire. They were all lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It's time to retreat. We can't fight to the end. The shoes were full of water and the ground was full of dead leaves. Even if they were wet by the rain, we had to be extremely alert and careful not to make any noise. Tian simply took off his shoes and went barefoot, which made him more sensitive and easier to avoid noise. Even though he was extremely cautious, he still accidentally stepped on a dead tree and broke it. Sense of crisis +3. Sense of crisis +3. As soon as the dead branch broke, gunshots rang out all around. Tian reacted quickly and rushed out as soon as the dead branch broke. The blank bullet wrapped in the hot airflow brushed against his scalp. After a few seconds, the surroundings fell into deathly silence again. A few minutes later, the people of Lanja touched the place where Tian stepped on the dead branch. There was no trace of Tian. If the people of Lanja are wolves, then Tian is a hunter who is more cunning than wolves. Chapter 32. A few kilometers away from the river, Chen Pai and Lao Pao met up. When they counted the number of people, they were all stunned. Only, before he finished speaking, Platoon Chen fell silent, hanging his head and looking very disappointed. Before setting off, Company Miao specially held a pre-war mobilization meeting. After a few words, the 30 people in the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company were all excited, and they were ready to fight, as if they were sure of victory. After all, they had trained hard for several months, tried their best, and their levels in all aspects had been significantly improved. Especially after Tian joined the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, no one in the company could take a breath, and he would find a reason to beat you up every now and then. Under Tian's high-intensity oppression, the overall strength of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company has improved by more than one level. So, they swelled. But they never expected that they would be killed as soon as the military exercise began. The old gun also looked like his father had died, and said worriedly, "Platoon Chen, what should we do next?" A wave of ambush, and the confidence was lost. More than 20 people died, and there was no trace of the opponent. It's embarrassing to say it out. Chen Qiatao was also confused. All the pride in the past was taken away in one wave. After a long silence, Pai Chen suddenly asked Chen Ziwa, "What about that animal? Did you tell me?" Chen Ziwa shook his head, "I don't know. We got separated in the water. I don't know where he went." Chen Ziwa looked excited. He was not an old gun, nor was he Pai Chen. He was not a cotter and did not have to bear any responsibility. The more unfathomable the people of Lanja were, the more Chen Ziwa was fascinated. He hoped that one day he would be one of them. Pai Chen looked around and found that the position was not bad. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Pai Chen said helplessly, "Arrange the guard. Let's see what happens first, don't attack blindly. At least until other companies are killed first, they will not lose the reputation of Night Tiger." Everyone left in response and arranged the guard nearby. The atmosphere was very depressing. When they came, they were still full of fighting spirit. In a blink of an eye, they were all in a mess like defeated roosters, without energy and spirit. Don't count on winning. There is no possibility at all. To survive to the front few was the biggest extravagant hope of Chen Pai and Lao Pao. Lao Pao carefully cleaned up the traces they left behind, feeling helpless. He wanted to fight bloody battles to bring glory to Night Tiger, but now the only thing he could do was to pray that he would not be tracked by Lanja's men. How pathetic! If it really doesn't work, why don't we disperse? Someone suggested. Even if we are discovered, the loss can be minimized. Don't. We are not allies with other companies. In this forest, except for the people of our Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, everyone else is our opponent. If we scatter at this time, we will be sending ourselves to death if we run into them. One company, one camp. Except for the people in this camp, everyone is their prey, and also the hunters who hunt them. But in Lao Gao's eyes, all the people in the company are their wolf's fang's prey. How can we let others take away the prey in our own territory? The sound of rain, thunder, gunfire, and artillery intertwined together, playing a blood-pumping battle march. On the top of the mountains, the military district set up a military base here. He's Haijun, Miao Lian, and more than a dozen company-level cadres from the military district's reconnaissance companies gathered here. The military base has a large screen, which uses drone thermal imaging and some little-known high-tech to present everything that happens in the barren mountains and jungles on the big screen. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, more than a dozen eye-catching colors. Each color represents a in the company, everyone has a color identification. They. Night Tiger Reconnaissance. Company is red. The Wolf Fang Special Forces is white. When the color next to the epaulets is torn off, the person will disappear on the big screen, which means they were killed. The color identification is their military merit. Whichever company survives to the end, which company will win the annual military exercise. The companies that were eliminated will be ranked in order based on who can get more identifications. So Tian took the risk to check the corpses, in addition to taking back the flying knives, he also got their identifications. That is military merit. It is also the dignity of a company. Time goes back to half an hour ago. Lao Miao was very ambitious. He's Haijun asked with a smile. Lao Miao, I heard from Xiao Gao that there is a very capable kid in your company. This time, are you sure you can make it to the top 3? Get into the top 3, not the first. Because he's Haijun has full confidence in his Lanja special forces. The first place must be Lanja. Other companies, forget it. They dare not hope for it. Including Miao Company, they don't even think about getting the first place, because there is no possibility at all. Getting into the top 3 is the highest honor for their company. If they can get the second place, the resources available to the company next year will be much more than other companies. In other words, the annual military exercise is not only about the honor of the company, but also has rich rewards. Top 3, determined to win. Either third or second. Lao Miao was full of confidence. His confidence came from the hard training of the whole company for several months and the improvement of the overall strength of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. But, the next second, Lao Miao's face fell. On the big screen, it can be clearly seen that 30 red dots are moving rapidly towards the dense forest. In the direction of the dense forest, 10 white dots have been dormant for a long time. Lao Miao's heart suddenly rose to his throat. It's over. In just 1 minute, more than half of the red dots disappeared from the big screen. Only a few red dots were left on the huge screen. Company Miao was immediately ashamed. All this was expected. He's Haijun said calmly, it seems that it will be difficult for you Night Tigers to enter the top 3. Military exercises rely on teamwork. Night Tigers lost more than 20 people at once, and the remaining few people can't make any waves at all. It can be said that Night Tigers are basically disabled. Very disabled. The remaining few people are just leftovers in the eyes of other companies. They are tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. A company commander laughed and said, I haven't seen you for a few years. When did Lao Miao learn to brag? Ha ha ha. Chapter 33. He's Haijun was being relatively polite. What's so difficult about getting into the top 3? It's simply the last one. The other companies were still relatively intact at this moment. But Night Tiger was completely scrapped, and there was no chance of struggling. A company had 30 people. How many people were left in Night Tiger? 7. And there were 2 scattered in different places. What can you 5 do when they have 30 people? The other 2 scattered ones didn't count at all, because they wouldn't live long. The number of people was 6 times different. In PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, 7 full teams are fighting against one of you. How to fight? Without people, any tactics are useless. There is no chance of winning. You can only survive. Even if you survive to the end, you still can't escape the fate of being harvested by other companies. Night Tiger has already lost. The last one. Everyone was embarrassed, but they had already admitted it in their hearts. Sure enough. Within 2 minutes, a scattered red dot disappeared on the big screen. It was annihilated. Another night tiger was killed. There was another scattered red dot, and it was also approaching, because it was getting close to the 10 white dots on the screen. This meant that the red dot had crashed into the Wolf Fang squad. The remaining 5 red dots gradually gathered in the distance. Just as they had guessed. These 5 red dots basically did not move, and were confined to a certain range. Obviously, they were hiding. Lao Miao's face became more and more gloomy. It was embarrassing. A few minutes ago, Lao Miao still had great confidence in Night Tiger. Just now, he was a little modest. He didn't dare to say that except for Wolf Fang, Night Tiger was firmly in second place. I never expected that Night Tiger would be so unbearable. It collapsed at the first touch. Miao Lian admitted that Night Tiger was not as good as Wolf Fang, but he didn't expect the gap between Night Tiger and Wolf Fang would be so big. In an ambush, casualties are inevitable, which Miao Lian can understand. But, Night Tiger died too quickly, too many, right? In just a few minutes, Night Tiger was gone. 13 companies, 1 Wolf Fang Special Brigade, a total of 14 camps. Night Tiger took the first place. The last one. I am convinced. Lian Miao wanted to throw his hat. Maybe he is really old and can't do it anymore. In this case, he should not stay in the army and delay others. This time, he should go back to the local area. Facing the gazes of more than a dozen company commanders, Lao Miao's cheeks were hot, and he secretly decided in his heart that it was time to take off his military uniform. Don't blame Tian, Chen Pai and others. Maybe he really can't do it. Lao Miao thought so, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and only confusion remained in his turbid eyes. Beside him, Zhuang Yan was full of celebration and encouragement. If it weren't in front of a group of leaders, Zhuang Yan would have wanted to dance with joy. Deserve it. Zhuang Yan wished that the entire Night Tiger company would be annihilated at this moment. In that case, Lian Miao's face must be very exciting. He is a clerk and failed to participate in the military exercise. At this time, on the big screen, the red dot scattered by the river overlapped with a white dot. It means that the red dot and the white dot are in anal sex. Another company commander joked, Lao Miao, another one of your soldiers is going to die. I'd like to ask you how you feel now. Last year, Night Tigers devoured his company in the annual military competition. This year, he can finally hold his head high. What a pity. The captain said sarcastically, it's a pity that Lanja took the first step, otherwise it would be me, Black Falcon, who would destroy you, Night Tiger. Black Falcon, like Night Tiger, is also another name for a reconnaissance company. Last year, Black Falcon was swallowed by Night Tiger, and Captain Black Falcon was ashamed. After returning, he prepared for battle. It didn't matter if he ranked second or third this year, as he was here to avenge Night Tiger. Miao Lian didn't say a word. He was so exhausted from losing that he didn't have the mood to argue with him. A few seconds later, one of the 2 overlapping dots disappeared. The disappeared one was the white dot. The red dot was still there. Great, Lao Miao, your soldier actually killed one of my soldiers. Don't be too sad. After all, you Night Tigers have taken a head, which is better than 0. His Haijun said this, and it was unclear whether he was comforting or insulting. The battlefield changes rapidly, and anything can happen. In the blink of an eye, the 30 Night Tigers lost more than 20 people, sacrificed more than 20 people, and killed 1 Lanja. This data is normal. But after all, the dead were from Lanja, even if there was only 1, His Haijun felt a little uncomfortable. In this annual military exercise, His Haijun's bottom line is 5. To annihilate all the companies, Lanja can only lose 5 people at most. His Haijun can't accept 1 more. The expressions of other people did not change. However, when the red dot swallowed the second white dot, everyone began to be cautious. His Haijun's face finally changed. Miao Lian also raised his head, and his only remaining eye stared at the red dot on the big screen. There are 8 white dots around, and surrounding the red dot in a fan shape. The situation of the red dot is still extremely dangerous and it may be swallowed up at any time. The white dot began to move again. Then it stopped again. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a white dot near the red dot suddenly disappeared. The third. The fourth. The fifth. Miao Lian's mouth curled up with a hint of amusement, and the remaining eyeball glowed with colorful colors. There is no doubt that it was done by that beast. Miao Lian rekindled hope. His Haijun was uncomfortable, his face was so gloomy that a layer of water could be pinched out. The battle had just started, and the number of Wolf Fang casualties had reached his bottom line. The crowd began to riot. Zhuang Yan frowned, his face was not very good. Like Miao Lian, he also realized that this red dot was most likely Tian. Next. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the rapidly moving red dot. Lao Miao, you night tigers are really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. One soldier killed 5 of my wolves. Is this guy Zheng Sanbao? Or Chen Qia Tao? His Haijun asked. Lao Pao was an 8-year veteran scout. Chen Qia Tao had practiced martial arts since childhood. Apart from the two of them, no one else could have killed 5 Wolf Fang special forces single-handedly. Even Chen Qia Tao and Zheng Sanbao did not have this ability. Not to mention Tian. How powerful could a private who had just joined the army be? Without waiting for Lao Miao to speak, his Haijun raised his head and looked uneasily in the direction of the control room on the left. After hesitating for a long time, he finally shouted shamelessly, "Go and ask someone to check if there is a problem with the computer system." A soldier from the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company killed 5 of his soldiers. This was impossible. His Haijun would rather believe that there was a problem with the computer system. Chapter 34. Deep in the dense forest. Tian leaned against a crooked tree trunk, holding a compressed biscuit in his mouth, diving, fighting, killing enemies, running wildly. Under high mental tension, energy consumption is huge. Tian slowly and carefully swallowed the biscuit while sorting out the situation he was about to deal with. How to win? The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company has been scrapped, and there are only a few people left, and it is probably useless. Therefore, don't even think about a large-scale annihilation war. It is too difficult to surround a company by one person. Just don't lose too badly. There is only one way: collect as many signs as possible. The surroundings gradually quieted down. At first, there were sporadic gunshots in the distance, but now it is completely silent. Tian thought of Lu Sixan's 3-body. His position and the current environment are in line with the dark forest law of the 3-body. Each company is a hunter with a gun, sneaking through the woods like a ghost, gently pushing away the branches blocking the way, trying not to make any sound with their footsteps, and even breathing must be careful. He had to be careful, because there were hunters lurking like him everywhere in the forest. If he found other lives, there was only one thing he could do: shoot and kill them. In this forest, other people are hell, an eternal threat, and any life that exposes its existence will be quickly eliminated. Except for the initial encounter, there should be no large-scale conflict in the short term. Everyone hid in the dark and held their guns tightly. However, it won't be long before the melee begins. After all, this is not the universe. There is no poison circle of PUBG here, but there is a rule. The annual 13th Company confrontation exercise was prepared for more than half a year, but the actual confrontation lasted only 1 day and 1 night. 24 hours. After 24 hours, the military exercise ended and the person holding the card won. The card represents the color identification of each company. A company doesn't even have a card, so why are you here? If a large-scale annihilation war cannot be fought, then the only thing left is to pick up heads. Tian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his signature evil smile. The next thing to do is to wait. Like Chen Pai and the others, Tian set up a cordon within a radius of about 100 around the crooked neck. Once someone triggers the mechanism, he can counterattack or escape at the first time. The chance of surviving to the end is 0. In other words, it is basically impossible to win. 13 companies, plus the Wolf Fang Special Brigade, a total of 520 people. 520 cards. If more than 100 cards can be obtained, it should be possible to advance to the top 3 or top 5. 100 cards, which means that Tian has to kill 3 companies, and there are still 10 heads short. Even if the Night Tiger organization is intact and 30 people are still alive, everyone may not be able to achieve such a brilliant record with all their efforts. Just relying on oneself. This is not a question of whether it is difficult or not. It is simply a fantasy. But Tian still has hope. Who knows? Anyway, Tian firmly believes that if you don't do anything, there will definitely be no possibility, but as long as you are fully prepared to try, you may achieve unexpected results. Time passed by. Finally, the long-lost gunshot rang in my ears. Pick up the head. Tian jumped up, like a cheetah that took emergency syrup and ran quickly in the direction of the gunshot. It was far away. There was a mountain between them. Tian had to rush over before the battle was over. He had to predict in advance, select the target, and then take action. It would be best if the two sides fought and one of them was dispersed. A small team of 3 or 5 people would be the most suitable for Tian to pick up the cards. Tian, who was in an excited state, had no idea how much of a sensation his high-speed running caused in the military base. What happened? You said it's not a system problem. Can you ask someone to take a look? Could it be that you have placed military vehicles in the woods? This is at least 100 yards. Haijun was in a bad mood, thinking something was wrong. The other company-level cotters also stared at the rapidly moving red dot on the big screen with wide eyes, looking at it in disbelief. It was raining so hard, the visibility in the mountains was poor, the roads were muddy, and there were thorns and bushes everywhere. There were no roads in many places. It might take an average person a whole day to cross a mountain. But the red dot in front of him almost didn't stop, running all the way, seemingly without any obstacles. In less than half an hour, the red dot came to the front line. What does he want to do? Haijun turned his head and looked at Miao Lian and asked. On the big screen, 2 camps, 50 or 60 people were fighting fiercely in a valley. Just a red dot, rushing over like crazy. Isn't this a suicide mission? What's the matter? Does he want to represent Yelao Hu to have a 3-game melee? Miao Lian didn't say a word. In fact, Haijun asked unnecessarily. Everyone knew what Tian wanted to do, but they couldn't believe he could succeed. Picking up heads? How could it be so easy to pick up heads? If you are not careful, you will really be killed. Bang, bang, bang. Tian was hiding halfway up the mountain, and the fighting in the valley below was really fierce. There was no rain of bullets, because they were all blanks. The range of blanks is very short, but the flames from the barrel are very dazzling. After a short rest, Tian was ready. Started the mode of picking up heads. Picking up heads is not a frontal attack, you have to cut into the back row to steal. One is dark blue, and the other is purple. The dark blue company is the Black Falcon Reconnaissance Company from the northwest. Base. Seeing the red dot on the big screen detour around the dark blue back row, the Black Falcon Company commander smiled. Lao Miao, thank you. You traveled thousands of miles to send someone ahead, although there is only one, but the sentiment is great. Ha ha ha. Black Falcon, I accept it with a smile. Chapter 35. Looking at the dark face of the captain of the Purple Company, it is clear that the captain of the Black Falcon Company is not just talking nonsense, but the predicament that Tian is about to face is extremely dangerous. Looking at the big screen, you can basically predict the result. In just half an hour, the battle will almost end, and the Black Falcon has the advantage. The two companies also encountered each other. After exposing their whereabouts, both sides began to attack. In order to hide their whereabouts again as soon as possible and avoid being targeted by other hunters hiding in the dark, the battle entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. It was extremely fierce. When the number and equipment of both sides are not much different, they rely on military literacy and tactical intersperse to win. The advantage of the Black Falcon lies in mobility and position in the ground. They are on the high ground, and a few guns can't attack the other side. 5 minutes after the battle started, the firepower of the left wing of the Black Falcon was very fierce. The 30 people of the Purple Company spread out in a fan shape. After a long attack, the Purple Company prepared to disperse and attack the hilltop from the left and right sides. Unexpectedly, not long after the team dispersed, the Black Falcon changed its formation, and more than 20 people pierced through their ranks like a sharp knife, splitting the Purple Company in two. The firepower on the left wing was fake, just a feint. In a hurry, the Purple Company panicked and rushed to reunite. Black Falcon resisted the fierce fire net, and the few people left on the left wing of the hill took advantage of the situation and rushed down, killing directly to the left side of the Purple Company. At this time, the Black Falcon at the foot of the mountain left a few people to block, and the rest quickly cooperated with the left wing to rush over. The Purple Company, Tian, who was at the scene, could not see such an interesting picture. On the big screen, during the whole process, the Black Falcon and the Purple Company were like two birds of prey fighting in the air. The Purple Company spread its wings. But the black falcon folded its wings and shot like a sharp arrow, and the two sides entangled together. A few minutes later, as the purple dots gradually dimmed, the purple company was like a big bird with a broken wing, and only the fate of wailing was left. You know, the purple team has been ranked in the top 5 in the annual military exercises for several years. Among the 13 companies, the purple company is definitely a headache for reconnaissance. Therefore, the captain of the Black Falcon has a strong and confident smile on his face. There is an old saying that goes, "A blessing in disguise." Last year, the Black Falcon lost miserably. As soon as the company entered the battlefield, it had an encounter with the Night Tiger. Not long after, the Black Falcon was swallowed by the Night Tiger and left the battlefield early. That was a shame for the Black Falcon. In order to avenge the previous shame, after returning, the entire Black Falcon company trained silently and worked hard to avenge the annual military exercise this year. Unfortunately, the Night Tiger left the field early, and more than half of the 30 people in the company were eaten by the Wolf Fang in just a few minutes. Without the Night Tiger, the Black Falcon company commander had to set his sights on other companies. For example, the Wolf Fang? Seeing the Purple Company, which had been ranked in the top 5 for several consecutive years, being torn into pieces by his own Black Falcon, the Black Falcon company commander was full of confidence. So, a blessing in disguise. Last year, the company lost miserably, and this year it is very likely to achieve a result that will attract the attention of several major military regions. He ignored the red dot behind Black Falcon and cast his eyes on the whole board. Looking at the dots of different colors on the whole board, the Black Falcon company commander commented complacently, "This company is very ordinary, and a small half of them have been killed by Wolf Fang. If they encounter my Black Falcon, they will be wiped out in minutes. This company is barely passable, but compared with my Black Falcon, there is still a big gap. This company is still intact, but if they encounter a battle with me, Black Falcon, I am fully confident that I can quickly eat them up in 30 minutes. In the end, the only one who made Black Falcon a little afraid was Wolf Fang. But there may be a chance. Maybe this year Black Falcon will surpass all the others and win the first place. What's the use of a red dot? Nothing can be changed. Unless a complete company comes up, both sides of the battle will be in great danger at this time." Suddenly, the Black Falcon company commander's eyelids jumped, and he saw that after the red dot cut to the back row of Black Falcon, it seemed that he also had a large screen to see the overall situation. Because the red dot's target was very clear, away from the crowd, and went directly to the scattered Black Falcon team members. The red dot overlapped with a dark blue dot, and soon, the dark blue dot disappeared on the big screen. Then, the red dot went straight to the next dark blue. Less than 20 seconds apart, another Black Falcon team member was killed. Then Tian went straight to the third person. The third person was also killed. The fourth person, the fifth person, the sixth person. Tian is simply a head harvesting machine. Undoubtedly, Black Falcon is very strong, otherwise it would not suppress Purple Company. However, they were too focused and did not expect that someone would come up from behind. Because they set up a cordon. Because they were eager to eat up Purple Company. Moreover, Tian was alone. If it was a company, with more people and a larger target, it would be easy to be exposed. One person. Who can believe that two companies were fighting fiercely in the COL, and one person dared to run over to pick up heads? Including the 5 heads of Lanja. Tian has got 13 heads at this moment. Several people on the left wing of Black Falcon were all killed by Tian. In this way, the situation of the battle will change again. Miao Lian grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. The expression of the Black Falcon company commander was particularly wonderful. Chapter 36. Ouch! The Black Falcon captain slapped his thigh fiercely, feeling deeply sorry. Seeing that their Black Falcon company was about to completely cut off one of the Purple Company's wings, they could bite and devour it next. Who would have thought that a small red dot would destroy the Black Falcon's tactics and their plans in 3 minutes? The Black Falcon captain was so angry that his mouth and eyes were crooked. "Fu! Lao Miao, you are not a good thing, and the soldiers you lead are not good either." His Haijun took a deep look at Lao Miao. This old thing was really cunning. He actually hid such a powerful soldier. Not simple. Ha ha ha. Lao Miao changed his depressed mood, grinned from ear to ear, and laughed. "Thank you. I'll just take it as a compliment." Originally, Lao Miao planned to take off his military uniform and go back to his hometown when he returned this time, so as not to delay others in the army. Tian's actions made Lao Miao give up this idea. The visibility in the mountains is not good. It was dark, and it was raining heavily. The treetops blocked the light. It was only about 10 o'clock in the morning, but I seemed to be out of control in the jungle. It was dark everywhere, as if it was already 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. In the mountains, it was raining heavily, and the average person's vision was only about 10 or 20 meters. Things were blurry beyond 10 meters, and they were not clear beyond 20 meters. Under the tension, everything looked like a person, bushes, stones. At first glance, I thought there was a person squatting there. At this time, Tian's advantage was reflected. The LV4 vision gave Tian more than just a vision that was 4 times that of ordinary people. Here, ordinary people couldn't see very clearly beyond 10 meters, but Tian, to exaggerate, could tell whether the mosquito was male or female at a glance within 10 meters. Therefore, when others couldn't see him, Tian could clearly see their hiding place. Beyond 50 meters, everyone was blind, and only Tian had eyes. Tian was embarrassed. Bullying a blind person is inhumane. What's more, they attacked them from behind. Hee. Tian grinned and smiled silently. Under the indignant eyes of the Black Falcon Scout Company members, he took off the logos on their armbands one by one. Without these Black Falcons attacking the Purple Company from the flank, the Purple Company felt relieved and could finally raise its head to suppress the Black Falcons with firepower. The Black Falcons' plan was to split the Purple Company in two, and then cut off one of the Purple Company's wings together with the flank, and then turn the gun to annihilate the Purple Company in one fell swoop. The Black Falcon's plan was almost complete, but at this time Tian rushed out and killed the Black Falcon's flank, completely ruining their plan. Tian not only destroyed their plan, but also put the Black Falcon in crisis. The Black Falcon adopted a sharp knife-like breakthrough into the Purple Company, which was a big gamble, because once they failed, they would face the situation of being attacked from both sides by the Purple Company. At the moment, the Black Falcon was in this situation. The Purple Company, which was cut into 2 sections by a knife, immediately launched a counterattack. Oh my god! What's the situation? What about the left wing? What are you doing? Get rid of them. There is no movement on the left wing. Is it over? Damn it! It's over. We're all done. Break out. After killing the left wing of the Black Falcon, Tian did not take action immediately, but walked around the periphery of the 2 companies. Scouting. One company completely wiped out another company? It is unlikely. There will be a few fish that slipped through the net. Tian's next plan is to kill these fish that slipped through the net. Or, the pursuers will be scattered. Anyway, those with more than 10 people are Tian's target. Ta. Da. This is not a solution. We will all die here. Platoon leader, find a solution quickly. The platoon leader is dead. No matter what, let's just rush out from the back and break out. One by one, Lao He, cover me. Black Falcon began to break out. Tian was not impatient, he found the best position to watch the battle, and waited for the show to begin. On the big screen of the military base, dark blue dots disappeared one after another. It was not Tian who did it, but it was because of him that Black Falcon's failure was indirectly caused. This is the ever-changing battlefield. Even if you have the advantage, you may not be the one who laughs last. Catch up. Don't let these bastards run away, damn it, so many of our brothers have died, blood debt must be repaid with blood. Destroy all the Black Falcons, don't let any of them go. The remnants of the Black Falcon fled in panic, and the Purple Company's men chased after them. At the military base, the Black Falcon Company commander's face turned black. The Purple Company commander was much more relieved. Even if the Purple Company had lost the chance to enter the top 5, it didn't matter, as long as they could get rid of those bastards of the Black Falcon, it would be a pleasure. Miao Lian's only remaining eye was fixed on the red dot on the big screen. Be it the Black Falcons or the Purple Company. Who cares if they live or die? His Haijun glanced at the whole situation, but, like Miao Lian, he focused more on the red dot. At this moment, a company commander behind him suddenly pointed at the single red dot and shouted, "Look, the red dot is moving. What is this kid up to?" Tian's every move affected the emotions of dozens of bigwigs in the military base. Chapter 37. Tian did not act immediately. There were still many people. They were very concentrated. It was unwise to act at this time. Follow. Follow in secret. In order to survive, Black Falcon broke out in different places. In order to collect more signs. In other words, in order to take revenge, Purple Alliance did not want to let any of them go. 3 people formed a group to hunt down Black Falcon. The opportunity has come. Tian came up silently like a ghost in the dark. This time, Tian's target was no longer the Black Falcon. It was the Purple Link. Run over there, quickly. Everyone, please be safe. Be careful of ambushes. Tut, tut, tut. 3 people. The one walking in front was holding a dog-leg knife. This kind of people usually act as hounds, tracking and clearing the way. The remaining 2 were responsible for vigilance, one alert in front and one alert behind. Here. Go this way. Be careful. There's a valley below. The hound cut off a bush, and suddenly stopped. He didn't know why. He felt something was wrong. Suddenly, he turned around and swept the dog-leg knife in his hand towards Tian's waist. His movements were sharp. Stop. You are already dead. Tian put the muzzle of the gun against his forehead, waited for him to put away the knife, and then tore off the label on his arm. Tian did not shoot because blank bullets were very lethal at such a close distance. The soldier at the back lay on the ground with no desire to live. He was the first one to be stabbed in the neck by Tian with a scimitar, and then Tian sneaked up and killed the other 2 soldiers under his nose. After getting the label, Tian rushed into the depths of the dense forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye right under their noses. This kid doesn't look like one of Black Falcon's men. Night Tiger. What a cunning guy. Damn it, our brothers died in such a miserable way. Could it be that the entire Night Tiger company is lying in ambush nearby? Our company is in danger. The people of the Purple Company felt that their death was a misfortune, and the people of the Black Falcon Company felt even more aggrieved. They had the upper hand and victory was within sight. How could they lose without knowing why? The platoon leader of the Black Falcon Reconnaissance Company, Lao Go. Lao Go was lying against a rock on the side of the hillside, in the shadow where no light could reach. It was extremely secretive. Even if someone passed by, they would not notice that there was a person lying in the crack of the rock without looking carefully. Lao Go was in a heavy mood. It was not a good feeling. After a year, all the efforts of the entire company were in vain. After the exercise, I guess the company commander will scold me for another half a year. Why? How come? What do those guys on the flanks do for food? What happened? Lao Go was very depressed. It was obvious that the people on the flank had met with an accident, but Lao Go didn't know what had happened. What should we do next? The old dog was at a loss. Black Falcon's current situation was the same as Night Tiger's. More than half of the 30 people were killed or injured, and the remaining few were half dead, making it difficult to make any waves. The old dog had a worried look on his face, and he covered his face and said in pain, "It's too difficult." Yes. Life is not easy. Tian patted the old dog on the shoulder and comforted him. The old dog's hair suddenly exploded, and he jumped up, pointing the gun at Tian. Don't get excited, brother. You are already cold, your body should be stiff by now. Tian waved his hand, a batch, Lao Go's. At this time, Lao Go realized that he had been killed. Watching Tian's back gradually going away, and finally disappearing into the night. Lao Go was horrified. He didn't even know when he died. He didn't know when Tian came to him. Lao Pao took off his helmet, and the rain crackled on his forehead, and his whole head was cold. If this was not a drill, but a real battlefield. Damn it! Kill me if you want. Why are you trying to scare me? He too nothing. Temporary command post. Forget it, let's just call it a military base. Unless there is an emergency, He's Haijun and his team will not be involved in the command. Hey! The captain of the Black Falcon Reconnaissance Company sighed and slumped down on a chair. He looked as if his energy had been drained away. He looked dejected. He no longer had any desire to win. That's right, most of the people were dead, who could they rely on? After all, they, the Black Falcon, didn't have a perverted monster like that red dot. Another blue dot disappeared and was swallowed by the red dot. He's Haijun pulled himself away and moved the chair, turned sideways and waved at Miao Lian. Come on, Lao Miao, come here and sit next to me. Let's chat. I think he is right. His Haijun pointed at the Black Falcon Company commander and scolded Lao Miao with a smile. Lao Miao, you are really not a good person. Why are you hiding such a good seedling? Ah! You old man, how can you be so cunning? After scolding, he felt relieved. His Haijun lay down on the chair, pretending to be lenient to those who confess and strict to those who resist. Tell me, what's this kid's name? This is not the first time his Haijun has questioned Lao Miao. Lao Miao showed his big white teeth. Look at his arrogant look. I usually like to call him Beast. Many years later, Tian also felt that Lao Miao was just a mouthful. What else could he call himself? Calling himself Beast, others are jungle wolves, Siberian wolves, this wolf and that wolf, it sounds so domineering. But when it comes to Tian, there are only two words, Beast. In front of his Haijun and a group of company commanders, Tian confirmed the nickname of Beast. There is no running away. Because after the explanation of the annual military exercise, these company-level cadres, and those soldiers, will bring the word beast back to the major military regions. His Haijun what? Livestock. Very fitting. Chapter 38. Livestock. Then what? His Haijun sat on the chair, looking up at the single red dot on the big screen, and asked. Miao Lian rubbed his fake eye. I think it's him, but I can't be 100% sure, because the animal has only been in our reconnaissance company for half a year, so. Before Miao Lian finished speaking, Minister Zhao smiled and said with a very firm tone, it's him, Tian. Minister Zhao also wondered if it was Chen Pai or Zheng Sanbao. Impossible. Chen Pai and Lao Pao, these two people do have some strengths, but they can never do this. Tian. Yes, this guy. Last time I mentioned to you that even Lao Gao was interested in him and took the initiative to invite him to our Lanja. But the boy refused, saying that he would study in the reconnaissance company for a while, and when he was fully grown, he would come to our Lanja. Speaking of which, it was half a year ago. Looking at the red dot on the big screen, representing Tian, Minister Zhao was filled with emotion. Time is like sand in one's hand, and more than 180 days and nights have passed without one noticing. When I first met this guy half a year ago, I heard he's pretty good at fighting. The shooting is very accurate, but compared with our Lanja people, there is still a certain gap. I didn't expect that in just half a year, this guy has grown so fast. After a pause, Minister Zhao continued, in fact, it was hard for me to believe it at first. How could a private who had only been in the army for more than half a year have such a high level of ability? Later I thought about it. There is no one else in the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company except this guy. After all, only this kid would do such a bizarre thing. Anyway, no matter what happens to him, I feel, well. It's possible that he really did it. Minister Zhao and Tian had only met once, but both he and Lao Gao had always been paying attention to Tian as a soldier. Including the fact that Tian used his fists to dismantle the confinement room, Minister Zhao had already inquired about it. Miao. Lian nodded again and again, and agreed with Minister Zhao's comments very much. Especially the last sentence, no matter what happens to him, I feel that it's possible that he really did it. Speaking of which, Miao Lian is the person in charge of Night Tiger. He is the only one who knows Night Tiger best. Who else but Tian could be responsible for this fast-moving red dot that harvests heads all over the mountains and plains? Let's not talk about anything else, just the speed at which this red dot moves. Except for the humanoid cannon, Night Tiger can't find a second person. Oh shit! 17, no, 18, 19. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone suddenly realized that Tian had killed another three-man team. So far, he has killed 19 people alone. 19 people, a company has only 30 people. This is equivalent to Tian killing more than half of the company alone. It's really enviable. Lao Miao, just tell me, have you eaten shit this year to be so lucky? The captain of the Black Falcon was envious and jealous. In the annual military exercise, the 13 companies were competing against each other, plus a special company of the Wolf Fang. 14 companies, a total of 520 people. Before this year, in every annual military exercise, these leading cadres never paid too much attention to one person. What can one person do? Nothing. Most of their minds are on the tactical level when fighting in companies and platoons. Their own, the opponents, the Wolf Fangs, and other companies. But now, no matter what tactics, what company, even including Lao Gao, everyone's brilliance is overshadowed by Tian alone. Even if there are numerous stars, they are not as bright as the moon. Tian is the bright moon in the vast starry sky. In previous years, it depended on which company. This year is different, it depends on Tian alone. Damn it! That grandson of Lao Gao is really a piece of shit. He wiped out my entire company in one wave. Another company commander cursed. An hour later, Lao Gao wiped out another company. Oh, oh, oh. The company commander was jumping up and down. When the last point of their company disappeared on the big screen, this man, like the Black Falcon company commander, slumped in his chair with lifeless eyes. Finally, his eyes locked on the point of Tian, his lips moved, and he muttered to himself, "Hey. After half a year of preparation, what's the result? It turns out that this exercise is just to set the stage for this kid. A person danced a solo here. What a pity. He is not from his own company." Another company commander also shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said with emotion, "Yelao who has produced a dragon. This kid is as good as an entire reconnaissance company by himself. Thank you. Viper, you are the one who speaks human language, ha ha ha." Lao Miao couldn't close his mouth. He laughed for too long and his cheeks couldn't stand it. They were already stiff. It didn't matter whether Yelao who lost or not. Tian had already taken all the glory. His Haijun finally showed his true colors. "Lao Miao, after the exercise, let that beast come to my lanja. Don't worry, I will never treat your soldier badly." Miao Lian said, "I have no objection, just let him do it. I think it's almost time for this animal to go to your lanja." As he said that, Miao Lian was reluctant and said, "Hopefully my little temple. There is no other way, I can only let it go." Beside him, He Xian pointed at the big screen and said, "Your animal is in trouble." The fierce battle between He Xian and Zai Lian undoubtedly exposed their whereabouts. Several surrounding companies came from all directions. They all wanted to get a piece of the pie. Among them was the Lanja Special Brigade of Gao to Lao Gao. From the big screen, He Xian, the remaining troops of Zai Lian, plus Tian, have been surrounded by 7 companies. Chapter 39. As soon as the Black Falcon Reconnaissance Company's commander finished speaking, His Haijun, Minister Zhao, and all the company-level cadres present came over. Hiss! 7 companies, more than 200 people. There's no hope. I'm sure I won't survive. The battle of 7 armies. Tisk tisk. This is really lively now. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even the captain of the Black Falcon did not blame or resent Tian at all. The army wanted to worship the strong. Even though Tian turned the tide and caused Black Falcon to lose the exercise, the captain of the Black Falcon not only did not blame him, but admired him more. Moreover, at this time, he was sweating for Tian, worried that Tian's situation was not good. What a pity! The battle of 7 armies, there is no hope at all. No matter which direction he leaves from, he will have to face an entire company. Everyone was talking about it. They all frowned and racked their brains to help Tian find a way out. In other words, they put themselves in Tian's shoes. If it were him, how could he escape unscathed? 17 kills. Tian had never fought head-on, but always attacked from behind and picked on the lonesome. Now that the situation has become like this, he has basically cut off his chance of survival. In the eyes of His Haijun and the others, Tian only had half an hour to live. They shook their heads and expressed regret. They were still looking forward to Tian bringing more surprises. In the end, it ended so hastily. Zhuang Yan listened to their discussions about Tian. From beginning to end, all the topics revolved around Tian. The person Zhuang Yan hated the most in his life was liked by all the leaders. He felt very uncomfortable. Why Tian? Why him, and not himself? 18 years old, not even 19. Being young and frivolous. Zhuang Yan wanted His Haijun, He Falcon and others to focus on him. It didn't matter if it wasn't him, it could be anyone. Why Tian? Miao Lian, are you taking it for granted? How do you know he is Tian? Did you see it with your own eyes? I also said he was Chen Zihua. Zhuang Yan suddenly said without warning. Normally, in front of a group of leaders, how could he, Zhuang Yan, say that? This occasion was not appropriate. But Zhuang Yan couldn't help it. He couldn't stand it. He felt unhappy and annoyed when he heard Tian's name. Because of Tian, no one wanted Zhuang Yan after he left the recruit class. Because of Tian, he has not been assigned to the company yet, but has become the nanny of the old bones of Miao Lian. Because of Tian, he didn't get assigned to the company, couldn't train, and wasted half a year. Because of Tian, he missed the annual military exercise. Moreover, because of Tian, everyone in Yalahu, even Chen Ziwa, began to alienate himself. All this was thanks to him. Why did he get all the love, while he was like a dog curled up under the wall and looked up at him? Zhuang Yan wanted to speak. He wanted to speak out loud. If he held it back, he would die. This beast called Tian is not as mysterious as Miao Lian said. He is no different from me. Zhuang Yan slightly modified Miao Lian's nickname for Tian, animal, and called it a beast. I admit that he is a good runner and a good shooter. But even if he is a high-ranking team member, he can't achieve the incredible achievement of killing 17 people alone in a chaotic battlefield. Zhuang Yan sneered and said, I think the chief's statement is more credible. Maybe there is a problem with the computer system. Otherwise, this guy is cheating. Captain Miao's face was gloomy. In front of 13 company-level cadres of the reconnaissance company and in front of his Haijun, Zhuang Yan suddenly did this. What would people think? They would definitely say behind his back that Yalahu is not very good. A dignified reconnaissance company is not united at all. Outsiders did not say anything, but their own people quarreled with each other. Zhuang Yan continued to chatter. Most of the leaders present have been soldiers for many years. Who doesn't know that marksmanship is developed by feeding with bullets? As soon as Tian joined the reconnaissance company, Lian Miao specially approved 800 rounds of ammunition for him alone. Later, more bullets were delivered. Give me these bullets, and my marksmanship may not be worse than Tian's. Step on one person, praise one person. Zhuang Yan has figured it out anyway. If you don't let me go to the company, don't tear me apart. Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, it doesn't matter if you don't stay. I won't serve you anymore. Zhuang Yan wants to win the favor of his Haijun, so he steps on Tian and praises himself. As long as he can enter Lanja. Give yourself some time. Zhuang Yan firmly believes that he must be stronger than Tian. What he can do, Zhuang Yan, can do too. What he can't do, Zhuang Yan, can do. Minister Zhao shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's this kid again. Jealousy makes a person unrecognizable. He looks handsome. But, it's annoying to look at. His Haijun glanced at Zhuang Yan, then turned his head to focus on the red dot on the big screen. He didn't say anything. The others looked at Zhuang Yan, and then looked at Miao Lian. Miao Lian had never hated someone so much. He regretted it. He really shouldn't have let this traitor follow him as a clerk. He wanted to slap Zhuang Yan to death. I'll have someone send you to a field hospital. Go check your brain. It has been raining for so many days in a row, I guess my brain has gone moldy. Go. After reading the brain, it's time to go back to where you are. From today on, Night Tiger doesn't need a clerk anymore. Chapter 40. Zhuang Yan looked at his Haijun with hope. He was desperate. His Haijun never looked back at him from beginning to end. The best way to expose Yalu's family scandal is to turn a blind eye, and Lao Miao will handle it. His Haijun is not in a position to intervene. Another thing is that Zhuang Yan keeps belittling Tian and praising himself. His behavior is disgusting. Too selfish. In order to flatter himself, he completely disregards the sense of collective honor. Yalu's entire company has lost most of its members, and there are only a few people left, and there is no way to win. It was not easy for Tian to break out, win honor for the company, and win the applause of the cadres of the 14th company. At this time, he stood up and complained, and brought up the bullets specially approved by Lao Miao for Tian. This kind of person, let alone how powerful he is, no one will like him even if he is strong. Everyone is in a different perspective, thinking differently in their hearts. Zhuang Yan felt extremely aggrieved. Half a year. He has not been to the company for half a year, and has been doing clerical work for Miao Lian and taking care of his daily life, but in the end he ended up like this. Such a large military region, but there is no place to stand. Ha, ha, ha. Zhuang Yan was desperate. He glanced at his Haijun, Miao Lian and the others, and sneered. A fierce look flashed in his narrow triangular eyes. He thought to himself, Miao, remember what you said today. One day, you will regret it. What kind of beast is Tian? I, Zhuang Yan, am a college student. How many college students are there in the country? You treat me like this. Just wait for me, don't look down on the young and poor. Deep in the jungle. The heavy rain hit the gnarled treetops, gathering into water droplets, dripping down. On the tree trunk, a lizard was washed away by the rain and had to leave the treetops. There was a tree hole under the trunk. It must be more comfortable to hide in the tree hole than on the treetops. It moved down half a meter again, and then the lizard stopped moving, clinging to the tree trunk motionlessly. Under the tree, Tian lay down on the spot. First he sat down, dug up the dead and rotten leaves, and buried his legs. Lower abdomen, chest, and finally face. The position Tian found had a bit of a fault and a slope. He buried himself against the fault. Therefore, it would not appear abrupt or bulging. The lizard witnessed the whole process. No one knew what it was thinking. Not long after Tian buried himself, just a dozen seconds later, he heard rustling footsteps in his ears. The footsteps were very light. Judging from the sound, there should be 2 people. As time went by, the footsteps were getting closer. There were more and more people. There were at least 20 people, and I didn't know which company they were from. Half an hour ago, Tian was desperately chasing his prey, a 3-man team from the Purple Company. While chasing, suddenly several dark shadows jumped out. Right under Tian's nose, the 3-man team from the Purple Company was killed. Tian quickly hid. Observed in secret. He took a look. Damn, a full-strength reconnaissance company. I was scared to death. The other party pressed forward step by step, moving towards the direction where Tian was. Tian quickly slipped away. Who knew that not long after walking, a full-strength reconnaissance company also appeared behind him. To the north. There was also a full-strength company in the north. To the south, to the east, to the west. Okay. Tian simply found a feng shui treasure land, which was here, and took the initiative to bury himself. Sense of crisis +3, sense of crisis +3, sense of crisis +5. The system becomes stronger with every breath, like an alarm installed in advance, constantly reminding Tian that danger is approaching. Hey! Tian slowly controlled his breathing, took a deep breath, and then stopped. For the reconnaissance company with unusual sensitivity, and in a state of high nervousness, a slight breathing sound might alert them. So Tian simply stopped breathing. Anyway, it wouldn't be a big problem to hold it for 10 or 20 minutes. He closed his eyes and imagined himself as a dead tree without any vitality. At this time, the lizard lying on the tree finally moved. It jumped down, and after landing, it quickly drilled into the tree hole. No sound. A voice sounded in Tian's ears. Strangely, this fierce battle lasted for more than 50 minutes, nearly an hour. But now, not only is there no gunfire, but even no one is seen. What happened? Did the 2 companies perish together? Like other companies, this company also rushed over after hearing the gunshots, wanting to play a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind drama. First ambush outside the battle circle. When the Black Falcon and Purple Company were almost killed, then annihilate the remnants of the 2 companies in one fell swoop. Miscalculated. When they came over, the Black Falcon and Purple Company were almost wiped out. Most of the heads were picked up by Tian. Several people whispered while tiptoeing past Tian. One of them stepped on Tian's chest. 170 or 80 kilograms. Not only did Tian not move, but his muscles were as relaxed as possible. He was calm, as if he was really like a dead branch or rotten leaf without life. If you are in an extremely nervous state, someone suddenly steps on you. In order to protect yourself, your muscles will contract suddenly under the instinct to resist the pressure brought by that foot. Once this happens, Tian will be exposed. Tian is calm. The big guys in the military base were all sweating for him. Especially Miao Lian, whose heart was beating in his throat and he could hardly breathe. Looking at the big screen, the red dot corresponding to Tian overlapped with a yellow dot. Around the red dot, there were densely packed yellow dots. Very close. So close that a group of people were almost standing face to face. God knows what is going on with Tian. Chapter 41. Nightingale Reconnaissance Company. The yellow dots gathered near Tian are the brothers of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company. There are less than 30 people. 22 or 23. The few who were lost also encountered the wolf fang when entering the barren mountain. In an ambush, they lost 7 or 8 people. This shows how tough the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company is. Similarly, the Night Tiger was ambushed by the Wolf Fang and was beaten to death in a wave, while the Nightingale only lost 7 or 8 people. In the annual military exercise last year, Nightingale ranked third. The captain of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company looked back at Lao Miao and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Lao Miao, from the current situation, your trump card seems to have been captured by my Nightingale. They didn't know the specific situation on the scene. But from the big screen, it was almost the same. More than 20 yellow dots of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company gathered in the direction of Tian. Except for a few people left on the periphery for alert, everyone gathered around Tian. Miao Lian didn't know what to say. After a long silence, he suddenly said, it doesn't matter. Even if this animal dies now, it has won all the honors for me, Night Tiger. Even if he can't make it into the top 3 and can't get higher honors and material rewards, Miao Lian is also proud of it. Was Tian captured? No. It was just that the place Tian chose was extremely concealed. Therefore, Nightingale's people gathered together. 17 or 8 people, sitting in 2s and 3s beside Tian, under the big tree. They gathered together and discussed the next action plan in a low voice. More than 2 hours have passed since the exercise began. How many signs do we have now? The man who spoke should be the platoon leader of a platoon of Nightingale. This platoon leader was sitting about 1 meter above Tian. 1. Someone replied. It was obtained by exchanging 7 or 8 heads for the heads of Lanja. There is only one. Nightingale said sternly, this is not a solution. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. If we want to get into the top 3 this year, we must speed up the progress. There is really no other way, we can only take the initiative to attack. The signs are limited. If Tian is now dead in their hands, the signs that Tian collected before also belong to Tian, and have nothing to do with Nightingale. This is the rule of the annual military exercise, in order to stimulate the blood of each company. The number of people is fixed, there are only more than 500 people. If you act slowly, others will grab them all. If the shit can't catch up with the heat, what else can you do? Another platoon leader came up with an idea. How about this? Let's shoot him a few times, pretending that 2 companies are fighting, to attract the other companies over. Let's find a place that is more suitable for an ambush, and wait until they enter the ambush circle, then we can take them down. Tian wanted to deny it. It's a good idea. But, do you know how many companies there are around this mountain? 7 companies. They are all hiding in the dark, waiting for others to be exposed. Taking the initiative to shoot at this time, isn't that courting death? It's okay to court death yourself. Have you ever considered your brother's feelings? At this time, the platoon leader who spoke first stepped on one of Tian's feet and urinated under the tree. He urinated less than half a meter away from Tian. The platoon leader pondered for a while and said, this method is not bad, but I don't know where those bastards of Lanja are. I'm afraid that if I attract them here, it will be a big trouble. It's not certain who will fight whom at that time. After a pause, the platoon leader continued, I think it's still feasible, but we have to find out the situation in advance. First squad leader. Arrive. Take a few people with you to check the situation around. The fighting in this valley was so intense before, it is very likely that other companies have already come here. If there are other companies, do not hesitate, just shoot, even if 1 or 2 are killed, we must expose their position, which is more beneficial to us. Second squad leader. Arrive. You take a few people and walk back 500 meters and set up a cordon. Even if the Lanja people want to come, they will come from that direction. Arrange the alert in advance, if there is any problem over there, we can evacuate in advance. The rest of the brothers, rest here. After 5 minutes, if there is no problem, we will proceed according to this plan, shoot to attract people and ambush them. This person is more rigorous, not as reckless as the other platoon leader. The plan is perfect. However, Tian is ready to move. 2 squad leaders took 8 people away, and there are 11 or 12 left. It is certain that something will happen with the first squad leader. Once the gunshots are heard, the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company will definitely take action. A company is divided into 3 small teams. The number of people has dropped sharply. If Tian wants to break out, Nightingale is the best choice. Breakout is a must. Don't forget, there are 7 fully staffed reconnaissance companies nearby. If you don't want to die here, you must break out. Tian has not been able to find a chance to break out before. Now, the opportunity is in front of him. Military base. The captain of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company was a little confused. Several minutes have passed. The red dot is still there. Not killed yet. What's the situation? Are these bastards all blind? How can't one person see such a big man? When the Nightingale squad leader and the second squad leader led their people away, the captain of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company stood up. He had a bad feeling about the situation. Because he knew that as long as there were less than 5 people, they would be the target of Tian's hunting. And now, there were only 12 people left by Tian's side. Chapter 42. Fortunately, there are still 12 people. Don't disperse again. Captain Nightingale secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Nightingale's tactics. Looking at the big screen, you can see the overall situation. There is no doubt that Nightingale's tactics are still relatively rigorous. There is nothing wrong with it. It's mainly because Tian, this beast, is too cruel. Leaving such a beast beside you without noticing it, once the beast targets Nightingale, the consequences will be disastrous. In the eyes of Captain Nightingale, Tian is like a time bomb. It is too dangerous to keep him around. You don't know when he will explode. Little did he know that Black Falcon lost everything because of him. Haijun smiled bitterly and said, maybe this kid is hiding in the tree. After all, it's raining so hard and the visibility in the forest is not good, so he escaped. Seeing that Nightingale's people left and the red dot was still there, Haijun's hanging heart finally fell back into his stomach. When you focus on a person, you will put yourself in it. The red dot is Tian, and isn't it him, Haijun? That's why Haijun was worried about Tian's situation. At the same time, he was full of expectations for Tian, and deep in his heart he hoped that this kid could bring more surprises. Maybe. Captain Nightingale replied absent-mindedly. In fact, Captain Nightingale believed that Tian was definitely not hiding in the tree. If he was hiding in the tree, he would definitely be discovered. The hounds responsible for the Nightingale Reconnaissance Company would scan every tree in front of them every time they took a step forward. I believe that people from other companies would do the same. Maybe it was because of his high emotional intelligence, or Captain Nightingale was just worried at the moment. How could he have the energy to argue with Haijun about this? He would not have peace of mind until Tian was killed in action. 5 minutes later. Bang! The crackling sound of gunfire was extremely harsh in the silent valley. As expected, not long after Nightingale's squad leader left, he encountered a company. It was also because of the fierce battle between Black Falcon and Purple Company that they came over. After they came over, the two companies of Black Falcon and Purple Company were completely wiped out. There was no gunfire. Everyone didn't know the specific situation, most of them were lurking nearby, while sending a team to find out the situation. So, they encountered each other. Without saying a word, they just fought when they met. Bang bang bang! Nightingale row changes color. Everyone please be vigilant. Touch it and take a look. 3rd squad leader, 4th squad leader, take your men to the left wing. If there is any situation, provide as much firepower as possible. If possible, destroy quickly. If the enemy's firepower is too strong and the feasibility is not high, we should not fight a protracted war with them. Retreat to the assembly point. Let's go. The 12 Nightingales began to disperse again. 2 groups. 6 people in 1 group. Perfect. 1 minute later. The leaves covering Tian fell silently. Tian opened his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Almost peed all over me. Just like what the Nightingale platoon leader said, if you want to get into the top 3, you must take advantage of the situation and get more marks. The Night Tiger is pointing at him. If he doesn't pick up heads now, when will he? It's the same old trick. Let the Nightingale platoon leader go to the front, and Tian touches their flank. 6 people. Not difficult. Tian's footsteps are very light. He is barefoot and makes almost no sound when he moves. In the military base, Captain Nightingale cursed. His face was livid. After all, this guy had set his sights on them. The Nightingale platoon leader was right. It might not be a good thing for everyone to gather together. They could form a horn and attack from the side, leaving the opponent with no place to hide. Attacking from two directions is better than attacking from one direction. However, the Nightingale platoon leader never thought that there was a monster like Tian hiding beside him. It's over. It's over. On the big screen, Tian touched Nightingale's flank. Nightingale's captain clenched his fists and was so nervous. He was like a repeater, saying it's over, it's over. He he he. Lian Miao's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Without the smoker's voice of 20 years, he couldn't laugh like that. Nightingale's left wing. 6 people were scattered in a range of about 70 or 80 meters. They didn't rush over directly. Not far from the gunshots, 6 people lay on the ground, like worms, crawling towards the direction of the fierce battle little by little. Because it was a blank bullet, the range of the blank bullet was very limited. Secondly, the light in the woods was dim, and it was impossible to know where the target was from a distance. Shooting in advance would expose oneself and make oneself the target of public criticism. Either don't shoot, or shoot the gun must be 100% sure to hit the target. They crawled in front. Tian was cutting behind. The scimitar cut through the air, whoosh, and an arc of light flashed. Kill 1. Sense of crisis +3. Field of view +3. Jumping ability +1. Experience is constantly floating. Very cool. The experience gained from one exercise is more than Tian's training for a month. The second one, Tian approached quietly. This man is the squad leader. An old soldier, more alert. When the knife in Tian's hand stretched to his neck, he heard the sound, but did not turn around. He lowered his voice and reminded. Don't be reckless. Wait first, let's close the gun line, wait for the platoon leader to fight with them, attract the other side's attention, and then we will suddenly attack and try to maximize the destruction of the other side. He thought Tian was one of his own. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold blade stuck to his neck. His hair stood on end, and a chill ran up his head from the solace of his feet. It was the breath of death spreading through his limbs. Tian put down the knife, slowly tore off the label on his arm, and then, in his indignant eyes, sneaked into the darkness like a ghost. No need to think, he must be heading for the next Nightingale team member. The only thing this squad leader could do was to watch Tian kill his teammates, and he could only lie there pretending to be a corpse. Chapter 43. The words of Nightingale platoon leader touched Tian deeply. If he doesn't take the initiative now, it will be too late. After all, the number of heads is fixed. If he doesn't take them, others will take them all. Besides, most of their night tigers have died, and there are only a few left. If he doesn't work hard to get more heads, it will be a fool's dream to kill the top 3 with only Chen Pai and Lao Pao. Counting the badges in his hand, there are less than 30. He needs to work harder. Whoosh! A flying knife was shot out. Another head was caught. On the left wing, the last Nightingale member was left. He hadn't noticed anything was wrong. Tian moved too fast, so fast that he didn't know that several members around him had all been killed. About 30 meters away, there was a big tree lying on the ground. Behind the trunk of the big tree, the only remaining boy of Nightingale was lying there. Good position. Tian was about to move over, when suddenly there was a fierce gunshot from the bottom of the mountain. Most likely, Nightingale and another company were fighting. The boy immediately jumped up after hearing the sound, climbed over the tree trunk, and ran away in a blink of an eye. How could he be allowed to run away when he was cooked? Tian jumped out from the dark. There was a lot of noise. He did it on purpose. It didn't matter at this time. The boy was thinking about the fire coverage and didn't know that everyone around him was dead. He ran very fast, and the battle line was very close. With this pull, he was basically close to another company. What are you following me for? Spread out. As he spoke, the boy raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets at another company member about 10 meters ahead. Oh my god! It was still a step too late. Tian's egg was broken. There was a large group of people on the opposite side. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. He shot down several people with a burst of bullets. The opposite side immediately launched a counterattack, and bullets rained down on him. Sense of crisis +12. Damn it! Now it's time to have some fun. Yet. Tian immediately lay down next to the boy. Bang, bang, bang. Tian had just laid down when blank bullets hit the grass in front of him with a ping-pong sound. The splashed grass hit his forehead, causing a burning pain. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to disperse? You're really good. The boy next to him turned his head and stared at Tian and blamed him. Then, the boy was stunned. He finally found the clue. He was about to move, but Tian's gun was already against his forehead. You're done for, brother. Tian didn't fire his gun. At such a close distance, a blank bullet would kill someone. Take the initiative and give me the badge, thank you. Nightingale tore off the badge reluctantly and threw it to Tian. His eyes flickered and he glanced left and right. He was very worried about his brothers. People were close to him, and he didn't know how the other brothers were doing. No need to look, they are all cold, just lie down. According to the rules, they are corpses, and they must lie down until the end of the exercise, and then assemble and leave together. He didn't say anything, he couldn't say anything. Just a pair of eyes, staring at Tian, as if to imprint his appearance in his mind. I can't figure it out, when did this guy get close to me? Which company is he from? How many people are there besides him? This kid has a face full of black question marks, and at the same time his heart is in a ball, worried about the Nightingale brothers. There are a lot of inner dramas. Tian didn't have so many thoughts, because thinking too much is not good for the body. Listen to the sound to determine the position. Estimate the distance. His position should be 15 or 16 meters away from the other party. About the same. Then, Tian smiled and said harmlessly, "Brother, help me." "Help? I've already died, what can I help for?" Just as the boy was wondering, Tian moved him forward a little, put him in front of him as a sandbag, to block the bullets. At such a distance, blank bullets are not enough to cause fatal damage to people. But it will still hurt if it hits the body. The boy cried. 1, 2, 3. After the gunfire from the opposite side stopped for a while, Tian immediately raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Figures fell one after another. At a distance of more than 10 meters, no need to aim, one shot one, no need to waste the second bullet. This was the first time Tian used a gun to fight the enemy since the exercise. It was also the first time to face the enemy head-on. After a burst of fire, 6 or 7 fell. The remaining few dared not even show their heads. On the other side, Nightingale platoon leader immediately organized people to attack. He didn't know that all his brothers on the left wing were killed. Tian killed so many people, and he attributed it all to Nightingale's brothers. Bang! Someone poked his head out, and Tian fired without hesitation. The man trembled all over, and then lay on the ground motionless. He was also killed. The bullet hit his helmet and splashed out. But if it was on a real battlefield, at such a close distance, his helmet would be like a decoration. There should be someone else. But I don't know where they are hiding. Knowing there is a sharpshooter, the remaining person on the opposite side dare not move rashly. He did not move. Tian moved, climbed up, and rushed to the nearest tree. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the noise, the man opposite immediately exposed half of his body and pulled the trigger at the rapidly moving black shadow. The dazzling fire exposed his position. Hiding behind a cluster of bushes, Tian hid behind a tree trunk, and the bullets hit the tree trunk with a bang. After a volley, the man hid again. While changing the magazine, he stared at the tree trunk, guarding against Tian. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A blank bullet whizzed and landed on his back. Killed in action. He raised his head and his eyes fell on the treetop. It took only a few seconds for Tian to run under the tree. He had no idea when Tian climbed up the tree. Military base. He witnessed the 7 or 8 pink dots in front of Tian disappear quickly, and in the end there was only one red dot left. Chapter 44. To grab the head, you still have to rely on guns. Tian walked over with a swagger and collected the sign. The gunshots from Nightingale and this company were 100 meters away. It was too late. 1, 2, 3. Love love. 8 logos in one wave, very good. Listening to the gunshot, Tian was tempted. Or another wave. The two sides have been fighting fiercely for 6 or 7 minutes. Most of them should be dead, right? After picking up a few guns, Tian couldn't hold back any longer. Let the storm come even harder. In the forest, Tian has too much advantage. He was born for the jungle. Done. Take off. Nightingale and the other company suffered losses. The battle was fierce. They were eager to annihilate the other side. In addition, Tian killed nearly 20 people in one wave. There are not many left. Listening to the gunshots, the two sides have about 20 people in total. Sense of crisis +1. Sense of crisis +1. As the distance gets closer, experience keeps floating on the screen. The two sides fought fiercely at the beginning. When most of the people died, most of the remaining people hid in a certain stronghold, aiming with their guns, and rarely showed their heads. They were all very smart. Although they were anxious, they did not dare to move rashly. Occasionally, they showed half of their bodies and swept the opposite side. Just in front of Tian, not far away, about 5 or 6 meters away, there was a person lying. Bang, bang, bang. Tian did not hesitate at all and pulled the trigger directly, taking one by one. Time is running out. You know, there are still many full-strength companies around. If there is enough time, Tian can use flying knives to kill these people bit by bit. As soon as the gun was fired, Tian's position was exposed. Both sides immediately turned their eyes to Tian. It's our man. Nightingale platoon leader raised his eyebrows with a hint of joy, mistakenly thinking that Tian was Nightingale's man, because Tian just killed the man on the opposite side. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew past Tian's scalp. 4 or 5 guns on the opposite side were aimed at Tian's position and fired several rounds of bullets. Platoon leader Nightingale was indignant when he saw his brothers being suppressed and beaten, and shouted, "Fire coverage! Suppress them! We can't delay any longer. Come on, follow me and charge from the side." 3 people form a group. One person charges, and the other 2 suppress the enemy with their guns. After the first person rushes to the bunker, the second person rushes, and the first and third person suppress the enemy with their guns. Then the third person rushes again, and the first 2 suppress the enemy with their guns. The remaining dozen people take turns to charge together. With Tian counterattacking from the side, the gun line quickly closes. Soon, a fierce battle breaks out between the 2 sides. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Da-da-da! Various gunshots gathered together and continued for a long time over the valley. Tian did not rest either. While Nightingale was attacking, he assisted from the flank, occasionally firing a few shots and taking away 3 or 5 heads. 3 minutes later, the battle was over. "Everyone, come and gather, let's count the number of people." Nightingale platoon leader raised his fist to signal everyone to gather. In the darkness, Nightingale's people gathered together. Nightingale platoon leader glanced around, and suddenly felt very heavy. His face was not very good. Including him, there were only 9 people in total. Half an hour ago, there were 25, and half an hour later, there were only these few left. It was too miserable. Go and set up 2 guards, and the others will clean up the battlefield together. After we are done, we will leave here first. Nightingale platoon leader was worried that the gunshots would attract other companies. His worry was obviously unnecessary. Because Tian pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! After a burst of gunfire, all Nightingale was killed. A group of people lay on the ground with their eyes wide open. They stared at Tian. "Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Don't be like this, brother. I'm embarrassed." Nightingale and the other 9 people were lying on the ground, staring at Tian. Tian grinned and showed a mouthful of big white teeth. He looked so mean and deserved a beating. "Nice gun. I accept it with a smile. Oops, sorry, I stepped on you accidentally. Sorry bro, next time remember not to pee or poop anywhere." Captain Nightingale lay in a chair, half dead. This loss was too frustrating. Rat droppings. This animal is a rat shit. As the old saying goes, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Unite Tiger Company are nothing but shit. LT. Nightingale was as angry as Black Falcon, cursing. The 2 companies were destroyed by Tian. Black Falcon was even more frustrated. They had won, but then Tian showed up and the situation suddenly changed, leading to their annihilation. Purple Company also didn't benefit, as Tian took advantage of them all. Ha ha ha. Miao Lian had never been so happy before. If you didn't know him, you would think he had married a new wife. His cheeks were almost cramped with joy. "We have known each other for so many years, there is no need to do this, right? There is no need to make your nose crooked just for the popularity of a young man." Ha 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 ha. Several company commanders glared at Lao Miao indignantly. Then, several company commanders denounced Lao Miao. To be honest, if I wasn't old, I would really want to beat him up. Yes, I must knock his teeth out. Otherwise, you give Tian to me, and I won't bother with you. What are you talking about? This guy should have come to my Black Falcon. If he hadn't been behind the scenes, my Black Falcon wouldn't have fallen to this point. He must be compensated to my Black Falcon Reconnaissance Company. I, Nightingale, am the unlucky one. We were in the top 3 last year, but this year, we are in the bottom 3 because of this guy. His Haijun was unhappy and said angrily, what are you arguing about? I, Lanja, already told him half a year ago. What are you arguing about? Only in my Lanja can this guy play his role. Don't fight with me. This boy is mine, and I will be angry with anyone who competes with me. Old Miao smiled even more brightly. Having known his Haijun for so many years, this was the first time he saw this guy arguing with someone with a red face and thick neck. Chapter 45. There were 2 security guards in the Spring Festival Gala, and they always liked to say one sentence, I am proud. I am proud. This is what Company Miao was thinking at the moment. Oh! What a proud face! However, Company Chen, Lao Pao and Chen Zihua, who were in the jungle, were not so happy. Several people were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, with their eyes wide open, watching people from other companies squatting in front of them, looking down at them. Then, they tore the signs off their arms and walked away. It's over. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is completely finished. Miao Lian will curse when he gets back. Maybe they will raise the flag again. It doesn't matter. Let them be scolded. The main thing is that they are ashamed to face the people of Jiangdong. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company represents not only their company, but also a regiment that is eagerly waiting at home, just looking forward to their return to hold a celebration banquet. Ah! Platoon leader Chen sighed. It would be better to die here. How can he have the face to go back? What should he say to the expectant eyes of his brothers in the regiment? Night Tiger was crippled from the beginning? Too ashamed to say it. It's too embarrassing. Lao Pao was in low spirits and in pain. Ever since Gao to Lao Gao was transferred to the company, the 90 people in the reconnaissance company have been training day and night for the past few months, just to compete for the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company in this annual military exercise. There are 90 people in a company, and there are only 30 places for the competition. They carry the hopes of the entire company, no, the entire regiment. They come to participate in the exercise on behalf of the entire regiment, and the entire regiment is counting on them to get a good result. But now, what can I give them an explanation? Lao Pao was so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Who? Chen Zihua let out a long breath, as if he wanted to get rid of all the haze in his heart. Winning or losing is one thing. What made him uncomfortable was that he had paid so much, but in the end, all his efforts were in vain. Lanja was too strong. The other companies were more powerful than each other. To be honest, Chen Zihua didn't take the annual military exercise too seriously. He was thinking about the selection of the Lanja Special Forces Brigade after the exercise. He dreamed of becoming a Special Forces soldier and becoming a member of Lanja. For this goal, Chen Zihua only slept 3 or 4 hours a day in the past few months. Such high-intensity training made him tired like a dog every day. His whole body was about to fall apart, and his eyelids were like thousands of pounds of boulders. Even so, for after reading more books, Chen Zihua learned to self-mutilate. Use the tip of a knife to poke his thigh. It was like a needle prick. The pain immediately made him energetic. Reading. He couldn't hold on for more than 10 minutes, his eyelids drooped again, and he yawned. Poke again. Read again. Poke again. In this way, Chen Zihua persisted for several months. Under Tian's guidance, those chemistry books that were like heavenly books to him, he not only memorized them by heart, but also basically understood them. The high school students in the school, even the smartest students in the top class, did not understand these books as thoroughly as Chen Zihua. 2 foreign languages. Armed 10 km cross-country. Originally it was 5 km, but the members of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company took the initiative to change it to 10 km. 400-meter obstacle course. Wild survival. Bomb throwing. Armed swimming. Reconnaissance tactical training. Military boxing, sanda, grappling, binding, prisoner catching boxing, prisoner catching knife. Climbing, sign language, flag language, military topography, driving, psychology, special technical reconnaissance, and so on and so forth. Chen Zihua did not miss any of the dozens of events. Especially under Tian's guidance, her skills in all aspects have made great progress. She can feel herself changing dramatically every day. Chen Zihua once thought that she would have a good chance of making it to the Wolf Fang selection. But now, her performance in the annual military exercise is so poor, can she really make it to the Wolf Fang selection? Chen Zihua doubted herself. Because the exercise had regulations that no one was allowed to talk after death, so several people lay on the ground, motionless. When it was really uncomfortable, she could only sigh. Even if she was unwilling and aggrieved, there was nothing she could do. Everything was over. The reputation of Night Tiger was ruined in their hands. I can only say that I am not worthy of being a member of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. I am sorry to every brother in the Reconnaissance Company, to have failed the trust of the entire regiment, and to myself. Speaking of which, the deaths of several people in the Chen Pai group were closely related to Tian. The battle on Tian's side was too intense. Companies from all directions moved here. Unfortunately, Chen Pai and Lao Pao, who were ready to survive to the end, were discovered. In a wave of encounters, 5 people were directly crushed. There was no power to fight back. In fact, it was not Chen Pai's fault. In the first wave, Ye Lao Hu was ambushed by Langya on the lake. 20 of them were taken away. In the second wave, there were 5 of them and 30 of the other side. They rushed over from front to back. What else can they do? The bullets suppressed them and they didn't even have the chance to look out, and they were killed on the spot. It was mainly because of bad luck. Military base. Miao Lian also saw it. 5 red dots gathered together, and suddenly disappeared. There was no ripple in his heart. If they died, they died. It doesn't matter. Because from the beginning, Miao Lian didn't expect them to make much waves. Miao Lian only took a glance and then cast his eyes on Tian. All company-level officers agreed that this annual military exercise was set up for Tian. Even though Lanja annihilated several full-strength companies and had a remarkable record, it was not as eye-catching as Tian alone. Lanja is a special brigade, recognized as the strongest in the military region. Tian is different. This guy is a dark horse that suddenly appeared. His personal record is enough to shock everyone. But, it's time to bow out. Lanja is here. Lao Gao is here. Chapter 46. On Tian's side, 3 companies were fighting. At least 3 companies. They were only about 200 meters apart. The sound of gunfire was like setting off firecrackers on New Year's Day, crackling. The flames from the gun barrels brightened the forest. Tian tapped the mark lightly, 53. Unconsciously, he had harvested so many heads. Before leaving for the annual military exercise, Lao Miao told them that 60 marks would mean 2 reconnaissance companies. With 60 marks, they would basically be in the top 3. The Night Tigers would receive the highest honor of the year. Not only their regiment, but the entire military region would be proud of them. Chen Zihua asked, how many marks would be needed to be second? Miao Lian's answer was between 80 and 100. 80 would be hopeful, and 100 would be absolutely certain. It was equivalent to annihilating 3 reconnaissance companies. Then, Chen Zihua asked again, what about first place? How many marks would be needed? Miao Lian smiled and said that first place, don't even think about it. But everyone thought about it, and they dreamed for several days that they won the first place in the annual exercise. The Night Tigers were feared throughout the country. Until today, the 10-man Wolf Fang team had their dreams crushed with a few rounds of bullets. Tian fell into deep thought. There were still 7 signs short of third place. 7 more had to be killed. Not difficult. There was still 1 company short of second place. If Tian only wanted to get third place, it would be better to leave this area, find a place to emerge, and find the lone ones. It would be safer. If he wanted to get second place, now was undoubtedly the best time. Done. Tian was full of confidence. This was the first time in his life that he had participated in a military exercise. He had been training hard and didn't know his own strengths. Even when he arrived in this deep forest, Tian was very cautious at the beginning. In the first hour, he basically didn't dare to use a gun. He kept using flying knives to fight the enemy. Slowly. As time went by, Tian, who was like a fish in water in the jungle, found that he had advantages that ordinary people could not achieve, and his confidence gradually swelled. Now, he has the logos of nearly 2 companies in his hands. At first, Tian didn't dare to imagine it. It's like a certain great god who focuses on writing novels and doesn't care about anything else. While writing, one day he suddenly found that there were several million more in the card. Tian feels about the same now. He didn't think about anything else at the beginning. Want to survive. In this jungle, he tried his best to show the results of his training for more than half a year. While killing, he looked back and found that he had killed 53 people. The third place was not challenging at all. The second place was Tian's goal. After determining the target, Tian began to prepare for the next action. Collect more bullets. Then move over, wait for the opportunity, and take advantage of the situation. Just as Tian was busy picking up the magazine, suddenly, a chill rushed from the solace of his feet to his forehead. Sense of crisis plus 30. Tian's scalp was numb, and he rolled forward without thinking too much. Then he rushed to the nearest bunker in front. As soon as Tian ran away, several bullets hit the place where he had just been, and the grass splashed. Under the tree more than 10 meters away, a figure was looming. Bang bang bang. Scouts, none of them are mediocre. After Tian changed his position, the bullets followed the trail all the way. 7 or 8 people are the minimum. Even if Tian is strong, it is difficult for him to fight back when he is suppressed by the firepower of 7 or 8 people. More than 7 or 8 people, more and more. I'm afraid it's another full company. This is so exciting. I can't stay here any longer. Tian hid behind a tree, held out the gun, glanced at it, and then pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. 2 sounds. A figure fell down. Platoon leader, platoon leader. Someone on the other side was crying. Tian shot their platoon leader twice. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. 3. Draw your guns. One man led a few people and rushed towards Tian. Several people behind him drew their guns and fired, covering the area with fire. The people in their company heard the gunshots and moved towards this side. They didn't know what was going on. They thought they were fighting with other companies, so they just followed the people in front and rushed. In this charge, the entire company, more than 20 people, nearly 30 people, ran over Tian. One company, one person. It was also a wonder. Tian was as agile as a deer in the forest. With the help of the shadow of the tree, he quickly left the battlefield. He found a secret place and hid. When the people in their company came up one by one, he shot him in the head. Bang! A figure fell down. Another head was taken. At the same time, it was also exposed. Move. Shoot. Move. Shoot. Congratulations! The sense of crisis broke through LV4. The long-lost electronic synthesized sound rang in his ears. Tian's eyebrows were happy. Sure enough, the actual combat upgrade was fast. When I came to this old forest, the sense of crisis was just over level 2, and now it has broken through to level 4. It's like riding a rocket, making rapid progress. The sense of crisis is too necessary. The higher the level, the stronger the sense of crisis. Sometimes without using his eyes, Tian can even accurately feel the enemy's position. Bang bang! Looking back, he fired 2 random shots. 2 more people fell. Counting the marks, there were exactly 60. Night Tiger finally advanced into the top 3. Even if Tian died immediately, Night Tiger could still obtain the highest honor and generous rewards. In this way, Tian would no longer have to worry about the future. Tian stopped and took a deep breath. Then, he shouted at the opposite side very impudently. You are surrounded by me, put down your weapons and surrender. Doesn't it hurt when a blank bullet hits your body? Do you really want me to shoot you in the face? After saying that, Tian quickly moved around and fired 2 shots from their side, killing 1. Then he changed direction and killed 2 more. Thus, an interesting scene appeared in front of the big guys in the military base. At first, dozens of dots were crushing the red dots. 10 minutes later, the red dots were crushing dozens of dots. One person surrounded a company. Chapter 47. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and one person fell to the ground. The others shrank their necks and sought shelter nearby. What to do? This guy's shooting skills are too accurate. He kills one by one. There's no way to dodge. What's even more infuriating is that we don't even know where he is. This guy ran so fast. How come it was on the left just now and suddenly jumped to the right? I'm afraid we've been ambushed. There must be more than one of them. Tian's powerful vision, accurate shooting skills, and amazing speed made him daze a company in just over 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago, a group of people chased Tian. After losing 7 or 8 marks, now, they lay on the ground and dared not move. Their eyes rolled around, searching for Tian's traces. It is said that the jungle is Tian's home court. The LV4 vision gives Tian supervision. They can't see clearly within a dozen meters, but Tian can see whether the pores on their faces are large from 100 meters away. Swoosh! A flying knife shot out. More than 30 meters away, a man felt pain, punched the ground, and took the initiative to tear off his own badge. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and another one was killed. Over there. A group of people came over. When they came over, except for the 2 corpses, there was no trace of Tian. After counting the heads again, they were stunned. Why are there only a few of us left? Who is this pervert? Let's retreat. If we continue like this, we will all be handed over to him sooner or later. 29 people. In less than 20 minutes, 13 people were left. They didn't even know what Tian looked like. It was too aggrieved to die. The remaining 13 people, I don't know if it was too aggrieved, each of them was in tears, almost crying. It was too bullying. An entire company was beaten by one person, everyone was united, but they couldn't do it. It was aggrieved, but for the honor of the company, let's retreat. Withdraw. Did I tell you to retreat? Next, Tian used the excellent tactics of retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when the enemy retreats to the fullest. He refused to let go. As soon as they turned around, they left their backs to Tian, and they were like a group of targets. Tian raised his hand and shot them. Bang! A buddy felt the pain, knowing that he was killed, and lay on the ground unwillingly. Tian tore off the label when he passed by him. Only then did he see Tian's appearance clearly. A handsome and sunny guy. From the Night Tiger Company. After Tian left, he looked around again. Because he didn't believe that the other side had only one person. They were a full-strength company. One person, defending a reconnaissance company? Absolutely impossible. Even Lange couldn't do it. Tian fired again. Alas! The man sighed, his heart filled with grief and indignation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, no one else showed up. He began to doubt his life. They were both born in the reconnaissance company, so why was there such a big gap? Bang, bang, bang. 2 more people fell down. Whether Tian fired in bursts or rapid fire, as long as he fired, he would hit the target. There were 8 people left. One of them was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. He threw his helmet to the ground. Damn it! I won't run away. It's so embarrassing. A full-strength reconnaissance company was beaten like this by one person. I might as well dig a hole and bury myself. While speaking, the man lay down behind the bunker and then spoke to the few people left on his left and right with lip language. 10 seconds later, the 7 people dispersed and found bunkers nearby to set up their guns. The man stood straight in place, acting as bait. Which company? Get out of here! You coward, I look down on you! The strong man cursed. If he had known that he would fall to this point, he might as well go over there and fight with the 3rd company. At least he could explain his death in their hands. Now it's all right. It's because he didn't want to fight and be picked up by others. He wanted to stretch the line of fire and leave some space for the 3rd company. When they were almost done fighting, he would sit back and reap the benefits. He never thought that he would encounter Tian, this monster. A full-strength reconnaissance company was defeated by one person. If this matter got out, their company would just commit suicide by cutting their stomachs collectively. They couldn't afford to lose face to that person. Even if he died today, he would drag Tian underwater. What can you do to me if I come out? Tian's voice sounded in the distance, with a teasing tone. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Do you dare? In order to attract Tian to show up, the sturdy man threw away his gun and took out a 3-pointed bayonet. You beat me. The remaining members of our company all present their badges with both hands. If you lose, I will make your nose bleed. The woods were quiet for a while, and then Tian's voice sounded again, this time very close to the strong man. I'm fine, but I'm afraid that once I show up, your brothers will shoot me into a sieve with a burst of bullets. While speaking, Tian took a sign. 83. The strong man did plan so. All is fair in war. This is a battlefield. As long as you can win, you can use any despicable means. Don't worry, I promise they won't shoot. A fair duel, just you and me, do you dare? As the strong man finished speaking, another voice sounded. You don't have to guarantee it. What do you promise? They have already killed all the people in your company, and you don't even know it, idiot. The one who spoke was Lao Gao. Lao Gao shot the sturdy man with a gun, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I haven't seen you for half a year. You've made great progress. He actually killed 5 of my people. I am very relieved. Then, Doghead Lao Gao ordered the people of Lanja, it's almost time to end it. Go and sweep the other companies. I will play with this guy. Bang! Tian fired. A wolf-tooth special forces soldier hiding in the dark fell down. It's boring to play with 2 people, we should play together. Chapter 48. This is very embarrassing. This is a naked provocation. Interesting. Bang, bang, bang. Tian's position was exposed. Lao Gao raised his hand and fired 3 shots, 2 shots to the left and 1 shot to the right, blocking Tian's retreat. Lao Gao is indeed a perverted Lao Gao. At a distance of nearly 30 meters, Tian could be sure that Lao Gao could not see him. Lao Gao fired 3 shots based entirely on his feelings, but the 3 shots blocked Tian's retreat. He had to hide behind the bunker. Lao Gao approached quickly. The muzzle of the gun was always where Tian was. As long as there was any movement, Lao Gao would definitely shoot instantly. Sense of crisis +3. Sense of crisis +7. Cool. Fighting with a master is different. Even the experience is much more. Tian suddenly kicked the tree trunk sideways, and the leaves fell, and the dead branches fell to the ground. Then, a figure rushed out like a ghost. Bang! Lao Gao then fired, and the bullet hit the side of the tree trunk, splashing a large piece of bark. The second shot hit, and the black shadow fell down. Lao Gao was in front, and 2 wolf fangs came from the side to kill him. The rest of the wolf fang team went straight to the place where the 3 companies were fighting, doing the last wave of cleaning work. Through the dim light, a figure could be seen lying in a muddy puddle, motionless. It must be Tian. Lao Gao was suspicious, too easy. Lao Gao did not relax his vigilance and made a gesture. The 3 of them surrounded from 3 directions and pointed their guns at Tian, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, at the same time. 2 people were on guard, and 1 person went up to check the body. When the man approached the body, there was a crisp bang, and the man fell to the ground. Killed. The gunshot rang out in the tree canopy more than 10 meters high. Bang, bang, bang. Lao Gao did not hesitate at all, holding his gun and shooting wildly at the treetops. Before Lao Gao fired, after Tian shot the wolf fang man, he kicked the treetop fiercely, using the rebound force of the trunk to launch himself into the distance like a cannonball. The big tree collapsed, and the several-meter-high treetop fell to Lao Gao. The 2 people who were playing dead on the ground got up and ran away. The black shadow was a corpse, thrown out by Tian to attract the attention of Lao Gao and others. In just a moment, Tian climbed up the treetops, hid in the dense treetops and shot and killed the wolf fang members. This kid is born in the year of the monkey, right? Lao Gao immediately chased after Tian in the direction he ran. You can. I underestimated you. Along the way, he saw a corpse every now and then. Lao Gao glanced at each corpse and said, "Did you kill all these people? It's a pity that Yalao Hu died such a miserable death, otherwise, with you in the company, maybe your company might have a chance to make it into the top 3. Lao Gao didn't know how many people Tian had killed. 10? 15? A lone person, it's good enough to survive until now. The forest was silent, no one responded. Only the sound of gunfire in the distance was fierce. Lao Gao was not at the military base. If he was at the military base, he would have found that after the red dot killed a white dot, it ran forward for 60 or 70 meters. Then it turned around and made a detour. It ran to the position behind Lao Gao and the others. However, Tian did not stop and ambushed Lao Gao from behind. His target was not Lao Gao. He was going to clear the Wolf Fang Brigade of the 3rd Company. 84 marks are not enough. Although Lao Miao said that 80 was basically safe, it would be better to get a few more heads for safety. Tian told Lao Gao at the beginning. If you want to play, it's exciting to play together. Two people are so boring. The white dot is the wolf fang. Even Miao's nervous prostate is not good. Frequent urination. From the big screen, after Tian killed a wolf fang, he not only didn't think of getting rid of them, but also plunged into the wolf fang army. Isn't this seeking death? Is this animal crazy? He killed so many people, he can definitely survive to the end. Just now, in front of all the leaders, Tian staged a wonderful drama of one man surrounding a company. And then annihilate them. Now. His Haijun was nervous. His palms began to sweat. If I guessed correctly, this was targeting Lanja. No one has ever dared to do this. No, it should be said that no company has ever dared to be so bold. Every year in the annual military exercise, almost all companies pray that they will never run into Lanja. Even if they do, they must run into it at the end. Just like Night Tiger, it encountered Lanja at the beginning, and was beaten to pieces. Everyone wanted to stay away from it. It is said that luck accounts for a large part of the victory or defeat in the exercise. And this so-called luck is not to run into Lanja. If you run into it, most of the emergency response is to cut off your arm to save yourself. Leave 7 or 8 people to hold Lanja, and the others will flee immediately. But now, Tian went straight to the Lanja base camp and killed it. This kid is simply lawless. Lanja is not a reconnaissance company. He is looking for death. I don't think so. The final result will definitely be his death, but Lanja will also suffer heavy losses. Because of this guy, this year's annual military exercise is really exciting. Hey! They are your soldiers, Ye Lao Hu. If they were mine, I would never let them go. Chapter 49. Worry is inevitable. After all, Tian wiped out an entire reconnaissance company by himself, demonstrating super combat effectiveness and desire to fight. He is the veritable king of the jungle. If Lanja is frustrated, the dignity of the Lanja Special Forces will inevitably suffer. Even more seriously, many Lanja Special Forces will begin to doubt themselves and lose confidence. But His Haijun thought again, what's wrong with losing? Who says Lanja can't lose? In fact, losing is not necessarily a bad thing. Victory leads to pride. Always winning will develop a bad habit of not making progress. Only when you are beaten and hurt, you know to run. Very good. The change in mentality made His Haijun completely relax. He was no longer worried about Lanja. Instead, he was looking forward to Tian giving Lanja a head-on blow. I just don't know if this kid has this ability. Then, His Haijun put himself in Tian's shoes. Looking at the densely packed Lanja players on the big screen, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's hard. There is almost no possibility. Not to mention that there is only one person left in Night Tiger. Even if it is fully staffed, it is definitely not a match for Lao Gao and his team. For example, if the military exercise this time is a melee of the 13th Company, and the rest are parachuting participants, then the Wolf Fang is the Poison Circle. How can the Poison Circle lose the game? They simply can't lose, and they have never lost. No one can shake the Wolf Fang. Little did they know that every year in the military exercise, a special brigade of the Wolf Fang, 30 people, took the initiative to clear out the 13th Company. What's impossible? Okay, I get it now. You don't really want this kid to kill Lanja, do you? Ha ha ha. You think too highly of this boy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What matters on the battlefield is teamwork. No matter how powerful a person is, he can't take all aspects into consideration. The one who spoke was the captain of the Black Falcon. Indeed, he admitted that it was amazing that Tian wiped out a reconnaissance company's star guards alone. Such a seedling would not appear in 100 years. However, they are the Wolf Fang, not the reconnaissance company. The tacit understanding between the Wolf Fang members, their ability to cooperate, their battlefield awareness and sense of crisis, have been tempered and honed on the real battlefield. Most reconnaissance companies have almost never been on a mission. And the Wolf Fang will go to the battlefield every now and then. This is the gap between the Wolf Fang and the Special Forces. What they lack is not only equipment, resources, and skills. What they lack is that they have never been baptized by the fire of war. Only soldiers who have really been on the battlefield will be sublimated. Lian Miao Lian also said, Commander, you'd better not have too much hope for him. This kid is only good at shooting and has outstanding long-distance running ability. Other aspects are just average. Pointing at Tian to annihilate the wolf fang? Impossible. Don't even think about it. 3 or 5, I think that's enough. Meow. Lien said. 3 or 5, meaning Tian can still kill 3 or 5 more Lanjias, and it's almost time to confess. How about we make a bet? Hey Falcon was more optimistic about Tian than Miao Lien. I bet 6. Zi Lien 7. I bet he will be killed as soon as he enters. His Haijun also became interested. I bet 10. Miao Lien laughed so hard that his eyes almost popped out. Ha ha ha. Commander, you are too flattering this kid. Bang bang bang. Cover me. Kill from the left wing. Be careful on the right side. More than 20 members of the Wolf Fang were divided into several groups, 3 or 5 people in a group, and they pushed forward directly. At this time, it was obvious that there was a gap between the Wolf Fang and the reconnaissance company. A group of 3 or 5 people formed a spearhead and rushed forward all the way. Wherever they passed, the members of the reconnaissance company had no power to fight back. Just like the game characters in the poison circle at the end of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, if they didn't run into the safe zone, they would all die. When the Wolf Fang came, all the people in the company were like frightened birds, and they collapsed at the first touch. Bang, bang, bang. The gun barrel spewed out hot flames, dancing in everyone's eyes. Tian touched the back of a wolf-tooth group and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 5 bullets only knocked down one person. The other 2 threw themselves down and fought back immediately. This is the Wolf Fang. If it was any other reconnaissance company, Tian's 5 bullets would definitely be enough to kill the 3 of them. The magazine was out of bullets. Tian changed a magazine. In just a moment, 2 members of the Wolf Fang team attacked from the left and right wings. Instead of retreating, they advanced and took the initiative to attack. Hearing the gunshots from the rear, the other Wolf Fang members immediately stopped the attack, leaving some people behind to prevent the counterattack of people from other companies. The rest of the people all went back to the rear and surrounded Tian. The attack can be slowed down, but the rear must be cleared, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. This point, every Wolf Fang Special Forces soldier knows it. Breathing plus 15. Sense of crisis plus 10. Sense of crisis plus 12. At the same time, Lao Gao also rushed from behind Tian. After discovering that he was fooled, Lao Gao was more vigilant and searched carefully nearby. He found that the traces left by Tian actually went back to the rear of the special forces. Lao Gao felt that something was wrong and immediately took people to track him. From the big screen, Tian's situation is very dangerous. He is surrounded by Wolf Fang. All around, there are Wolf Fang people. It shows how sharp Wolf Fang's reaction is. This is the power of Wolf Fang. They are a group of wolves. Kill one, and immediately a group of wolves will rush over. Tian is in danger. Chapter 50. From the big screen, Tian was indeed surrounded by Lanja. However, Tian still had room to move. Lanja's reaction speed was very fast. They came over. There were more than 20 people, but it seemed like hundreds of people, surrounding Tian layer by layer. There was absolutely no way out. Tian was dead. At this moment, the leaders of the military base stood up one after another. It seemed that Tian's death was a historic moment. I told you. This guy will definitely die if he goes over there. He can wipe out a reconnaissance company by himself, so he must have his advantages, but this advantage is not enough in front of Lanja. His Haijun smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that we didn't guess it right." As he spoke, His Haijun raised his wrist and checked the time. There were still 6 or 7 hours before the end of the exercise. It was too long. His Haijun couldn't wait and wanted to meet Tian right now. Who was he? Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Looking forward to it. Minister Zhao smiled. So did Miao Lian and others. Dying in the hands of Lanja was the fate of Tian's military exercise. Who made him so jumpy? He killed so many people, but he didn't find a place to hide, but had to fight Lanja head-on. Isn't this courting death? However, Tian's spirit of knowing there are tigers in the mountains but going to the mountains won the respect of all leaders. Soldiers should be like this. However, the next second, His Haijun and the others were confused. Stupid. They couldn't figure out the situation. They didn't know what was happening at the scene. A group of white dots stood densely with the red dots. Then, the white dots did not swallow the red dots, but passed by the red dots and left quickly in one direction. He's Haijun, Minister Zhao, Lao Miao, and everyone present all showed silly expressions on their faces. The Lanjias were highly mobile, and Tian's reaction was not slow at all. Before they surrounded him from all directions, Tian had already stripped a Lanja soldier, put on Lanja's clothes, and fired more than 10 shots at the treetops in the distance. The gunshots attracted Lao Gao. Lao Gao asked Tian, "Where are the people?" "Over there. I saw him climb up the tree and run over there," Tian said urgently. It was dim in the woods, and there was a distance between them. Lao Gao was concentrating on being on guard and searching for Tian's trace. He didn't look carefully, so he took a quick glance, and then his eyes followed the direction of Tian's finger, looking up to search in the dense treetops. Then, Lao Gao immediately led people to chase after him. How dare he delay for a moment? He found that Tian was in the woods, just like that monkey, jumping up and down, and his ability to climb trees was very outstanding. It was rare to surround him. If he didn't catch him now, it would be even more difficult to catch him later. Tian also trotted for a few steps, then gradually slowed down, looking at the backs of the Wolf Fang team members, with a beautiful arc at the corner of his mouth. "Do you think it's over?" "No." Tian fired. One burst knocked down 3. The rest of the Wolf Fang special forces responded immediately, all lying on the ground, looking for cover. Lao Gao was stunned for a moment, a little confused. What's the situation? He recalled Tian's voice again in his mind, and then slapped his head suddenly. Oh my god! I was actually fooled by this grandson. They had met, but... Lao Gao was ashamed. The entire Wolf Fang special forces, including him, was fooled by Tian. Bang bang bang! Firepower coverage. Bullets hit the place where Tian had been before. Tian had poked a hornet's nest. Of course, he ran away after poking it. Could he stand there and wait for the hornets to sting him? The big guys in the military base were all dumbfounded. More than 20 white dots with wolf teeth covered the red dot. Then, the white dots spread out, ignoring the existence of the red dots, and rushed in another direction. Then, the 3 white dots closest to the red dot disappeared. It was obvious that the red dot killed them. Then, all the white dots turned around and chased the red dot. This wave of operations was awesome. Boom! Bang! 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 Tian really didn't dare to stop this time. He ran all the way, as far as he could, as fast as he could. The crisis awareness of the Wolf Fang Special Forces is definitely not comparable to that of the reconnaissance company. Sometimes, even if Tian is hiding in secrecy and the other party can't even see them, they can feel the danger approaching quietly. Too sensitive. Not easy to deal with. Especially since he has repeatedly angered Lao Gao, it is better not to provoke them in a short time. After running for 10 minutes, Tian gradually slowed down. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. After all, he still has to face Lao Gao and the Wolf Fang Special Forces. He has to think of a way. It would be best to disperse them and then defeat them one by one. Suddenly, a low sobbing sound came from not far away. Someone is crying. It's a woman. Tian frowned slightly and clenched the gun in his hand. A thought flashed through his mind. A picture. Journey to the west, the 3 strikes on the white bone demon. What else? In the barren mountains and old forests, a place rarely visited by people, a woman is sobbing here. If not a ghost, what is it? Out of curiosity, Tian sneaked over. It was Xiaoying. I heard from Xiafei that Zhuang Yan had bad morals and was ostracized in the army, and I was depressed for a while. In the rain, I walked to the river alone. I wanted to be quiet. As I walked, I jumped into the woods. The sky was dark. The girl was lost. In order to escape from the barren mountains and attract other people's attention, Xiaoying wanted to light a bonfire. So she found a pile of rocks with dry firewood. When she was picking up firewood, she was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. She cried to the sky and the earth, but no one answered. When she thought that she was going to die in the mountains in a daze, the girl couldn't help crying in extreme fear.